Okay. Cross fingers. Okay, I think we're back. Hello, everybody. Okay, getting that game back. Hello, Harris. All right. Okay, so what happened was the Wi-Fi connection. I know. Sorry, I should have cable connection, but the connection, my internet connection, went out between my computer and the router, and then I was having an unstable connection. Welcome back, thank you, piano. And then from there, I tried restarting my connection, like turning off, then back on the entirely the Wi-Fi thing, and then that wasn't working, so I restarted the computer, and now we're back. There we go. Sorry about that, y'all. So I'm gonna mark that we've already banked 2 hours 30 minutes, and then so we'll add on to whatever we are uptime here now, because I did think about if we did have a disconnection, I need to quickly look at what the uptime is or the stream time. And right now we see it says a minute something. But yeah, so am I here in the game? Now that I've restarted it, I might have to put the game like the audio back in my headphones. Let me see here. It may just be quiet at the moment. Okay, yeah. All right. So if I just move and do this. Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, cool. Well, it's funny. I was actually thinking of taking a break when it got to sometime soon, because it was 2 hours 30 minutes. But you know what I'll do is when I hit another half hour, the 3 hour mark, I think I'll take a break there. So let's keep going here. Okay. All right. Where were we? I was hoping to find some stuff to forage near that campfire. Get more healing items on me. Oops, hiccups. Whoa. Something up here? Whoa. What? Oh, what is that? Oh, shoot. Oh, it's nighttime. Does that make these things come out now? Oh, I have a torch. Whoops. Yeah, I better let's break my club, huh? Maybe a sword? No, a club will do against skeleton bones. Whoa, that was easy. Wait. No, the head is it's alive. That's cool. Bokoblin arm? Wow, it's an undead bokoblin? Ooh, a mushroom. Oh, look at that. You could just kind of turn the camera around as you... Whoa. That's kind of neat for like, all right, where do I go next, right? Wow. Huh. So now I see why the daytime thing is useful for waiting at a camp. Okay, a skeletal arm that keeps moving even after it's severed from its body. It's kind of gross to strap it to your back, but it'll do in a pinch. It's old and fragile, so it's quick to break. Wow, more weapon stuff, huh? Oh, I can't carry that branch, of course. Yeah, too many stuff. Stamella shroom. Stamella shroom? Maybe like a stamina portobello shroom? A green mushroom that grows near trees in the forest. It's chock full of natural energy. Cook it to release its stamina restoration properties. Wow. That's cool. Whoa, acorns. Nice. Guess I could push this down. Just for kicks. Here we go. Physics time. Alright, cool. Okay, what's next? Well, there's still that Temple of Time that I haven't really explored before doing that glowy thingy. So maybe let's keep going through this way then. But now it's nighttime around the Temple of Time. Temple of Nighttime. Have I gotten a screw from this yet? No, yeah, I guess I have. Ooh, frog. Can I catch you? Oh my god, I can. Hot-footed frog. A quick frog that can be found hopping around near water. Cook it with monster parts. Oh my god. To draw, it's a speed boot effect. Speed boost effect. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's daytime now. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, wow, the shatterings of the Hyrule symbol. Oh, nice. Okay. Temple of Time, saving automatically. Okay. Did I check out this encampment yet? I think I did. There was a chest over here, right? Yeah. Oh, thank you, bot. Yes, I am streaming. Okay, I'm feeling bolder and bolder. Oh, God. What's that? Yeah, okay. All right. I think I already looked at this before, maybe. There you go. Search Ancient Spring. Whoa, where am I? Oh, I've been crawling under it? Wow. I'm like a mechanic. All right, just working on stuff here. Okay, you can let go now. Is the music getting more ominous? Can I crawl to the top of this? Guess I gotta jump, huh? Guess I already searched these, yeah. Alright, we're kind of back to where we were before when being a little more prudent about approaching peeps. I don't think I can pick that up. Yeah. Whoa. Okay. Temple of Time. I guess let's go in. Check out what's inside. I see some encampment stuff over there I can check out. It feels so freeing to be able to just climb. Oh, wow, a ladder. Just climb in. Just climb over walls. Just if I wanted to get somewhere. Don't have to find a path to get in there. Oh, it's pretty sad. Yeah, it's all destroyed and so. Oh, look, there's pots. Look at that, a throwback. Oh, nostalgic. Man, feels like a monster. Just throw this thing, huh? Because these are... What? Oh, a chest. A traveler's bow. I should probably drop some of the bows I can't carry. Whoa. Yeah, let's drop that. Traveler. So I got 2 of those and 2 of these. Okay. And then 2 torches, arm. Looking ready for adventure. Thank you. Yeah, I guess we're good here. Once we get more stuff, I'll get rid of like a club and then a torch, a branch probably. The Bokobo. Like the artistry to make these things maybe has come from a long time ago and I just broke them. Oh, monster. Toga tomorrow. In chat. Wow, look at this. Pray. We can pray? The goddess statue smiles upon you. Thank you. What can I do with you? Pray to you too? No, it's the same one. I've been smiled upon. Alright. Let's go around the back. Anything cool here? I mean, there's that ladder we have to check out. Yeah. Whoa. Wonder if there's a chest up here. Oh, what was that? Climb down? Oh. Not yet. Oh, shoot. Careful, Link. I guess I need to not take for granted that I would just run into the wall and nothing would happen. Link will start acting. Link will start trying to do stuff, and I need to be more careful. It's a proactive peep in this game. Whoa. Whoa. I want to get to the top, huh? Alright, can I make it? Oh, jeez, that seems really tough to do. Okay, hold on. I was able to stand on this for a second, right? Yeah, okay. Ooh, okay. Wait, there's a chest right there. That's cool. That's nice. A soldier's bow? Hell yeah. A bow designed for armed conflict inflicts more damage than a civilian bow, but it will still burn if it touches fire. Wow, cool. Oh, you could paraglide from here, I guess. Yeah, what a view. So that's where I'm supposed to go next, huh? And then there's the little forest that guy went to. Ooh, nice colors. Oh, wow. Okay, well, actually, let's try going all the way up in case there's a little Easter egg up there. Should have started. Oh, God. I can't go around it. I gotta go like that. Okay, now I'm here. Temple of Time. I know, I'm here. I re-triggered something, maybe, somehow. Where did I start? Let's see. Wow, that's the icy place. I feel like I started kind of over there. Wow, whoa. What is this sparkly stuff? Examine? Whoa! Wow. There is a little Easter egg here. All right. Yeah, you found me. Dang. Bye-bye. That's amazing. Can I talk to you still? Tweehee. Wow. Well. Let's see, where do I want to get down to? I want to get back all the way over there just to retrace my steps and start picking up things I ignored before. And then go forward. But let's get, yeah, I'm getting a lay of the land here. This is a great vantage point. So, okay, let's see. So there's the tower. I activated, and then that's where I'm supposed to go to. The guy cooking, I guess that's obvious. That's where the guy is. And then there seems to be another one here. I wonder if I could bonus, like, go over there. Was the sword in the water over... Yeah, that was here. Okay. Yep. Oh, there's some goblins down there. Okay, that's cool. We can go there. So after I get down, I'll try here. And then I'll maybe come around here. And then maybe go towards the water there. Come back over, check out this area, see if I can fight this thing first before I fight this thing. Well, I'm assuming I'm fighting. They just look like they're the same creatures as these things that look like they would come alive and kill me. All right. Here we go. Okay, careful. Oh, oh. Okay, that was fine, I guess. Okay. So I want to go this way, right? So let's see. Gotta be really careful there. There is a ladder, though. Where's the ladder? Over here? Oh, that wouldn't be over there. Run, 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 run. Yeah, the ladder's on this side. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, cool. Shortcut. That's awesome. I'm glad they did that so I don't have to... Oh, there's another one up there. Another one of these glowy things. Okay. Let's run. This is where the Bokoblin camp is. Uh-oh. There is 3 of them. So maybe I need to start with shooting down one of them. Wait, I have different bows. Wow, that one went down. Dang, that's so powerful. Wowee. Well, I don't need bows anymore. Hello. Whoa. Boko spear. A spear haphazardly carved from a large tree branch. It looks like its original intent was for skewering meat and cooking it, but it does have some combat merit as well. Okay, now we gotta... Yeah, let's drop this. Travelers, 2 traveler swords. I guess I could just drop the torch here. Oh. Horn and another spear. 2 spears. That's what I'm looking for. We got shrooms. Nice meat. Wowee. Okay, so now I can actually check the recipe for this. Oh, never mind. Maybe I have to cook it first and then get the recipe. Whoa, spicy peps. This pepper is exploding with spice. Cook with it to create dishes that will raise your body temperature and help you withstand the cold. Nice. Love it. And then there's that cold place nearby, so that's perfect. I see they had wild greens or something. Yeah. A pot lid? The lid of a large soup pot. It smells vaguely of poultry broth. Yum. It could take quite a beating before breaking. Wowee. There's the torch. Okay. So I can start cooking here, because I think I can. Let me try it out. So I take out a torch. So I do this. Wait, here, right? And then I take it out. And then I do this. Then I put it away. And then I start checking out my stuff. Okay, so now I gotta think what do I want to combine? Start becoming a chef. Okay. That's rare. Choo-choo jellies. A little bit of elemental stimulation will change its form. Well, let's see if fire stimulation will change its form to a fire choo jelly or something. So I'm gonna hold one. Cook it. Take a look at that jelly going on. Dubious food. It's too gross to even look at. A bizarre smell issues forth from this heap. Eating it won't hurt you, though. Probably. Alright. That's funny. That's all pixelated. Wow. So it could be painful. I do. Let's see. I have to heal 3/4. Okay. I'll try when I'm in a safe place. And I have a heart down. I'll try cooking or eating it and see what happens. Cook with it to create dishes. Okay, so can I cook one shroom by itself? I'm gonna test it now. Mushroom skewer. Oh, it heals more now. The simple mushroom pack skewer has its colorful presentation to thank for its appeal. Wow. So now, yeah, I can only hold a certain amount of food items. Okay. So now if I do hold, how about mushroom and pepper? Let me see. Like a fire shroom? Cool. Whoa, spicy fruit and mushroom mix. Grants low-level cold resistance. This dish contrasts the sweetness of fruit with the savoriness of mushrooms. Wow. So that pepper was a fruit, huh? And this one does a speed boost. Cook it to release stamina restoration properties. Okay. Guess we'll do that now. Energizing mushroom skewer. Oh, okay. It's just like the other one, but it does stamina too. Instantly refill some of your stamina wheel. This simple mushroom pack skewer has its colorful presentation to thank for its appeal. Man, so cool. All right, now I'm going to try an experiment here. I'm going to try 2 mushrooms and see what happens. If it just gives me 2 skewers or like 1 big skewer. Wow, it does give me a big one. That saves space. The simple mushroom pack skewer. Okay, wow. I love that. Wow. So now I can heal. Oh, wait, what? Oh, this heals 2. Oh, maybe I did get 2. Oh, no, this is what heals 1 and this heals 2. All right, sweet. And that heals 2 as well. I can sort now with Y, right? Sorted food inventory. That's so cool. Okay. All right. Let me try. Okay, so I want spicy with food. Can I cook this? Add 1 meal. Add 1 to a meal for a nutty seasoning. Okay. I'm gonna try 2 things. I'm gonna try acorn and mushroom, and then I'll try acorn, mushroom, and pepper. Cool. All right. That's awesome. Man, cooking's cool. Mushroom skewer. So before it healed a 4th. So yeah, that's pretty good rate. Spicy fruit and mushroom mix with 3 hearts. This is awesome. That's cool. I can't just cook this on its own, right? Let me try it. I'm going to cook on its own. See what happens. It heals half a heart before cooking. Now it heals a full heart after cooking. Oh, good. Grants low-level cold resistance. The spiciness of these sautéed peppers has been broken by the heat for a sweeter taste. That is cool. So if I wanted to, if I'm full on health, I probably should just consume one of these. But then, if I need some health, I might consume one of these other ones as well to keep my cold resistance up. Wait, let me see. It says 2 minutes, 30 seconds, 3 minutes. Oh, you have to look out for, you might get more bang for your buck for, yeah, if you make a big meal, you can really decrease the time. It rewards you for that. That's good. I like that. So what about a spicy bird egg? Okay, let's do that. I mean, if I'm feeling wild, I might throw in a mushroom in there, but I don't want to do too many. I feel like the more I add, the more of a cray concoction I might get. A spicy omelet. Grants low-level cold... Okay, I got a 4-minute long one. That's cool. Low-level cold resistance. This simple dish is common all over Hyrule. Simply fry egg until it's nice and plump. Am I going to run out of food now, Space? Okay. That's sick. All right. Maybe I should save now. I'll wait until I get more ingredients before I cook more things. I think that's good for now. Wait, what did the jelly made this? Yeah. If I cook 2 more jellies. But anyway. It could be tossed into a stew with critters to make an elixir. Oh. So if I do cook it with monster parts to draw out speed boost. Cook it alongside critter to make an elixir. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, I'll try the frog. What if I do all 3 of these? I don't know. We'll see. Oh, poor frog. Did I make an elixir? Hasty elixir. Grants a low-level haste effect, which boosts your movement speed while running, swimming, or climbing. Oh, man. This is awesome. Now I got an elixir. Whew. I should save right now. Okay, I'm going to save now. Let's see. We crossed 30 minutes, and ads are about to start in 10 seconds. Okay, cool. So I'm going to take a break now. I'll be right back, everybody. I'm actually going to heat up some food, speaking of the cooking. So I'll also make sure to get some food in myself. And yeah, be right back. Hey everybody, I'm back. Look at that background. We've been add some extra stuff. I know it's a little fuzzy because my camera is not, crispy clear. But yeah, I heated up my food, so I'll be tending to this while I continue onward. In the spirit of the cooking we just did. This is leftovers. But Bobena made chicken Alfredo with mushroom, so that's what I got. I guess we did cook some mushrooms in the game. So let's get back into it. All right. So I don't want to run out of space here. I feel like I rarely encounter food. Yum. Thank you, piano. And the welcome back. And we're going to preserve these ingredients, the spicy and the mushroom and the egg. I'll preserve those for future dishes. Cool. So now I can try to eat something that will give me 1 heart, like a mushroom skewer. Okay. I'll eat that. We can view the recipe. Takes a shroom. What an animation. That's great. All right. Cool. Oh, that's cool that my temperature increases. I'm looking at the HUD over there in the next to the map. Wowee. Okay. All right. So now, what can we do? We checked out those bokoblins when we viewed it from the Temple of Time here. And then the next thing we thought to do was to backtrack, to retrace our steps for the stuff we passed up because we were trying to be very pacifist-like. But I see that this game kind of encourages you to go bonkers and attack everybody and stuff. So we will do that. So here we go. And part of the stuff I didn't want to take was that axe, right? I was trying to be considerate, but maybe you do get something for not taking people's stuff, but here we go. Wait, is that the same guy? Yeah, this guy just teleports everywhere. What the hell? Woodcutter's axe, a woodcutter's tool of choice for felling trees? Whoa. Its formidable weight and uneven balancing making it a slow, inefficient weapon. Oh, I can't carry anymore. Okay. So let's go and get rid of our extra stuff. Guess we have a bit of that going on here as well. Oh, even the arrows take up space. So I definitely want to drop some of these less stellar stuff. I don't know if maybe there's value in having a bokobo. So let's keep that one space open. I have 2 spears. I want to have at least one of each thing. So I guess it's either the spear or the sword. I feel like I'll get rid of the spear. Got the axe. Does that mean I could chop this tree down? My goodness. Maybe I can, and that will help me get kind of stuff I can't reach. So let's try it out. Wow. That's one part of the tree. Timber. Wow. Cool. And then we got a log. Wow. All right. Dang. Wonder if some thick trees take more hits. That's cool. Well, let's switch back to, guess let's use a sword. Let's do the club. There you go. Sword we'll use if we get into a pinch. A baked apple? You can bake an apple? My God. Direct heat has softened and sweetened this apple. Eat it to restore 3/4 of a heart. That's awesome. I guess I'll start cooking apples. Oh, it did. It does. Oh my God. Okay. Before I skipped it so I wouldn't upset this guy. But apparently, yes. You can upset this guy. No. Forgive me, I could not resist pulling your leg. You can't take what you please. Help yourself. Oh, okay. Never mind. Just kidding. An apple and an open flame make for a succulent treat. Oh my god. Okay. But I feel vindicated now for being worried that taking this stuff will be not cool. God, I hope I remember that's right. An attempt was made. I have one torch, right? Yeah, I got a torch. Yeah, we're good. All right. Oh, score. No, lizard. Can I hunt the lizard down? Ah! Hightail lizard. A lizard found throughout Hyrule. It's a bit slow to react at times, but if given a chance to escape, it will dart off quickly. Cook it with monster parts for a speed boosting elixir. Oh, I see a bug. Maybe I can get that bug. Bladed rhino beetle. This beetle's razor-sharp horns demand that you handle it with care. Boil the horns alongside monster parts to concoct an elixir that will raise your attack power. All right. Tree branch. Can I crouch up the slope? Nope. All right. Uncrouch mode. All right. There you go. Still some bugs around here, huh? I hear ya. Sneak up on the shrooms, man. They can hear you, dude. Something's up there, huh? Ooh, cool. I like how I can catch midway down when dropping down. Okay. Well, I'm just going to keep going then. This is where we came out and we were like, wow, amazing. The Shrine of Resurrection, where we resurrected. I mean, I guess maybe we were put to sleep for a long time, and now they're like, the time is right. You must now do things to save Hyrule. So now I can break this stuff open, huh? Maybe? What does pushing these do for me? Damn. Oh well. Can't climb them. Well, I got a couple of swords. Maybe this will help? No? Damn. Those are some tough swords. Wow. Okay. There's the water. I'm out of clubs. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh boy, they're coming back. Gotta kill the heads. Ooh, another arm. Can't take all the arms, though. That's cray, man. Well, I'm glad they gave me more arrows. What happened here? Guess it was a trap, a nighttime trap? Okay, alright. So now we're trying to get back on track. We're starting from the start, so that going back to revisit the stuff we skipped out on because we were trying to be considerate. That's where the old man is. I guess I did take this high road first. That's where the beetle was. Okay, we follow this road. We found the Temple of Time. Frigibac's in the chat. Guess we can light that. We found the sword. That was exciting. The cold area is to the right there, but I feel like we can just do this first before the cold area. Temple of Time stuff. Yep, 90 cold there. Ooh, birds. Okay. Oh, wow, someone's house. There's a house. Oh, squirrel. Oh, lizard, I mean. Okay, alright. Man, things are looking bright. Okay, we got some goblins. Got some bokoblins. What is that thing? Shrooms? Rare shroom? So this thing, I think we could take out. I think we could handle this here. Because we got a powerful bow right now. Really like it. I think I have it equipped right now. Oops. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Got him. Okay. Rushroom. Okay, that's good. A mushroom that can grow almost anywhere but prefers ceilings and sheer cliffs. Cook it before eating to temporarily increase your movement speed. Nice. Guess we can recover our arrow here. Horn, 5 arrows. Very good. Okay, I'm going to go up here now, so see if I can get this. I cannot snipe them from afar, but might be able to get close enough. Nice. Oh, I guess I don't have a club. I can get a club again. Shield. Can't hold any more shields, so these are all shields. Blue means it's been equipped or damaged. I don't know. We'll drop that one. Oh. Am I going to pick up the other one? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll drop one of these arms and get a club. Oh, nice. Little reward for... Oh, wow, I could break open this stuff, huh? Let's get the club out. Oops, wrong one. It's going to take a little bit to destroy. Huh. Maybe I need something powerful. More powerful. Yeesh. Well, I'll keep trying then. There is another club. Okay, that didn't work. What? Oh, right. Set fire to it. Okay. Oh no, I put it out. Okay, well, let's take this. But if I take... Oh shit, no, I'm on fire, no! Okay, alright. Okay, that's good. Okay, so then that's dangerous right there, right? So, get some Healy items. I have a mushroom skewer. Let's do one. Do I have 1 health? 1.5. Baked apple would work. Stamina. Dubious food. Oh yeah, this is a perfect time. We might get hurt, right? So, Choo-choo jelly. It did work. Okay. Oh boy. They're in an X formation. They're upset at me. Yep. Okay. So if I just keep going this way and maybe I can collect everything. Courser bee honey. Are they still after me? Frozen in time. Yep. Okay. Honey straight from the hive is chock full of nutrients. Cooking this into a meal unlocks the potential of these nutrients. Provides a stamina recovery effect. Hurry, open. Where are they now? Oh god, they're so close. Bomb arrow. A bundle of 5 bomb arrow. Oh no, do I have enough? Uh-oh. Okay, I do. Okay, a powerful arrow designed to destroy monsters. The explosive powder packed into the tip ignites on impact, dealing massive... Okay, that's cool. Go! Oh, man. These bees... They still gonna come after me? Are they gone? Guess they're gone. Hopefully. A throwing spear. A specialized spear weighted to excel as a throwing weapon. It's perfectly balanced to be thrown farther than your average spear, able to pierce targets from a great distance. Man, I see this everywhere. I think it's thrown further than the average spear. Yep. Oops. Okay. So we've checked that out. There's a house over there. Oh, wow. I mean, you like made it over here. You are a mysterious guy. Guess you need a paraglider to get over there, huh? Oh, fancy that. So we meet again. What are you doing? Oh, I thought this tree here might make for some good firewood. However, getting a tree to fall exactly where you want it to is quite an art. The trick is to turn your hips so that they face where you want the tree to land. So, I see you found my axe. Why not help me out and give it a few swings? I'm working up quite a sweat here, but these bones could use a break. Oh, cool. All right, yeah, I'll cut them down. Okay, so if I face this way, it goes down that way, right? I see, I see. So if I face this way, maybe I can bridge the gap? Oops. I cannot believe that. Wow. That is amazing. That is so cool. What is this? Korok leaf. A single swing of this giant sturdy leaf can create a gust of wind strong enough to blow away light objects. These will sometimes fall off trees as they're chopped down. But I can't take any more melee weapons. Okay, alright. So I'll put away the branch. Get a big leaf. So you found my axe like you found my big devil. Yeah. We've been finding a lot of stuff. Conveniently placed. I wonder how they got there, Link. Oh, man. So cool. Well, you asked me if I want to chop down stuff, so I guess I got to keep chopping until it's all gone, huh? Well, let's see if but the axe might break, but... Oh, that's cool. Maybe there's something good about chopping them all down. Wow. 3 ways to go over. Another leaf. Acorn! Oops. Oh, it was a bug. Damn. Could have grabbed it. Oh well. much resources. This is great. Tree branch. Yep. Cannot store it right now. Need to break more things first. I like how when your hip is he said the tree will fall where your hips face. So it really makes me think that your hips don't lie. That's all I wanted to say. Another leaf. Okay. Oh, my woodcutter's axe is badly damaged. I think you can get more from the guy. Oh, shit. From the same place I found it. Yeah. Well, let's try getting more. I wonder what this guy will say. Right now. Oh, we can cook right now. That's good. And there's another little shield thing. Pot lid. Okay. So we've got... Yeah, I think we only need one pot lid. These are better. Oh, there are a few things as delightful as a roaring fire. What are you doing? This body of mine isn't what it used to be. Recovering from a bout of hard work takes a while. If you're hungry, I have an empty pot you can use to cook yourself a meal. Got any tips? I cooked something. Let's take a look at what you cooked up there, shall we? Not bad. Certainly not good. But not bad either. I encourage you to experiment with some different ingredient combinations. The variety of food one can make out here in the wild is quite remarkable. All right. Sounds good. We got to do better. So there's a fire there. That's already lit here. Clodsire's in the chat. And we still have some space to cook things. So let's try the one apple to see if we get baked apple, just to confirm. Oh, it's just simmered fruit. Okay, it's different. This sweet dish is made by heaping tasty fruits into a pan and simmering until tender. Do you think I can combine different boosters into one elixir? Feels like I can. Rushroom. What if I have 3 different shrooms together? I'm gonna make a skewer. Okay, let me try 3 shrooms, apple, and I'm gonna do my first like 5 ingredient thing. Let's see what happens. Simmered fruit, okay. But it heals 5, which is a waste because I have 3 hearts. Maybe we'll hold on to it until we get to 5 hearts. Okay. Coarser bee honey. Cooking this into a meal unlocks the potential of these nutrients and provides a stamina recovery effect. Okay. So let me try both of these 2 plus some other monster parts. So maybe just these 2. Yeah, let's do 4 then. See what that does. Oh no. Dubious. Okay. I'll just eat this now. Did it hurt me? No? Okay. Alright, we definitely know we can do... Okay. Mighty Elixir. Grants a low-level might effect which strengthens your body and mind to boost your attack power with all weapons. Very cool. So we got those 2 elixirs. Nice. Well, I think I feel good. I guess maybe I could try 2 of these shrooms together. Yeah. I'm running out of space there, but that's okay. Yeah, 2 different types of shrooms. It's too bad that I did the 5 with a shroom that was energizing mushroom skewer. Okay. So there's mushroom skewer as a base, and then it goes, that's energizing, and that's also energizing, but it has more shrooms. Spicy fruit and mushroom mix. Ooh. Spice. In a recipe book? And another axe? Holy moly. All right. Oh, there's peppers in here. All right. I'm ruining this guy's place. All right, here goes. The Old Man's Diary. Oh, no. Reader, don't read. Don't read. Okay. I'm going to not read it. I'm okay with murder, but cross the line at reading diaries. Okay. If you're moved by any wild culinary inspirations, feel free to cook yourself a meal using my pot. Got any tips? Has the art of cooking captured your interest? I'm certain you have potential. Allow me to give you some pointers. Ingredients? You can toss in anything edible. Thankfully, there are plenty of options in this area. Just remember that the more ingredients you use in a dish, the more health it will replenish when you eat it. Now then, is there anything else I can help you with? Combinations? The idea is to mix heartier ingredients like fish and meat with things like grains and vegetables. Spices and herbs help too, naturally. However, do not accidentally add in things like bugs and lizards. Let's just say they're not compatible. In fact, they're quite foul. Now then, is there anything else? Effects? Certain ingredients have special effects, such as temporarily warming you up or increasing your stamina. If you use them when cooking, even a normal dish will be elevated to one with a special effect. Do note that combining bugs or lizards with monster parts may yield some unexpected results. In fact, that's how you make elixirs. Now then, anything else? Bye. Try to consider how the ingredients will complement one another. Please, as my chef apprentice, I want you to be more careful. You can even make a dish that increases your stamina. It's all about being creative and trying different things. Oh, ho, ho, yeah. All right. Sounds good. I'm going to use this axe we got to keep cutting. I don't know if this guy will appreciate it if we keep doing it, so we're going to try. Oh my god, the overcast is happening. It's moving so fast. Okay. Whoa, I fell on the house. Oh, shrooms again, still. I see a squirrel. Whoa. All right. We wanted to offer the squirrel an acorn, right? Do I have any more acorns? Yes, I have 1 acorn just for this. Squirrel, would you like acorn? Nope. Okay. Oh, they saw me. Bye. So that won't work. Good to know. Put away. Drop. Okay. Is that a bird? What is that? What is this thing? Oh, it's a shroom. Now I can cook my 3 mushroom special. So try that out. Okay, let go. Oh, we have a camp over there. There's the house. Have the trees regenerated? No, really? The ones I chopped down? The mushrooms regenerated? Huh. Wait, the logs are gone. No. Ah. What? I was gonna cross it. No. Oh no. This is tragic. I was gonna cross here and go talk to those peeps, but now, oh man. That sucks. What am I gonna do now? Oh, a farmer's pitchfork, a farming tool used to collect hay efficiently. It's light enough to be used by anyone. The 4 prongs are very sharp. Wow. There's all sorts of weapons. Oh man, I don't even know what to get rid of now. I guess I can get rid of 1 sword for a pitchfork. There you go. Hey, shout out to Magic the Gathering Sword to Plowshares card. Well, see if I just continue chopping. I guess I will. See a mushroom thing again over there. What do you think? Did I chop enough? No. You don't care anymore. You may use my bed if you need to rest. Unlike a fireside nap, sleeping in a proper bed should really rejuvenate you. Huh. Sleep until morning. Yep. Well, trees haven't grown back. Maybe later. I could chop the trees behind the house, but I doubt this guy will care about whether I've done that. Okay, so there was goblins here, right? Yeah. careful. Okay. Wow, that's a long drop. What's next? There's the house. We did the house. Ooh, can I get the butterfly? No? Okay. Maybe I'm supposed to sneak. Yeah, okay. We were going to try this area first before the one they told us to go to, just because we're contrarian like that. If you'd like to say. Ancient screw, okay. Star you in the chat. I wonder if we'll see any eggs up here. Is this a good spot for bird eggs? Okay. Oh, wow. Red rupee? Wow, I got money now. Finally got money. Let's see. Hour and 30 plus the 2 hours 30 we had before. So 4 hours in, we got our first monies. Wow, wow. Oh. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, man. What? What? No, 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 no. What the fuck? Oh, I should have saved. No. I should have saved. Oh. I hope I auto-saved recently. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Do I have 20 money still? Oh, I'm kind of close. I do. Okay. Oh. Great. Well, at least we could die right away again. Cool. Your traveler's sword is badly damaged. Okay. Oh, my shield broke. Oh, wow, I didn't die right away. Yep. Okay. All right. Ah, wow, that's intense, man. Maybe I won't try right now. Oh, maybe I can shoot an explosive arrow at it. All right, so bomb arrow. The best of the best. And a pitchfork. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, wow. Wait, did that work? No, it just killed me. Amazing. Okay, I think I still want to keep with this, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to save here. I just want to see if a health bar shows up above the person. Above this machine. I see that there's the thing that glows right there. So maybe if I press that thing or get to that rather than this thing, it might be good. All right, let's see. Okay, so I do this. It does have health. Okay. Oh, wow. And it does distract it, I guess. Huh. It does something. Shh. That's weird. Why didn't it try to shoot me before? Wow. I don't have enough bomb arrows to take it down, though. All right, so I'm just gonna switch back to regular. Yeah, that seems good. Blow away light objects. Okay. What's up, Spitty? Thanks for the happy stream anniversary. Hope you're having a good day today. No pressure, though. You can have a bad day today. Tell us about it. Well, you don't have to tell us about it, but you can say, yeah, it's pretty bad. And then we'll hope it goes better. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to try to approach that thing again. Seems like it's something for stronger me in the future to... Oh, is this how we defeat it, with rocks? Maybe that's the secret. Okay. A labyrinth. Oh no, is there another one over here? Oh jeez. Let me save. Wait. All right. Okay, I think what I'm supposed to do is run. Okay, good. Oh, and maybe you could shoot the rocks, man. All right. Sounds good. So I think what I'll do is I'll get close to it and then go around it. Right? Let's see. Guess the other one should be activated too, right? Okay, so I go like this. That won't do anything. Can't find me. Okay. Thing. Oh wait, I could shoot a bomb arrow at that thing. Run! Oh, okay. Alright. Anyway. Are you gonna move? Wait. Are you moving? No, you're not. Oh god. Alright, so now I can take my sweet time here. Oh wait, I don't want to throw this. I'm sorry, wait. There you go. Alright. Gotta wait till that fire dissipates. May I? Alright, I'll try this. Jabai's Shrine. Okay. Sheikah Slate confirmed. Oh, a travel gate. Travel gate registered to map. Access granted. Whoa. That's amazing. Let's see if there's any like chests or anything back here. No. Whoa. Where am I? To he who sets foot in the shrine, I am Jabaj, in the name of the goddess Hylia. Bomb trial. The goddess Hylia. Sheikah Slate authenticated distilling rune. Remote bomb. A bomb that can be detonated remotely. The force of the blast can be used to damage monsters or destroy objects. There are both round and cube bombs. Cube bomb, so use whichever best fits the situation. Cube bomb. Wow. That's new. Okay. Use rune. Use selected rune from your Sheikah Slate. Change runes. You can change runes quickly. Oh, wow. Alright, so I have a... Let's see. Ah! Wait, bombs are like a... Oh, no. I can't put it away. Oh, detonate. What the hell? And then it recharges? Wow. That's amazing. Okay. So if L is for bombs, then I can do arrow plus bomb. Can I do the bomb arrows? Just like in Link's Awakening? Let me see. No, not quite. Oh, does this detonate it? Oh, it just pushes it. That's great. Oh no, I blew up my arrow. Okay, I get it back though. That's amazing. Okay, alright. Traveler's sword is badly damaged. Oh, here we go. Oh, this is weird chest. Traveler's Claymore, a basic two-handed sword often wielded by aspiring adventurers. Its immense weight can knock enemies' shields right out of their hands. Man, I don't got enough slots for all these things. Yeah, doing a mini. That's right. Yeah, Catbot is playing a Zelda game too. That's funny. That's great. All right, what's common? I often see these zombies come out, so I'm just gonna drop the writhing arm. See you later, arm. It was nice knowing you. All right, now we got a big old claymore we can use. Mr. Mime in the chat. You've disarmed yourself. That's right, I did. Oh, man. Oops. Well, I guess that kind of works. I could fall down on purpose. See what I can do here. Can I still climb? Nope. Can't climb these walls. They're too smooth. That's funny. If it's a natural wall, I can climb it, but not smooth walls. Whoa, I hear Scottish music? Whoa, what's going on here? Wow. It's like a whole American Gladiator sort of situation. Is this a natural wall? I can't get up there. Okay, all right. Wow, look at those ceilings on this. Let's talk about fluorescent lighting. Okay. They're shooting everywhere. Okay. Oh, right. Okay. Oops. Nice. Well, we're almost there, but I am curious about what's going on here. Do I have to get the ball? What if I shoot the ball away? Duh! Okay. There's my arrow. Okay, I got the ball. Now what? Can I get over there somehow? Oh, I guess I could drop down from above. That's one way you could do it. But it might be that I should launch this somehow. Oh shit, oh shit, wait. Okay, alright. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna save right here. And then I'm gonna see if I just die by this thing. Here we go. Whoa, I don't. Amber, a fossilized resin with a caramelesque sheen to it. It's been valued as a component in decorations and crafting since ancient times. Wow. Okay, well, let's take this ball with us. Let's see what we can do with it. Oh, yeah, we have to launch it over. I see. Yeah. So I guess we're doing the right thing. Grab ball. What? Oh, there's a little thingy you could do. You could drop ball here. Oh, shit. No. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, I have to try again. So jump down here, pick up ball, and then go around again. Unless, can I jump while holding the ball? Oh, I can. Okay. So I don't know if I was able to jump back up. Okay, I am now going to officially drop ball here. Oh, no. Pick up. Oh, okay. So do I put it in there? Is that just for bombs? Let me see. Oh, it's for bombs. But we did it the other way. Okay. We were just being a cool person and just went up and threw bombs ourselves. Alright, well, let's still launch this thing over there, huh? Gosh, it seems tough. Oops, I didn't mean to drop it. Throw. Yeah! Alright. Okay. Now we have a ball. Oh, God. Oh, it doesn't do anything. Oh. Alright. What if I was just supposed to stand on it? Doesn't matter. Examine. They have proven to possess the resolve of a true hero. I am Jabaj, the creator of this trial. I'm a humble monk blessed with the sight of Goddess Hylia, dedicated to helping those who seek to defeat Ganon. With your arrival, my duty is now fulfilled. In the name of Goddess Hylia, allow me to bestow this gift upon you. Please accept this spirit orb. There are orbs. There's a lot of orbs going on. I have bomb, explosive orbs. I got this orb. There's that ball that we don't know what to do with. Spirit orb, a symbol of courage given to those who have overcome the challenges of a shrine. May the goddess smile upon you. Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye. Wow. Look at all our items. 20 rupees, 2 Korok steed stuff. Hey, we have bombs now. That's right. Hey, paraglider. It seems you managed to get your hands on a spirit orb. Well done. Thank you for the cheering Amphoroses. How did you know? Paraglider, please. Clairvoyance, or perhaps just something similar. As one gets older, it can become more difficult to see what is right before one's own eyes. However, that which was once hidden from view can often be crystal clear. But perhaps that is not true for everyone. The appearance of those towers and the awakening of this shrine. Look at this stick. It is all connected to that Sheikah slate you carry on your hip there. Paraglider, please? What do you mean? It has been quite some time since I have been seen that Sheikah slate. Long ago, a highly advanced tribe known as the Sheikah inhabited these lands. The great power of their wisdom saved this kingdom time and time again. But their ancient technology disappeared long ago, or so it is said. You're the one who said it. It is interesting, however, to think how something like that survived all this time, hidden away in a shrine. These shrines are tucked away in numerous places all across this land. On this plateau alone, I believe there are still 3 more. Bring me the treasure from each of those shrines, and I will give you my paraglider. That wasn't the deal. Oh, well, I suppose I changed my mind. I'm sure that won't be a problem for a young go-getter like you. Since I'm feeling generous, I will also teach you a trick for finding shrines. It's always best to survey the area by looking around from a high point. Let's see here. How about you make your way to the top of that tower again? Got it? Got it. I admire your eagerness, but allow me to teach you something else before you go. Take a look at the map on your Sheikah slate. Okay. See those blue icons? You should recognize the cave where you woke, the shrine you came from, and the tower. Okay. You can travel instantly to any of those places with the Sheikah slate. Oh. Or so I heard quite some time ago, it is said. I do not know if it actually works as such. That's funny. Okay, wow, we have a lot of stuff going on. I'm going to save. Okay, so now we have the power of bombs. I wonder if I can destroy that thing now that's been killing me. Oh shit, it's still there. Right. Oh. Alright, so now I can do this. And then be like, oh, whoops, not drop it. Oh, that works though, too. Okay. Maybe it doesn't completely destroy it. Does its health go down? It does, a little bit. Okay. Ah. Yeesh. I wonder, let's see. Man, that's gonna take a lot of work, huh? Am I actually already? Maybe I have to hit its eyeball. shit. Okay. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Run. Wait, don't crouch anymore. Okay, all right. Ooh, the claymore. Let's try a sphere. Oh, you came back, huh? We got the arm again. Okay, well, I'm going to not bother with that thing. That's tough. Ow. Ooh. Oh, birds and... Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, hi. Ooh, gotta hone in on it. Ooh, keys! Kangaskhan in the chat. The wing of a keese. It's covered with very short, sharp fur. It's not much use by itself, but you can mix it with critters to make something useful. Can it hit me from here? That's sick. Wow. That is dangerous, man. Wow, even from here. Anything up here? Yep, wow, okay. Careful. Oh, a frog. Catch, 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 catch. Nope, you're gone. Oh, shit. That thing woke up. Okay, alright. Nice. Ooh, a door. What the hell? Just a steel door. That's cool. Iron door. Metal door. Oh shit, right. Okay. Bye. Bye. See you later. That's the shrine. Okay, so the guy talked about teleporting maybe? If we go to the map, or... Use my Sheikah Slate. Okay, I will. Let's go to my key items. So I got my Spirit Orb, Korok Seed, and then Sheikah Slate. Oh, okay. Guess I'm not. Maybe I have to do it once I climb. I'm like, don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Go. Oh, I ran out of stamina? No. Okay, good. I was just hoping to collect ancient gear. Oh, yeah. A gear used in ancient machinery. Despite being incredibly old, its build quality is leaps and bounds above anything else using current technology. Okay, that's what I was hoping for. I see there's still a damage meter there. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Really? Serious? Damn. That was from far away, man. Wowie zowie. So gotta get over there. Ooh. Cooking spot. Camp out. Camp. Did I already slay these peeps? Yeah. Okay. Great Plateau Tower. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try going up it once. See what we get. Oh, I didn't mean to jump. Oh no. Alright, let's rest a little bit. I think maybe we can skip ahead and go here, huh? Now we'll try jumping. There we go. Checking back in, how goes it? It's going pretty awesome. I don't know if you were here when I had a internet disconnection that happened. So the stream time that's on screen is reset, but I already banked the time when it did happen. So 2 hours 30 minutes add on top of the 2 hours you see there. So we're really at 4 hours 30 minutes in. So just another work day to go, I guess. Another 8 hours. At least. So what's happening now is I just did my first shrine. It was like a bomb trial. I got bombs. They're these glowy blue bombs, which is cool. I encountered for the first time these scary machine monsters that shoot lasers at you. Those things are really powerful. And then, and the old man said, "Hey, go get treasures from other Hey, how'd you get up here?" The Guardians, yeah, they're terrifying. Well, you certainly took your time. Did you forget how to travel instantly? Yeah, but I forgot. Open the map on your Sheikah slate and select one of the blue tower or shrine icons. If you've registered the location to the map, you can travel there instantly. Now then, I wanted you to join me up here so you could use this as a vantage point to search for shrines. Did you know about the scope on your Sheikah slate? Look through it, and you can stick a pin anywhere you like to mark on the map. The scope and pins. Press in and then pin. The pins on your map serve as reference points for your travels. Just stick a pin anywhere you're interested in. How do you know? Oh, just a few tricks I picked up after many years in the wild. You may take my advice or leave it. Go ahead and take a look if you feel inclined to do so. Wait, so pressing in... Oh, this is the scope. Edit pins, place pin. Oh, okay. Can I see a zoom in on the guy? Wah! Jump scare. Place pin. There you go. Edit pins. Wow. Stamp. Stamp box. There you go. Runes. Remote bomb. A bomb that can be detonated remotely. A bomb. Okay, they both different. Round and cube. Whichever fits the... Okay. I noticed that the... there seems... This is a different character. Is this longer? Is a different language going on? Okay, we got a map. But we could teleport, right? Yeah. Okay. So stamp, delete stamp. Stamp or a pen. Okay. Ugh, Shrine of Resurrection. That's where we can go back. Then we can go back there. Okay. All right. Well, testing it. Wow. Okay, so we came back here. What I want to know is this the way to do the map? No. Oh, right. Okay. I forgot select button is to go and open the map up. Runes. Damage data. Okay. So then we go back here. And then we can also go here. Oh, RIP. Wait. What's up with that? Someone's buried there, huh? That's cool. We've already done the bomb trial. Three more. So now I gotta get over there. Which I can do by just going around. I find the warp animation to be, yeah, it's really lovely. There's a fluidity to it, like the way they disappear parts of you. Okay, time to make the trek. Comfy in the chat. Ooh, that one's looks like a shortcut, huh? If I take this way, and there's a platform right, well, hopefully fast enough down there. Oh, I'm not even going fast enough. Okay, now I'm going fast enough. Uh-oh. I can see what happens when I run out. Alright. Cool. Doesn't get too cray. Oh no! Oh, I'm alive. I'm okay. Alright. There it is. Okay, so I gotta go there. Terrifying. That thing can activate and go after me, huh? Let me save here. This great wide area, this plateau is giving me the heebie-jeebies. I think it's a trap. Ooh, frog. Wow. Omano Shrine.
To you who sets foot in the shrine, I am Omanao. In the name of Goddess Hylia, I offer this trial. Magnesis trial? Magnets? How do they work?
Sheikah Slate authenticated distilling rune.
Manipulate metallic objects using magnetism. Grab onto the metallic objects using the magnetic energy that pours forth from the Magnesis rune. Objects held in the magnetic snare can be lifted up and moved freely. Rune extracted. All right. So, let's see. I have it equipped. Whoa. Oh. Whoa. Push or pull? Whoa. Oh my. Wow. Now we gotta think with portals. So we got that block. We got those bombable blocks. Whoa. Dang. Oh, dang. Uh-oh. Yeesh. Hello. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Ah, I like how they've explained this, at least one of these parts has a buoyancy enough to float on water. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. Huh. Wow. Your resourcefulness in overcoming this trial speaks to the promise of a hero. In the name of Goddess Hylia, I bestow upon you the Spirit Orb. Spirit Orb. May the Goddess smile upon you. Orb! Oh, yeah. We have a friend circle where peeps like to say orb. Ponder it. Yeah, ponder this orb. We got 2 orbs. Got to ponder both of them. Thanks for the cheers, Bobana. All right. Okay, so now that it explains all these metal boxes around here, let's get our box on. About to enter the boxing ring. Let's go, let's go. Can I magnetize those creepy things? I don't know. That would be cool. Oh, there's a chest down there. There's a chest over there. Can I get him out? No way. Whoa. Whoa, look at that. That's so cool. Damn. Amber. You know, one of my favorite parts of Twilight Princess involves magnetism and a certain other item. So I'm really glad to see that here. Oh, the hell? You can grab onto this thing too? What is this gonna do? Whoa. Oh. 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 Well, I'm just gonna do that. Whoa! Cool. Yeah, we could just drop it from above. Get this big old chest. Let's see. So that thing is kind of being tipsy. Oh, oh, oh. I'm being tipsy, I guess. Oh, I can push the chest back in. That's funny. Alright, stay back. I've got a chest. I'm not afraid to use it. An opal, valuable ore that gives off a mesmerizing iridescence similar to the inside of a seashell. It contains the power of water. Okay. Sounds good. Again, is this... Oh my god, it is. Yeesh. That is way too powerful. What am I gonna do with this thing? Oh. 2 chests. Well, I'll leave it there for now. Oh, are those not made of metal? Oh, okay. So now I know what to do with like that long one. So now I want to go over here. That's really cool. Does your channel allow posting clip links? My links, I have links disabled, but if you want to send me, if you want to whisper a link to me, you can. Otherwise, if you want, you can share to the clip channel in the Discord. Oh, there you go. Yeah. All right, so there was the like the long thingy. Where'd it go? Did it despawn? Oh my god.
Got an arm. And then the spear's over here. Oh, a traveler spear. Even better. Oh, but I can't carry melee weapons. Well, it's okay. We'll put away an arm. Drop that. Get the spear. Alright. Ooh. Let's get that stuff. Nice. Any more shinies? Probably over there. Okay, and then I'll check out the Discord there, see what you maybe linked, Calroon. Cascoon in the chat. Proudly discovers magnetic chests. Yeah. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Oh, let me link this particular one there, people, if you want to. There you go. Bam. Paste. Oh, wait. I almost linked to the Discord message itself rather than the URL. Copy text. Copy link. Copy link. A lot of links going on. There you go. All right. You made me think of something, Calroon, so I'm just checking on something. Wow, really? Whoa. Okay. All right, Calroon. I just added VIP status for you. I forget if I'll let VIP share links, but you can give it a try. And if you still can't, I think there's still a setting to change, to go and change that. So if you could do if you want to find out now, you can. You don't have to, but if, next time you're up for it, try sharing a link, and if it's still blocked, I'll look in the settings again and make sure that VIPs can share links. Okay. Ooh. Oh, nice. Hylia herbs. Hyrule orbs. Orbs. Herbs. I did that before. I don't know why when I look at herbs, I want to say orbs. My gosh. Maybe I gotta go inside then back outside to re-find that really long piece of metal. Oh, no, it just sunk. Okay, alright, we're good. Come back out now. There we are. Let's go. I am Magneto. Holy crap. I can make this go really high up. Anyway. Praise the metal beam. So I need to put this over there so I can get to those chests. Those non-metal chests. Exactly, Galron. Okay, alright. How do I do this, y'all? Hopefully I don't knock these chests into the water. Maybe that would still be fine. Okay, maybe I gotta face it like this, like somehow. I was like, how do I rotate it? I want to oh. reorient myself. Let's see. Let me try canceling. And then I'll do it like this. Oh, shit. Hey, y'all. Now. What's happening? Okay. Oh. Just don't need to pick up the arms. Okay. Here we go. Oh. There we go. I spent all night getting that. Oh, ice arrow. What? Bundle of 5 ice arrows. Ice arrows break apart on impact, freezing objects in the immediate area. Incredibly effective against hot stuff. These are stone. Huh? More fire arrows. Glad to have those. Man, that's some bubbly swamp, man. Gotta watch out. All right. Bum 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 ba-da-dum bum. Okay, so now next I gotta. Ooh, horses. Whoa, amazing. So I did that. So do I travel back up there, or maybe just check my Sheikah slate? Don't need the bows. Don't need that. I guess so. Yeah, let's check it out. Where do I go next? Yeah, I'll go here. Wait, wasn't I supposed to? No, I already did that. I got the magnesis. Two more, yep. All right, so you told me use the vantage point of this to find the other two. Oh, I found them. Okay, I found one of them. And there's the other one. All right, so I got to go all the way. Got to go all the way up there, huh? Man. The other one's over there. Seems like hot and cold, huh? Wow. Damn. It's quite a journey. Ah, crap. Do I have to climb down the tower again? Wait, I can warp to that one and then just leave to go there. Okay. All right. Ooh, this will also get me closer, huh? Maybe.
For a second, I was like, I lost my ability to climb. Like, it's because I got a spear on, or what? Man, yeah. There's so much to do. Okay. I can even maybe get started by just by going up here. Just climbing all the way up. Yep, that's the one I want to get to. Alright, what's over here? Got those bokoblins over there. See, I feel a lot more courageous nowadays. Uh-oh. Got one. Oh, I should re-equip that one. Oh, hi. Vocal Club. Wait. Oh, I got a fire arrow now. Cool. That's cool. It'll go out though, right? Yeah, okay. Regular arrow now. Seared steak. Is that an acorn? Yeah. Couple acorns. Okay, it's getting chilly, right? So I gotta... I'm watching my health. If I see it sink, then I know I'm supposed to start spicying it up. Okay, yeah, alright. Aw, poor Link. So let's eat something spicy. Let's see, it's one of these ones that say temperature down. And then one that doesn't heal as much as well. So spicy sauteed peppers is one that we can do right now. Yeah, so let's try that. Cold resistance. Nice. Oh. Quite a drop there. Wow, we can sail that, huh? That's cool. Sail a little boat. I guess that's the way we gotta go. There's a waterfall too. Hopefully I won't run out of spicy food. Wait, are you gonna come alive? No? Okay, good. But I could still start a fire, huh? Wood. A portable bundle of wood. You can use this to make a campfire if you have something to light it. Wow. I guess it's teaching me how to light a fire, huh? Do I have something?
Oh, I have fire arrows. Maybe that works. Okay. All right, and then torch. Then we can cook. All right, so how much? We got some spice still? We have 4 spicy peppers. I want to make 4 separate dishes. And get them all. Yeah, so I can get my cold resistance up. So let's see. Acorn. Spicy acorns. Honey. Honey straight. Cooking into a meal unlocks the potential of these nutrients. Fried stamina recovery. So I just want I just want that. Health, health. I've made before, like, what is this? A simmered fruit dish thing. Oh, it's right here. Spicy fruit and mushroom mix. So I guess we can do apple and mushroom. Oh, that one is actually just spicy simmered fruit. Okay, so let's look at the recipe that we did for that one. Fruit and mushroom. Oh, acorn as well. Okay. Yeah. What if we do more? It just heals more, right? Yeah, okay. We're at 30 seconds left. Okay. Should we try... What if we do this? The other mushroom. Will that do anything? Or no, because it's stamina. Fruit and mushroom dish. Oh, no. Did it lose the spiciness? Oh, it did, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can't combine... You can't counter, I guess, the stamina and the spicy. So we lost that. What does the wood do again? Portable bundle of wood. You can use this to make a campfire if you have something. Okay, I see. Okay. And then... we can cook the herbs. Can we have spicy herbs? A lot of them? Is that too many? I'll stop holding. Let me try this again. I'll just do 101. There you go. Spicy steamed fruit. Grants low-level cold resistance. Regional dish made by steaming near-ripened fruits in the leaves of fragrant plants. Okay, cool. So now you got a bunch of stuff. Mighty elixir. And then we'll just re-up our resistance to cold soon. Which should be all of these, but whichever ones gives us the lowest health, we'll use that first. So spicy fruit and mushroom mix is the one next there. Do I, if I sit near this, does it stop the timer? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I guess it doesn't. Now what happens if I do morning and does the 16 stop? Oh, I'll just say night, noon, night. Yeah, the timer is still going down. Okay. So I see it's at the 9 mark, right? So does it become 309 when I start doing this? Actually, I guess I should wait till I take some damage first, and then heal and okay, yeah. I will do that. Okay, so it should take damage soon. Yeah, when I get to 1 heart left, I'll eat. Okay, now. Oh, nice. Little ice chew jelly thing. Whoa. Let's use the power of man. How about a bokoblin arm? Oh my god. Wow. White choo-choo jelly, a jiggly substance that came from an ice choo-choo. It's cool to the touch, and squeezing it seems to relieve stress. If struck, it will explode in a cold mist. Okay, now I know. Yeah. Stress-relieving ice choo-choo jellies. Very nice. Man, I wonder if there's fire choo-choos over in the fireplace, and that would help us get resistance to here. Oh, hello. Okay, so you want to do this. Oh, shit. Is there anything up here? Okay. I feel like lighting those fireplaces might actually help us with our heat. I'm just not doing it right, maybe? Okay, alright. Maybe a spear will help. Right? Oops. Yeah, so if I just do a strike like that. Yeah, okay, alright. Lots of screws and springs, but only gotten one gear so far. Wowee. Oh, now it's less cold when you go over there. It's great. I guess let's spend this time going over here. Out of the cold. Oh. Oh shit. That was a stronger one. Alright, seems good. Wow, look at all this stuff. Spices? Oh, yeah. Got a torch down there, but we already got a torch. We're good. Well, I guess we could re-up on get a new torch. So, wonder if the use is like it's a little used. So if I drop this and then get a new torch. Okay, can I join your club? You have a oh, you have that thing? Okay. How does this contraption work? I gotta lower it somehow, huh? Maybe I can use magnesis? Will that work? It might. Hello? You gonna come down here or what? Let's see. Oh shit, rocks. Yeah, that shield's almost gone yet. Are these rocks I can throw? Oh, okay. Or what if I cut? Maybe I have to cut up there. I see an X on it. Maybe shoot an arrow up there. I don't know. Alright, let me try. And I could throw bombs and stuff too. Oh wow, look at all that. Yeah, look at that. You can move things. Okay. That's cool. Alright. Oh shit. I got too close to the explosion. Okay, so let's eat wow, 9 peppers. That's great. So let's eat something that's not the spicy stuff. Let's see, 3. Something that does 3. There we go. Fruit and mushroom mix. Remind me what that is? Oh, there's stem mellow mushroom. Okay. Did I at least hurt you? I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. so weird. I was trying to think of like maybe what would make sense for them to do. I guess they shoot their own bridge down. Dreepy in the chat. Can't carry any more shields. All right. That's a spiked one on the floor, so let's just drop one of these. Whoa, cool. Rare stuff. Amber. Got some guts. Wow. Bow I don't need. More arrows, thank goodness. I don't suppose I can climb this, huh? Okay. Alright, let's get out of here. So, there's stuff to move or about over there. I'm just gonna do a little check over here for cool stuff. Guess I'll start hugging along here. Alright, that's just dead stuff. Okay. Oh, that was just... Okay. Ooh, very nice. Oh, a Traveler's Claymore. Another one. Ow. Yeah, that's familiar. Ooh, the moon. Wow. The moon's moving really fast. Okay. Okay. Here we go. There. Oops. Oh wow, it's gonna keep hurting me, huh? Okay. Oh no! Don't sweep away. Stay. Oh god. Alright, alright. Three, yeah, that's pretty good. 350, this is 330. I guess the one that gives me the most I will try to go for first, because I feel like I'm still going to be in it for a while. Okay. Oh, shh. Crap. Uh-oh. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are. There you are. Oh, no. Come on. Oh, boy. Oh, I guess you stay stuck there, huh? Why can't I get you? Can't get you from here? Oi, oi, oi. Okay, don't gently, right? Okay. Alright, so then I get over here. Gotta do it again. Oh, the physics. Oh boy. Nice. Okay. Now that I'm here. Oh, ice keys. Okay. Does regular hurt better or okay? Or does fire is super effective? Okay. Regular's fine. Keese Eyeball, a rare material dropped by a defeated Keese. It's fun to look at, but it doesn't seem to have much use at first glance. But it must be good for something. Ice Keese Wing, a rare Ice Keese Wing. Its frozen wow, we got 3 rare items. Its frozen surface gleams attractively, but its usefulness isn't readily apparent. Okay. Looney Mooney Tooney, welcome to the channel. How's it going? Thank you, woohoo, go bro go. All right. I appreciate it. Let me know if you know me from outside of the context of Twitch. I know I shared this link out a little more. It's Val, yeah. I I see my automated systems going possible ban evader monitoring, and I was like, no, don't don't get her. Yeah, I was like, when you said bro, I was like, all right, I don't know if this is a dude bro or if this is my sister. Well, thanks, Val. And that's there's Bobena, my partner, right there, saying hi. Okay, all right. Well, there's a lot of them going on. Okay, hold on. Let's see. What do we got? Let's shoot down. Oh yeah. Oh wow, that's so cool. I gotta defeat this thing fast then. Oh wow, that's crazy. That's. Oh, I ran out. Oh wow, what the heck? Okay, let's try this claymore for the first time, huh? Ugh. Wow. All right. That's so heavy. Oh crap. Okay, I should probably do something about you. Ow. Oh, it's cold now, huh? I gotta get something spicy again. Oh. So right now, Val, we're at yeah, okay, all right. I'll eat some spicy. Poor Link here. I've been waiting. I've been having Link just take some damage intentionally because the food restores health too. So that kind of gives me time. So now I'm going to have some, let's see, the next longest time, because I think I'm still going to be here for a bit, is the 350. So spicy fruit and mushroom mix. So what right now we're going to do, we're trying to do 2 more trials at these shrines. This old man was like, go find 2 more. And then, you know, I'll give you my paraglider. And then we were like, ah, you punk. I got to do so much work for you just to get your glider. Okay. Creepy arm moving. No problem. What a punk. I wonder if I could take action on this message that keeps reminding me possible ban evader. Click reply. Wait, let me press this so it doesn't run me out. I'm looking at my chat window thing here. Click to reply? No? Oh well, I'll leave it there. That's okay. It's not getting in my way. Okay. Well, I guess I better run a lot, huh? Whoa, is that a chicken? No, it can't be a chicken. It's got to be a different bird. But let's see. Can I sneakily get a bird? Oh my god. Y'all ruined the vibe, man. Okay, alright. Oh, they already used their ice thing. Oh wait, no, they re-upped. They re-upped. Okay. You're still thinking about that squirrel from earlier. Ah. It was so great to see some squirrels. I'm still trying. So we already tried the experiment of. I tried the experiment of presenting an acorn to the squirrel. The squirrel ran away still. So, so the next time I'm just gonna try to sneak it up on the squirrel. I guess if this. I don't know if the game will let me cook fuzzy cute things. They'll definitely let me cook a frog, which was. I see now we're in this world of taking over other people's camps and then killing them all and taking all their stuff and their guts and stuff. So that's pretty intense for a Zelda game here. I'm feeling. Wait, can I just, maybe this will help. Oh, jeez. That doesn't help. I was thinking if I have long range with this sword, but it's so slow though. Yeah, that's probably not going to be the way. How many arrows I got left? Oh, this way. I got 5 arrows, regular ones. Okay. But what does help is a spear against those. Wonder if I don't have to throw that. It's a throwing weapon. I'll try it, I guess. You were too far away from the TV at first and giggled at, but now I see you see the squirrel too. What, right now? Oh, the squirrel eating the emote. Not eating the emote. The emote of the squirrel. Yay! Secret behind the waterfall. The rumors are true. There's a sword in the ground. Oh yeah, yeah. Soldier's broadsword. That's so cool. A sword brandished by the soldiers who once protected Hyrule Castle. Oh man. Its durable blade is well tuned for slaying monsters. You didn't see their email and thought it was just 2 laughing email. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, but man, I got that squirrel game. Squirrel emote game. Okay. I got a broadsword. I just put it in my pocket. You see that animation? Let's see what that looks like. Whoa. Okay, I'm still going to use a claymore, I guess, because I have too many claymores. Until we find a new thing. I probably shouldn't use another. I don't know. Whoa, spiked bokobo. Oh, the chest said no. Come back and clear up some space. Okay, all right. I'll get rid of that one. Do y'all run into this before? Is often running out of space? Because you just get so many weapons. Nice kick. Let's do it again. Oh, this one wasn't a kick that time. Maybe because I was right next to it. Maybe if you got to be on the side, it kicks it. Whooper in the chat. Okay, so we are officially behind the waterfall. Beautiful. Nintendo knew the assignment and delivered. I still haven't used that boat thing. Maybe I should have to make the trip a little, I don't know, a little faster. I did go take the long way around, maybe. Well, I'm still satisfied. I got a broadsword. So next really difficult enemy I face, I'm gonna bust out the broadsword. You're running out of space constantly? Yeah, I guess it's a normal thing. Alright, we're officially in cold mode, so we're gonna let Link take a bit of cold damage. Poor Link. And then we'll eat something. Okay. I could technically let it get to half heart, but it spooks me out too much. It scares me too much to let it get to half heart in case some, I don't know, I get sniped by an enemy while I'm trying to fumble to press start and eat my next re-up on cold resistance. I got 2 cold resistance left. I hope that's enough. I do have a lot of spicy. I just picked a bunch of... Now I'm trying to think. I know it's Peter Pipe. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. No, that's different. Pickled peppers anyway. But I was trying to think of what to do it in Zelda terms. Paternalistic. I don't know. Calhoun says, mainly because I was always reluctant to use my powerful weapons, despite the disposable nature being a core part of the gameplay. Ah, yeah, okay, I gotcha. So maybe the lesson I should take from you is just don't be shy to keep using the powerful stuff. Maybe because I'll keep finding powerful stuff. Like, there's less of a scarcity problem here. I wonder if nighttime... I don't know if nighttime makes me take damage faster when in the cold. It seems like they don't care about if it's night or day. Whether you take cold damage more harshly. The temperature of the sun. What if that's a psychological thing, though? No, that's not. No, because we've seen that in real life. People like die frozen. Sorry, it's getting morbid. At nighttime, they don't survive the night. The night is a dangerous time because of the lack of sun. Ah, okay. If we had chopped those trees, could we have made it? No, those seem too short. Okay, all right. That's really cool, though. That one time we chopped trees and it went over, bridged the gap. Very cool. Oh wait, I can make my own fire. No, I can't cook my own dish just readily like that. Can I just eat the peppers though on their own, raw, and then I get increase my cold tolerance? Maybe I can check that out in case I get into a little pickle. Whoa. Okay. Oh, I see an enemy. All right. You want to go? Here we go. Oops. Oh, nice block. Okay, all right. Hopefully this slowness doesn't get me. Oh, it's a two-handed weapon. That's right. Gotta be careful about that. Nice. Wow, they went really far. Oh, the claymore. Okay, all right. Gotta go all the way back. I can't pick up that. And the shield too, probably. So I'll drop this one. And you hate two-handed weapons. They are a lot. I know, right? It's like I can't use my shield. It's in this one in particular is slow. Okay, I like the torch. I haven't used this yet, so I'll keep it. This one either, and this one, those are all unique. So, and I got to keep that. So I have to drop the claymore. Yeah, I'll drop the claymore. I have one claymore. Got this one. That's cool. And then the spiked Boko shield. Very good. All right. Let's see what treasure they were guarding. Ooh, arrow. Did those disappear? I don't know. Gotta pick it up. More arrows. No, amber. Okay, cool. Very cool. All right. You love the two-handers for how much damage you deal, though. I mean, I did just win. Wait. Oh, right. For a second, I was like, what? How could I miss that? No. It is huge, but I should not be fooled. Oh, yeah. Wow. Cool. What an opportunity. What an opportunity. Hello. Ah, oh, crap. I screwed up. Okay, hold on. Did that do it? Yeah. Okay. All right. Nope. Oh. There we are. Oy. Should I jump down? Oh, jeez. I gotta climb down, huh? Climb down. Might not have time for this. Okay, go down. Cool. A lot of spicy stuff. I guess you don't have a cooking dish thing. That'd be nice to have. Oh! Some random chest over here, huh? 5 arrows. Alright. Time to eat another dish. Oh, I see another party out there. Okay, alright, next. This is 3 minutes. That's 3:30. Okay. Eat. Alright. Hi. Let's rumble. Oh, whoops, wrong button. I know how to fight. Okay. Oh, I have an archer. Okay. Oh, my thing's on fire. That's cool. Hold on. Let me light it on fire again. Okay. I was trying to run towards them. Okay. Does this work? Can I set that on fire? No. What else can I do? Can I set this on fire? No. Okay. Put it away. More arrows. Okay. So now I'm behind. Now I'm... I went all the way around. I guess over there, there's cooking over there I can do now that I've gone this far. I can just go back up this side here. Oh, there's a bird, huh? See the shadow. Yeah, let's re-up on our spicy dishes, I think. I'll make the trek back to a cooking pot place. Wow, has it already been another 3 hours, 20 minutes? Wow. That's amazing. So for anyone who didn't see, the stream crashed at 2 hours 30 minutes in, and then now it's, so I guess when it gets to 3 hours 30 minutes, that'll be a total of 6 hours, and that's just about the halfway point. That's cool. I should probably take another break. Guess I'm almost finished with my lunch that I started, and then I should think about starting on the dinner, huh? Okay, all right. Speaking of, all right, let's cook some stuff. We have, it's amazing how much time just flies. Yeah. I feel like I can barely even make any progress with my regular length streams. I usually stream for maybe like 5 hours average. Such a big game. Okay. All right. Oh, I like how you get, oh, cool. You get multiple pages for materials. I hope that's this case for food too. All right. It's too bad I don't remember the recipes for some of the ones that lasted a while. Okay, let's see, what was herb plus peppers? I forgot. But I could try going around the world. We have bird egg. So I can go mushroom, egg, apple, acorn, spicy. No, wait, let's use. Oh, I haven't even tried like all the mushrooms together with the spicy. Could that work? Let's try. Spicy, mushroom, mushroom, mushroom. Do I dare an acorn? No, just do pure mushroom plus spicy and see what happens. Oh, wait. Oh, I have to... Right, I gotta light the thing. Right. Okay, alright. So, go here. Alright. And then... Okay. And then, now I can do it. I just ran out of cold time. Mushroom, mushroom, and mushroom. Alright, cook. Wow. I got a spicy mushroom skewer. Alright. Heals all the... Wait, I just have a mushroom skewer. Oh, I canceled out the spice. Okay. I think it's because this gives stamina and this give... Yeah. So don't mix the attributes, I think. I have to use like pure mushrooms for that. Okay, so hold that. What can I use a lot of? I can use that. Not that. This and this. Okay. How about a spicy omelet again? Just to get a safe one in there. And then I'll do some spicy shrooms. Spicy omelet. 4 minutes. That's pretty good. Maybe I need hella spicy omelets. I'm doing it. So many spicy oms. Om nom nom. Okay, so now we're gonna do spicy Hyrule herb. No, the herb is no, yeah, herb is fine. Okay. Couple of those. How much hearts does that do? Just 3 and 3. Okay. What if I go maximum mushroom with 1 spice? Does that make the spice increase last a while? 430? Is that the best I've done so far? Yeah. Look at that. Okay. Using more ingredients increases the bonus, I guess. Add one to a meal for nutty seasoning. Okay. So if I take a spice and then an herb and then an acorn. Spicy steamed fruit. Oh, look at that. Spicy steamed fruit, 3 minutes. Spicy steamed fruit, 3 minutes 50. So if I look at the recipe, that used an acorn, and then this used no acorn. Oh, wow. You really get a bonus, man, with all these seasonings. I guess when it tastes even better with spices and seasonings, you just feel warmer inside. Okay, so honey is one. Cooking this into a meal unlocks the potential. Okay, so let's try the same thing. I'm going to go herb, honey, and spice. Sea pepper, see what that does for us. Glazed veggies. Don't like the taste of vegetables? Simply saute them in honey for a salty sweet flavor. That's my first glazed honeys. Although I might have lost the anti... Oh, man, yeah. I lost the anti-cold there. Okay. I see. Okay. Too much sweetness to cover up that spice. So, okay. Let's cook with, let's see. No, not mushroom. Okay, we got to do that one. Or, I guess I'll do apple and spice. Spicy simmered fruit. Okay. All right, cool. I think I'm ready to go back now into the fray. Now that I've got hella anti-cold. Sweet. Oh, right. Now that I've cooked, let's see, 3 hours, 30 minutes. Okay. So I'm going to take another break now. Yeah, so I'll be right back. Now that we've cooked, I'm going to go see about what the dinner plan will be for myself, and then be right back. Stretch your legs, get snacks, use the restroom and all that. And I'll see you soon. All right. Hey, everybody. So, I ordered some food delivery, so I'll be looking out for that. And then I'll just go on a quick BRB just to pick that up when that gets here. And that will take care of the dinner plans. Thank you. Thank you for the welcome back. I finished my slowly ate my lunch of the leftovers of the chicken Alfredo mushroom pasta, penne pasta. So that was good. But now we're going with some delivery there. All right, let's go back to the game. Okay, we just ran out. Poor Link, man. We just ran out of the cold anti-cold meter, so we're gonna go with another re-up there. Let's get a 450 or 430. It's our highest one. Here, let's resort. There you go. Yeah, 430 right here. Mom says enjoy your food. Oh, thank you, Mom. All right, let's see here. Eat. All right, so we'll be all right. Oh man, my stamina. Forgot about how fast it runs out. Okay, there we go. Anything over here? Just becomes not gold anymore. Okay, all right, let's go back in. We don't want to waste this cold protection. Oh, wow, cool. I haven't been using jump to go vertical, like upwards, this whole time. I should do that to make my climbs faster. Okay, there is a fire there, but now I'm all curious about going up here. Okay, that's pretty high up there. Try to make sure my tracker is on so I don't lose track of the driver. Hey, that's the thing that we wanted to get to, right? Oh man, already? Here we go. That's so cool. Looks like we have a keys to fight here. Oh, that's not a keys. It's just a butterfly. Okay. Oh wow. Oh wow. That's where the okay. Huh. Wait, is this a different spot? Is it a secret one? No, it must be the same one. Oh, a dime shrine. It's been like an hour. Yeah, I just lose track of time so much. Yeah. I guess I felt like I had that bridge to cross, right? And I don't know. I guess I felt like might be a mini boss before I get here. But I did fight a mini boss of sorts. Like there was that teal colored bokoblin that I beat up. Maybe a couple of them. Yeah. To you who sets foot in this shrine, I am Oa Daim. In the name of the goddess Hylia, I offer this trial. Stasis trial. Whoa. Stasis? Is that like time freeze? Oh my god. Sheikah Slate authenticated distilling rune. I love that you can hear the Zelda like little build up fanfare music in this remixed or in this context. Stasis. Stop the flow of time. There it is. For an object. For an object? Oh, wow. Stops an object in time while storing its kinetic energy. The stored energy will act upon the object when the flow of time resumes. Make good use of the stored energy making good use of it can move even the largest of objects. Jeez, man. Wow, that's powerful stuff. All right, okay, here we go. I guess I already have it equipped, right? So, stop time. Oh, this thing. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, is that enough? All right. Uh-oh. 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 Timer. Okay, all right. That's gonna blow up or something. Ooh, yeah, that's cool. Oh no, too late. Okay, hold on. Alright, so now I gotta go forward. Okay. Oh, I could do it again and again? No, I gotta wait till that one's done. Oh no, I guess... Okay. Alright. Wow, look at that. Iron sledgehammer? This large iron sledgehammer was originally used for mining, but it works reasonably well as a weapon too. Alrighty. Into the fray we go. This is two-handed as well, huh? So... No, the broadsword is not. Okay, so... Breath of the Wild! Ultramelon, what's up? How's it going? That's right, it's finally happening. Finally playing Breath of the Wild. Oh, that's funny, Breath of the Wild. B-O-T-W. Hope you're having a good day today. All right, I want to keep all this farming or like tools. I like that, and this one, and that one. I feel like I can pick this up again later because after chopping trees, so I'm gonna drop that. There you go. Happy streamer. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And you know what? I did not overhype this game in my head. I am not disappointed with like, what? It's not blowing my socks off? Oh, wait, hold on. Let me check if delivery's coming. Okay, all right. Phew. It is absolutely making me very happy, so that's great. I guess I'll equip this just in case. I mean, it's maybe for a reason that it's giving me that option. Okay, sad little Korok leaf. There you go. Okay, so let's see. And with this being your first Zelda Ultramelon, I'm like, wow. Whew, what a way to kick it off, huh? Oh, I get it now. I'm supposed to hit it. Wait, uh-oh, I don't think I did that right. Okay, all right. Or maybe I just do it now. Let me see. Oh, I'm supposed to hit it a lot. Okay. Build up kinetic energy. And then do this. Oh, so cool. Matt knew what he was doing. Oh, Matt said start with this. All right, cool. But now it's like, oh, okay. Time for me to pick up some dinner. I'll be right back. BRB. Hey everybody. So that took a little longer. The food delivery actually arrived with missing items. Don't worry, we have enough for both of us. But I just had to make sure to go and report missing items so that we can get refund. And then, yeah. Let's see. Arranging out my food into an easy to consume way while I'm playing. Okay, seems good. Am I in a new room? No, I'm in the same room. Bobena, that's funny. Actually, there is a change in between. Okay, well, first of all, Bobena put up these lights and also put up Psyduck with Luigi hat and Aurora. So Psyduck and Aurora, the Lapras, are usually both in our room, and we haven't usually had the fairy lights up. And then between getting the food and now, she set up the cat tree is over this. So she set up a blanket over that to make it into a cool fort just now, so that the cats are having fun. Look at the Saiji. There you go, Saiji. Yeah, so just to keep them entertained while I'm sitting in this chair facing away from them, and they're wondering why aren't you playing? I'm playing other things. So anyway, all right, that looks okay. All right, so that's ready. Oh, let me open up this stuff, condiments, so I don't have to do it mid thing, and then we'll switch to the game once I have that set up. But yeah, I hope everyone's now it's 9:03 p.m. my time, Pacific time. So now it's getting towards when peeps are closing up their evenings in the U.S. Hope everyone's having a good evening. So let's see. With the crash that happened before at the 2-hour 30 mark, and with 4 hours here, we are at 6 hours 30 minutes. When I said that when Dunpeel gets back from dinner, we'll do the little 10-minute like kind of retrospective on the past 3 years of games and what community favorites were from those, and then what some of the games we have planned for year 4, and then we'll continue onwards from that. Yeah, it's nothing big, nothing too spectacular. It's basically like PowerPoint slides. But yeah, okay, all right. Let's switch back to the game. We just knocked the boulder away with the power of kinetic energies built up. That was pretty cool. And now let's talk to this monk. All right, Spirit Orb. So right now we have 3 Spirit Orbs. It looks like I'm trying to get one more shrine, and then gotta talk to that old man, mysterious old man that keeps teleporting places.
Ultramel0n gifted a tier 1 sub to Piano Ninja 18. They have given 5 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much for the gift sub. Wow, 5, you achieved the... Oh shit, hold on. Thank you so much, Ultramelon, for the gift sub and also the opportunity to dance to Kiss from a Rose once again. I appreciate it very much. Let's see. Oh, Piano says, in case my first chat got bumped out so I don't look rude, hi, Ultramelon. Oh, okay. Speaking of which, let's check to see if I miss anything. Yeah, Brad of the Wild, of course. Yep. Looney Mooney Tooney also enjoyed that. Very cool. I'm sorry, did it just say Piano Ninja? Piano Ninja. Maybe Ninja 18. They were like, that's probably Piano Ninja. I don't know. Okay, wait. Let's not have the sledgehammer equipped for these peeps. Let's just get some spiked Boku Club going on. Oh, geez. Okay, yeah. Wow, you're very intense. Okay. The spear. Don't need that spear. And that's a traveler spear, which is cool. What do we got right now? The headphones were too low to hear it exactly. I hope so. We got this thing, a throwing spear, otherwise known as a javelin. But it's nice to see that it's in the family of spears, perhaps. I don't know. Yeah, I guess we don't have a spear besides that one. Yeah, I'll move on, I guess. This dang iron sledgehammer is taking up even more room. You're so glad you were able to make it to this. You got home for work when you hopped. Oh, man. I hope your work went okay. I know work can be not really fun sometimes, and sometimes it is fun, but Bobena isn't back for as long as the cats will allow. Thank you, Bobena, again for making this stream possible because of keeping the cats occupied while I play through Breath of the Wild. Whoa, look at that. Oh my gosh. Oh, and then we use our power of kinetic. Oh, all right. Okay, let's do it. So we equip here, and you do this, and then you go and stop time, and then you go ahead and do this. 1, 2, 2 is probably enough, right? Maybe 3. Let's do it. Hopefully it doesn't roll backwards. Or okay, good. It did, but in that direction. All right. Let's switch back to club. I want to break this thing so I have more room. Okay. Hello, stone. The traveler's bow. I already have some of those, right? Yeah. Let's get rid of, I guess, the bow. Get the traveler's bow. You don't need to thank me. I'm happy to assist. Just explaining. Well, okay. All right. Okay. Now I need to keep thinking in terms of like I can scale walls, so I can maybe go down some of these things and find stuff maybe. Yeah, like over there. Is there a secret over there? Only one way to find out. Well, there might be multiple ways to find out, but I know of one. Oh, God. Let's go this way. Let's go left. But before I go left, let's restart and get our stamina back. All right. Now let's go. I wonder, does jumping waste more energy than just doing it the long way? I wonder. It makes sense to... It's sort of like when you use cars at high speeds. No, is it just braking? Maybe it's just braking. I don't know. Okay, we should probably... No, I think letting go is okay. Oh, we're in cold territory again? Uh-oh. Wow. Okay, so if I do this... Sweet. Ooh. Hello. Rocks, huh? Oops, wrong one. There you go. Oh, wrong one again. Yeah, I'll use that one. I think it's easy enough to use right here. There they go. Is there another one behind me? Yeah, there was. Those punks. It's so exciting for you. I'm glad to hear. Ah! I'm glad to hear. It's sort of like you're all hanging out at the virtual couch. You saw the new profile pic. Oh, yeah. So that art that you see, you complimented on. Let me switch here. I don't know if you, yeah. So Bobena did that art. Um, new milestone, 3-year mark. It was a good time to switch it. Also because of playing through Unbeatable, Jet Set Radio, and The World Ends with You. Discovering my a name for the things that I love that all have these things in common, along with like Fully Cooley and Scott Pilgrim. Grind fiction. So when doing reference for this is in this kind of like grind fiction type of style, Shibuya punk type of stuff. So yeah, Bobena decided made this for me, and it was great. I think it's really really cool. So I updated my avatars to be this face, and then of course I'm using this wherever I can. Yeah, Bobena's right off to the side here, taking these compliments quietly.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it that you also shared that you enjoyed it as well. Bobena sees that. Yeah,
Thank you.
it's amazing. But yeah, okay. It also, like, another thing is that it kind of gets into that style of like 80s synthwavy or whatever style. Which is also something I enjoy as well. Didn't know how to name. Yeah, grind fiction. Look up grind fiction, Shibuya punk. Those things will lead you towards some properties that fit that. Okay, let's heal up with maybe 4-minute one that is 3. Yeah, spicy omelet. Let's do it. Oh yeah. Okay, great, wonderful. Got two teeth. A little bit of dental work. You wrote them down? All right. Oh, wow, there's stuff down here. Man, what a trek down there. Am I done being up here, though? I don't know which direction is going to be, like, the one that has the most I have to travel backwards for, right? Oh, my gosh. 2 roads diverged in a wood, and I took the path most de-elevated, lower elevated. I'll go in this way first, since I do see things here, so that at least tells me there is something this way, even if I have to climb back up. Wait, but the power of gravity means, no, all right, I'm going this way. Actually, woke up one of your babies up. Okay, your cats. They're meowing. Oh god, am I gonna die? Hold on, let me go back. I'm getting cold feet. Never mind the cold temperatures here. I think I could jump safely here though. X. Let go. Okay, alright. So I want to get down there, but maybe... Oh gosh. Maybe I gotta go up there first. Oh gosh, that seems pretty far-fetched. Maybe a straight shot down. Straight down. Wow. Oh my god. All right, we're going straight down. I hope this is not further than I think it is. Oh my god. Oh, you know what? Can I save here? Yeah. Woo! You have never done this? It makes sense if this world is so big. Like, even other people, like, right off the bat, I think someone else said, like, this is something no. They've seen playthroughs that they've never done, that they will never do. I don't know. It's amazing how we can all just choose to do different paths here. Oh, God. Am I going to make it? Go, 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 ninja, go, ninja, go, go, ninja, go, ninja, go. Oh, yeah, Piano Ninja's in chat. I mean, go to you, too. Oh, wait, I made it. Okay. Phew. Go, Link, go. All right. We're good. We're good. Phew. I don't suppose there's anything down... Oh, yeah. That's... Well, look at that. There's even ground down there. That's amazing. Okay. All right. Well, let's hurry it up. Hey, y'all. You want to fight? Hope that's not too... Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. That's better. Oh! Wow! So many apples! That's so cool. Let's make it rain, huh? Oh, yeah. Timber! Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to do that again. Okay. Anything under here? Did I squish an apple? Okay. Oh, yes. So and this leads to the... Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm glad the trees regenerated. So, when I was first here... Oh, God. I haven't even crossed it before. Oh, will you let me cross it? Can I jump on top of it? No? Oh, I thought you could... Oh, okay, there you go. When I was first here, I chopped these down. Then I went inside his house. I was on the other side. And then I came back out, and all the fallen over tree things were gone. I was like, what? I put in all that work. But now they respawned, so that's cool. This log bridge was my mother-in-law's greatest challenge. Oh, no. Dang, man. Oh, look at all these. This is wonderful. Gotta pick an apple. Got it. Okay. Ugh. Oh, wait, I've already done all that. Right. And there was honey in there. Okay. But it was their first video game. Really? Whoa! Ooh, mushrooms. And birds? Oh, man. Yeah. Okay. Well, I ran out of peppers, so it would just be heat. Yeah, I already have way too many foods, so I think I'm good. I guess I should just go back now. Wait, I already collected my thing from there, so now I could go to my next place. Alright, let's go. Remind me where it is, so I'm gonna go... Oh, it's supposed to be in, like, kind of the mountainy area, right? Shrine. Okay, we'll see. All right. Oh, that's why I got confused. Oh, okay. All right. Remember when I said already? For some reason, I guess when I looked at it from this angle, maybe
I thought this cold mountain was belonging to this orange one there. That I still have to do. And then I looked at it also from here, and I thought this reddish orange mountain belonged to this one. But it looked like the coldness was related to that one, and then this might be something different there. Or maybe it's still in the cold, I don't know. But, okay, now I know where to go even more. Let's go that way. All right. I guess I should teleport down to somewhere easier to. Should I go there? Maybe. Yeah. Let's try it. So I go all the way over here. Okay. So, let's resume. I last went this way, right? Yeah. And then I had to decide go left or right once I went down. So I'm going to try going left this time. Wait, your first video game too, Ultramelon? I knew you. This was your first Zelda, but I didn't realize it was really your first video game too. Wow, holy moly! Oh, well, I'll take some damage first. Pretty epic game to start off with. Very cool. Oh yeah, now we're talking. What are all these regions? Okay, let's get a 4-minute one. Yeah, spicy omelet. Played a bit of Kingdom Hearts. Was this your first one you fully... Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. Makes sense. That's awesome. Oh my god, I need like hook shots for that thing right now. I see those. Or no, those are mushrooms. I don't know. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I can make it across there to get to there. So I might just need to go straight up if possible. Looks like there might be a ledge there I can grab here. So I'm gonna try going there. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Thank you so much for the opportunity to dance to Kiss from a Rose once again. Punchliner, hello. I appreciate it. Thanks for the resub. 10 months. 10 whole months of emotes.
64.
Ooh.
Keep up the good work.
You got one of the rare ones. Keep up the good work, Punchliner. Or at least, yeah. Okay, I think I'm in trouble. All right. Oh, I'm standing a little bit. Oh, I'm standing a little bit. Ooh, oh boy. That was cool. I mean, I reset my
You've been here, but hello. Yes, lurking. You're part of Team Lurks. Oh boy. Oh boy. Wow, that was. I thought it was a goner. Okay, cool. Let's try again. What else can I? Can I try to shoot for here? Let's try it. No comma. I don't know where that came from. You mean, yeah, I know you mean no comment. Unless you really mean no comma. It's like, hey, I just want to let you know ahead of time, I'm not punctuating this sentence. I don't know where that came from. Okay, can I stand kind of right there? Maybe not. Also, I'm gonna save. Just getting ready to die. But maybe I could stand like right there. This might be stand onable. Stand on me. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I still lived through that, I guess. Okay, let's eat one of these things. Yeah. Just a little mushroom skewer. Although, looking at the time I have left for the... I might have to re-up my cold. So, maybe the Galaxy Brain play is to eat some simmered fruit here. Oh, but what if I fall again? Never mind Galaxy Brain. I'm a fool. Okay. They don't call him punctuation liner. wait. Let me start again. I tried to do a... Okay, here we go. This is the based way to go. I tried to do a jump right at the end as if it was peak. But I don't know if that actually helped. Oh, I should have a stamina. I should eat a stamina thing. I forgot I have stamina stuff. Those like stamina shrooms and all that. That could be cool. All right. If this doesn't work, I'll do that. Yeah. Oh, cool. I didn't die and stuff. Okay. All right. So now here's an energizing mushroom skewer. Instantly refills some of your stamina wheel. This simple mushroom pack. Oh, wait. Can I eat it mid-climb? Okay, let me see. We're going to do a test. We're finding out. We're learning about how this game works. I realize... Okay, so now we're in mid-climb, right? So let me get to the halfway point. Oh, wait. Now that I've ran out of cold... Let's do it. Well, I can even test eating this right now. A spicy omelet. I cannot believe I can do... Look at that. Link went like this while he's doing this. How can you do both things? I mean, why do I question how he could carry all these cooked foods on his person? So, all right. We're good. That's funny. All right. Continue. He's a talented boy. Skarmory is in the chat. So now I feel extra powerful. I feel invincible. I'm ready to tackle the Breath of the Wilds. Okay, so now I'm going to go and take a stamina eat. So I'll do that one. It's the link inside. His mind was fed by minded food. I don't know why I said it like that. His mind was fed by mind food. What did I say? Minded food? All right, just in case, I'll do one more because might not make it. I'm going to do it just in case he's... Okay, all right. I wasn't sure if this will let me recover here. Okay, here we go. Seems extra tough. Oh, that looks good. Look at that. I could stand on that. I feel like a mountain goat. Oh, yeah. Spider-Man mode right here. So close I can almost taste it. Release your inhibitions. Feel the rain on your skin. Or the cold on your skin. It's really cold. It hurts. Oh, we made it. Now what? Whew. Okay. Let's take stock of where we are in relation to where we've been. Okay. Now, I know I just said that to make it seem like I'm really organized about where I'm going to do my next approach, but I have absolutely no idea. And I'm just going to wander and see what I stumble upon. Oh, a rock. All right. Oh! Whoa! I found you. Wow. There you go. Bye-bye. You know what they say. We will rock you. Oh, a core rock hiding under a rock. I get it. All right. You ever get this desire to do this?
Oh, look, stairs.
Shit.
Whoa.
Stairs. Whoa, rock. It didn't go down. I hope I don't go down. Hold on. Oh, whoo. Yeah, that's yep. That's dangerous. That's a danger checking rock right there. But yeah, I agree. I had that what do you call it? That energy. Whoa, rock. Whoa. Okay, let's see. Something might be here. I better save here. This is foolish territory. Okay. All right. Oh. Oh my. Wait, I feel like I've been here. Oh yeah, in the beginning of the game, right? No. Can't be. They just look the same because architecture can look the same. Because we were climbing on the side of a some castle wall type of stuff for a long time in the beginning of our session here. Oh, look at that. Is that a Korok? Oh, very nice. In the emotes, not on the game. Oh, are you bombable? Oh, I forgot about that's right. Do I have double cold resistance? I got 2 icons. That's cool. But yeah, I forgot about how I can get some of this stuff equipped. Yeah. Man, I gotta be thinking with, like, I gotta be thinking a lot with these weapons. I got so much abilities right now. My gosh. Oh, there's the place I gotta get to. Look at that. We just wandered, and then we just ended up in the place where we needed to go. Wow, wow, wow. Yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Where are my Koroks at? Alright, let's see. What's in there? This is cool. Hope it doesn't give way below me. Hey, shadow puppets. Can you make a little thing happen? What does it look like? Maybe if we equip a certain weapon, maybe we can make a face happen in there. Okay, let's do some spicy steamed fruit. A creepy stick monster. Oh, look at that. All right. No. Okay, let's do. Aha. What kind of shadow puppets can we make right now? So that looks like eyelashes. Could be eyelashes. Someone's eyelashes. Let's see. So if it's eyelashes, maybe close to right here. So the shadow I'm looking at is way over, like, On the top of the screen up there, not. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so not. Oops. Not that one. How about this one? How are you feeling? No? Okay. Those are two-handed, that's why. So we need a one-handed. Oh, yeah, the broadsword. Oh, that's not. Yeah, I need something that you tend to hold up. Maybe a spear? Oh, okay. Is that anything? I'll do a patrol. Okay, all right, let's move on. That was fun for now. That was fun, fun, fun. Okay. Can I climb the cold? Will my fingers get all... Get all pained? Hello. Oh. I saw there was a symbol of green up arrow on that one. I don't know what that means, so I'm gonna drop this thing and pick up that up. Oh, they both say up. Okay, all right. Oh man, do I keep going? Yeah, I think so. I'm already here. Better book it though. I'm already running out of spicy dishes. Okay, maybe not book it too much. I might need to transition into a climb. Don't want to run out of stamina mid-run into a climb. Whoa, okay, alright, alright. Is it better than current? Oh, wow! Old man. Better than currently equipped, right? I don't know. The fierce cold atop these mountains can take quite a toll as the night sets in. Oh, it does. Night. Breathtaking view. This may be the best place to get a full view of the entire plateau. Look at this stick. Use your scope to look for shrines. When you locate one, place a pin on your map as a marker. You did well to make it this far without the proper clothing. Please take this warm doublet as a reward for your tenacity. Wow. Cold resistance, a warm pullover. Typically worn by, it looks kind of like Link's green tunic thing. By mountain folk. Its sturdy fabric and thick gloves are great at retaining body heat. Whoa. I assume you will want to try it on right away, yes? I thought you might be eager to see how it looks. It's quite fetching. Yeah, and not be cold. Thank you. Yeah, old man voice. Well, I suppose it matters not. It is yours now. Do take care to put it on before you get too cold, though. Say less. All right. Quit. Yeah. Am I okay now? Eh? Cold resistance is going away. Search. Oh, we found flint. Strike it with a metallic weapon to generate a spark. Now I don't have to use fire arrows. This portable fire starter breaks after one... Oh. But it can create a long-standing flame if you use it near firewood. Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. Yeah, create sparks. There you go. I wish I could find... Can I find more flint off of you? No? Oh. Alright. Well, anyway. He wants me to mark my map. I guess I'll do it. Okay. Am I going to take damage? Link, are you cold? No, you're tough. You're warm now. You're good. Okay. Alright, let's test this out here. Can I zoom in? Yes. Zoom in. Alright. And then can I stamp? So somewhere around here, stamp. Ooh, how about that, huh? I'm not quite sure that's correct, but it's somewhere in that direction. Okay, so now I can go down that way, go this way, and then go up that way. All right. Hey, that is another cold. I guess both of them were in the cold. All right. Well, I want to just immediately jump down, but that's dangerous. Unless they do it like that. Parkour, parkour, parkour. All right. Can go down this way. This is all right. There. Man, I'm not used to having had so many different like weapon types to use. Usually like the Zelda formula is like sword plus secondary weapon, but the secondary weapon is sort of like less primary feeling. Like I don't even have a sword, right? Yeah. Like I could switch to sword, but it's on the same level now as the other ones that usually would be secondaries. Very cool. Oh wow. Ice keys. Okay. Don't come after me. I'm surprised I made it this far without needing to get more caffeine. Very cool. Okay. All right. So there's a fireplace there. Anything up here? For context for peeps, I tend to fall asleep when I get sleepy, like like when I'm not really strong to fight to keep myself awake. When my thoughts tend to wander, and I'm sleepy, I'll tend to go fall asleep. And when they wander when I do repetitive actions. So when I'm playing like one of those card games where you play another like a 5-minute game or a 15-minute game, and I'm doing the exact same stuff I've always done, that's when my mind starts thinking about other things while I'm doing that. And then that's when my brain wants to go to dreamland. But this game maybe just keeps me constantly surprised, and my mind is still on the game, so I'm like still engaged and not wanting to. My mind doesn't want to wander away into dreamland. Do I feel a little tired? Maybe.
Would you like a,
But I got adrenaline right now. Yeah?
would you like a Mr. Brown?
No, I'm good right now. I'll let you know. Thank you. This is all new content. Yeah, everything is new. Yeah. I could see how maybe doing a rock, like climbing a mountain over and over or something could be a little dangerous for that, but it's definitely being new. You have flint? You got flint? No? What are you? You look icy and stuff. Oh, what if I can melt you with fire? Oh! It worked. Oh my god. One more. What? Even one more? Now what? Can I pick you up now? Alright, I'll commit one more. What do I get? Magic! It's a Korok. Yeah, you found me. I'm so stoked. Oh, man. Beldum in the chat. All right. I should probably get up there sometime. Yeah.
I now understand the context of that of the Ultramelon emote there. Well, maybe there's still more to learn. I see that Link's got a Korok mask on, so maybe I could become one with the Korok later. Okay, let's see. Hello. Let me get those teeth. All right, in the horn. I have so many horns and fangs now. I wonder if I can grind them all up into some kind of useful powder. Kind of cook all of them together. What am I doing going away from the objective? I'm so I'm wanting to explore around and stuff before I commit to the end path of that main objective, but I feel like I would just keep doing it forever then. There's so much to see, so much to do. So what's wrong with taking the back street? All right. Piccolo, I'm sorry. This is the trap of this game, yeah. How much can I talk about this game? Basically, no letting me know if there's anything, no confirming anything I'm wondering aloud. No asking me anything if I've done this or this yet or whatever. Basically, I guess err on saying nothing if you're not sure. Because I don't want to know anything I don't know right now. I don't want to know. I want to either miss it or find out. Oh my whoa, whoa! I want to miss it or encounter it on my own. Oh, hi. What's up, man? What? Where'd the other one go? Huh, you run away? Maybe I didn't realize they would be all done by now. The rock missed me. Oh, you're talking about you're letting me know, hey, there's falling rocks. That's funny. I'm glad I didn't know about the falling rocks because I need to be surprised, and I need to possibly die and reset my save. That is what is really fun for me is the surprises when, yeah, all the stuff coming naturally is the best. Death is necessary. Yes. Yes, definitely. When I saw those, like, oh, wait, that's the Korok I already found. Okay. When those creepy crawlies with the lasers happened, I was like, what the heck? Those things just, oh my gosh. And, oh wow, look at this. That's made of wood, right? So, is it dangerous to go in there? I better save. Alright, it's time to go into the freezing water and die. Holy, yep. Holy, yep. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I almost died. Wow. Yeah, that makes sense. I found one already. Yeah, there's, what, those laser ones? Oh, yeah. They were near one of the shrines. They didn't crawl, sorry, they didn't crawl towards me, but they were stuck in the ground. And they were trying to shoot lasers at me. All right, so, sorry, let me see. I'm eating, right? I'm eating, so I need to go here. Guardians, yes, the Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't need cold anymore, so I just need to have a 2. Yeah, 2 will do. Fried wild greens. Yum. Okay, so can I get that thing? Uh-oh.
Can I get that thing out of there? That's what I meant to do. Okay, let's see. It's not metal. Let's see. If I stasis... Oh! Something's happening with that then. Okay, I stop it in time. Now what? Can I hit it with arrows so that it leaves? I could throw a javelin at it? I don't know. Okay, let's see. Thinking... Yeah, I can maybe hit... Okay, let me try. Confirming with arrow. Does a regular arrow push it? Oh, but I want to aim correctly. Oh, okay. I got a perimeter thing going on. So if I can get it over there, that'd be good. Oh, wait, barrels. Okay. It's a tough one. It'd be cool if I can explode it out of there, then. Okay, let me try pushing it. Oh, it pushes! Wow, cool. Alright, so I don't know if this helps to stop time on it, but I'll see if it does. Alright, that's 3. Okay. I'll just do regular from now on. Wow. The power of physics. Oh no, I don't know if I could reach that far now. My traveler's bow is badly damaged. Okay, it might have reached the shore now. Okay, can I open now? Oh, look at all those arrows I could get. Woo! Worth it. Oh. So cool. All right, I got an opal, a valuable ore that gives off a mesmerizing iridescent symbol. Oh, yeah. We had one of these before. Okay, can I collect those two without sinking and dying? Oh, dude, I better save right now, man. Save. I don't want to fall into the water right after I did all that work. Okay, one more. It's like right there, that other one. Oh god, it's getting frozen. Ouch. Okay. All right. I'll cut my losses now. Dunpill's back. You know what that means? Ding ding ding. Dunpill, you ready for me to show some little slides? It's not too fancy. I just want to make sure you settled in. You might have just said made it back, and then you're like going to get a beverage or using the restroom or whatever. You have literally never done that? Wow, I guess there's a different way to do that. Okay, there is more than one way to open a chest or get that chest from the lake thing here. Okay, that was amazing. Thank you. Okay, all right, let's go and let's see. We're at almost 5 hour stream plus the crash we had earlier, so 2 hours 30 minutes, 7 hours 30 minutes, which is actually pretty fitting. No, it's not fitting. It's a little. It is past halfway, but anyway. All right. Let's switch into. Let's go and review our past 3 years of games. Do a little retrospective here. Starting with, so if y'all are in the Discord, some of you are not. You have to earn a Discord invite through a Redeem, or if you're, if you get one for being like someone I've known in real life or something like that. I asked y'all to vote on what your favorite games were I've played nearly 100 games now. It is pretty much 100, but some of them I didn't complete. So it's 90 plus games I played in 3 years. And our goal with why I started streaming is to play through games in my backlog
A lot of these were ones I had just never gotten around to, and now we're finally getting to one of the big ones here, Breath of the Wild, and that's going to be a theme here for going forward with Gear 4, 5, 6. Is we want to play the ones that we don't want to take for granted how much time we have left for streaming these games, right? Because who knows, that circumstances could change. What happened last year with like interviewing with Wizards of the Coast is that I stopped streaming just in case during that time, and then till the process is over with. And then I realized that if I had gotten that job, then I stopped streaming during that time, I never got around to showing you my first reactions of Breath of the Wild and stuff like that. So, yeah, so that's what we're going to focus on going forward. But what I have gotten around to playing, let's check it out, what you all enjoyed most of all. 90 plus is amazing. Thank you. Yeah. So it works out about 30 a year. Yeah. Although now that I'm playing longer games like this, I don't know if I could keep up the 30 a year. Some of them are pretty short. Okay. So in year one, these were the top you voted on in the Discord. These were your top. There was a tie for top favorite. It was a 3-way tie. And you know what? It is kind of fitting because I would describe to y'all I'm a card gamer. I love playing card games, and we got Inscription for that. Inside is an indie game. I like those like weird indie stuff going on. So, I put on those in between big games. I tend to do that. And y'all liked Inside as well. And of course, Batten Kaitos. Y'all are also fans of Acting Against the Empire, so that makes sense too. But yeah, so that's what y'all enjoyed most of those of year one. Then year two, there was a clear winner there. Year two is also for shout out to the
It's unthinkable to act against the Empire.
Empire. Exactly. Yeah.
It's unthinkable to act against the Empire.
It's unthinkable. And shout out to our weird classics. So even if it's not indie, it's also pretty awesome to play. So Space Channel 5 Part 2 is what y'all... Yeah, nice shades. Yeah, there's a random chance it changes whenever you do Unthinkable Act Against the Empire. One of them is you have shades on. Why did the second one have shades? It's random. Yeah, you just get a random effect that happens. But yeah, so it seems like y'all want to see more of the classics that I play that also end up might being a little odd as well, or rhythm based as well. Mr. Konomics is a nickname that I got from Hylian Hero. Hey, we're playing a Zelda game right now. Shout out Hylian Hero. But yeah, so we did play some DDR and stuff, and I guess Unbeatable was our most recent rhythm game. So more of that probably would be good. Okay, let's move on to year 3. This one also was a clear winner. For some reason, y'all like to see me playing Dark Souls Remastered, and being such a gamer, pro gamer, I guess, playing through this wonderful game that I've discovered. And we got some emotes from that. Look at that, from Bobena's art there. Wonderful. And also, wait, one of them is from Rinks, right? Yes. Okay, got it. Sorry. One from Rinks, one from Bobena. Dratini is in the chat. Wow, how auspicious. I feel like Dark Souls kind of geared me up towards like, okay, we played through long games. Maybe we could play through stuff like Breath of the Wild now and things like that. So thank you so much, Dunpeel, for wanting to see me play this. Dunpeel loves this game. Yeah, you missed the polls for years 1 and 2. You could have... Oh, you know what? I'm glad you mentioned that, Ultramelon. Yeah, so I put it on for 24 hours, but, people aren't always in the Discord, and so maybe the results could have been different for what you saw. But I do have to let you know that the ones with where me and Bobena are playing, Bobena felt like... was humble feeling or whatever, just felt weird voting for herself for those games. So just letting you know, if you're wondering how
some of these games with Bobena like might have almost made it, it's because she actively didn't vote for her own game, like the ones that she was in. So maybe some of this would have shown that like yes, y'all liked it when I teamed up with Bobena on some of these. So all right, so what's gonna happen in year 4? Let me hit snooze on that ad break there. Congrats on the catches, Dratini, for Dumpeel, Calhoun, Bobena. Very nice. Dark Soul stream was ultra powered. It was awesome, man. Ugh. I feel like I'm glad I'm getting pushed into playing these longer games. I feel like during the years 1, 2, and then before streaming, like I just kept waiting for the right time to play. And Breath of the Wild waited 9 years for me to. Yeah, I'm changed. Yeah, I've since changed my approach. Right, I'm no longer waiting to play these big games. There's never going to be a right time. You know, even like right now, like if I were to had that same mindset for Breath of the Wild, I might have not started because actually like just yesterday my mom had surgery and everything's fine, don't worry. It's just something that she needed to get done, and my sister Valerie, she was keeping me updated on what's going on with her, and she's taking care of she and her partner are taking care of our mom, and that just shows that there's never, I guess there's always going to be something that comes up, always something that like for these long games I'm afraid that like, oh wait, I can't start because there's important A, B, or C are coming up in the middle of it. So just get started. Don't just life happens, so just start it, and things you'll get through the game. Yeah, there you go. Best wishes. Yeah, thank you so much. All right, so let's do year 4. Okay, what are our playing games here? Now, believe it or not, this may come as a shock to some of you, but I'm gonna have to go and lead off with the absolute banger. Here is what we have planned: is we're gonna play Breath of the Wild. So that's right. We're finally playing it. Okay, wait, no, you already knew that. Okay, so next thing. Okay, so let's see. RPGs. We're playing. So here's some RPGs that we're playing. This is not a complete list that I'm showing y'all. Just a couple of ones that are notable that I can confirm here. Is that Final Fantasy III? So we're playing. I want to play through all the mainline Final Fantasy games. We did 1 and 2. We were in the middle of 3 last year before I took that hiatus. So I want to get back on that. We didn't play any 3 last year, so we have to do it this year, so that we can get the 4, so that we can get the 5, and then 6, and then 7, and 8, and 9, and etc. And then and then Bobena says she bullied me into one of these, and let me tell you about Deltarune. So I've done chapters 1 and 2. I have not done 3 and 4. And I would say maybe at least once a week, Bobena might go and say something like, oh my gosh, I have a theory about Deltarune.
You won't believe this thing that I heard of, that I read, and I need to talk to you about it, but I can't talk to you about it because you don't know anything about it, and if I say anything about it, then you won't know. I can't say anything. I can't say words, because if I say certain words, then you'll be like,
So she knows that she doesn't want to spoil it for me, and she doesn't want to say anything at all because she knows that it would be, I would be like, wait, hold on, what? And then it'll get spoiled. She wants to tell me about her theories about Deltarune, but she cannot, and she has to hold it all inside because I've taken so long playing Deltarune 3 and 4. So I'm going to play Deltarune 3 and 4 this year. But, Chapter 5 is coming out this year sometime in 2026. We won't wait too long for Chapter 5. Who knows if Toby Fox is like, sorry, we have to delay it to 2027. But it would be kind of good to string together 3, 4, and 5 in a row. But yeah, we'll make sure to get to 3 and 4, and that way Bobena could tell me all of her theories on what's going on, what the heck's going on in this game, what direction it's taking, and all that stuff. So we're gonna take care of that. That's much needed. Okay, that's a legit reason to bully. Punchliner says, "Very good. I'm glad y'all are very supportive of Bobena's bullying." And you know what? I support it too. Yeah, I need a bit more bullying, I think, with some of these games. because it's just for my own good, and also for her good too. Okay, all right. Next up, we always do Halloween season. That's not going to change this year. So for Halloween, we got to play Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow to continue off where we last left off. Actually, we started a story with Sora and the Game Boy Advance. So we're going to go on the DS now with that. And then Eternal Darkness for GameCube. Now that we've gotten out of the garage and it's right here, secure, next to my GameCube. We're going to play it finally. So these are just the two I'm confirming there for Halloween season. And it could take up the whole season. I don't know. Because both are going to be multi-stream games. So, but if there's time left over, we'll play other Halloween games for sure. Okay, next up also December. This quirky, silly thing that I started. I did more than 1 year, and I'm going to keep doing it again. So, banger lineup. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to do December again. Here's a couple of games I want to make sure to get to. So Slay the Spire 2, it'd probably be old news by then because early access was just announced, right? So for all you Slay the Spire heads, you're going to get to that in the next month, right? Comes out next month, early access. I'm going to hold off because I got games to play like Breath of the Wild and other stuff. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to be doing Slay the Spire just this December. Don't worry, I can be patient. You've seen how I've waited years if needed. And then we also got a Game Boy Color game. It's in Japanese there because it did not come out in the U.S. Pokemon Trading Card Game 2, which there's the English translation patch. We played one on stream before, and that was pretty good. I enjoyed that. So we're going to play that as well. And then there's going to be some other card games as time allows. There's probably going to be time allows because it's not going to take very long to play through both of those. I know Slay the Spire is a forever game. Like, you can keep playing that forever. But I'm probably just going to play through all the characters at least. And, yeah, there you go. Okay. And let's see here. One more thing also. Now, our year doesn't end at December. Our year starts February 1st, so it actually ends January 31st. So we actually have one more thing. We did January this year, and I think maybe we'll do that again. And part of that was playing The World Ends With You. So we're going to play some Neo, The World Ends With You, with Bobana once again in January.
Really?
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I assume that there's going to be story stuff without voice acting in it, and then I'll need your help. Bobana's at the couch, watching from there. You did not know Slay the Spire 2 was announced. Yeah, there you go, Slay the Spire 2. Okay, and then also, this is also accidentally sponsored by Dunpeel. And I say accidentally sponsored is because let me tell you, if you don't already know, here's how January happened this year, right? So I was like this. Okay, I'm gonna play Unbeatable for sure. One of the few games that'll jump my backlog queue because I feel wholly in my heart it's important to play it as soon as possible. So I did. I played Unbeatable, and I was like, what else is like Unbeatable? And I want to play that from my backlog too. And I was like, Jet Set Radios, I already own that on Steam. I'm gonna play that. I've never played it, so I paired them, and that's when we discovered Grind Fiction was a thing, and I was like, okay, what goes with that? Well, The World Ends With You is also something I would try out, but I was like, I don't own it, so I'm not going to play it. But Dunpeel was like, I love The World Ends With You, and I was considering whether, and he said, Dunpeel says to me, it's like, I'm considering whether to stream it or not, but if you might stream it, Bradley, I would love to watch you stream it. So, and then I was like, well, since it's not on sale and I already have other games to play, I'm not going to buy it. And then Dunpeel was like, I'm already buying it for you. And then acted so fast, accidentally bought Neo, The World Ends With You, sent that to me. I was like, I got the package and it was like, thank you, Dunpeel. I opened it up and I was like, that's not the game. What? Neo, The World. And then I told Dunpeel, and then Dunpeel was like, okay, I'm going to go and buy the actual game for you, the first game for you. And now I have two games from Dunpeel. So thank you to Dunpeel for moving so fast that you accidentally bought both games for us. So we're going to go and play the second game. Bob Ross, happy accident. There you go. Yeah, happy trees. Yeah, and it was wonderful. So yeah, that's what we got for sure. Hold on, what's this? Oh, I see. I was like, did I have one more slide? Okay, no. Okay, that's all I got there for our planned stuff and our retrospective. Just short and sweet, and we'll get back to our regularly scheduled programming. Yes, thank you to Dumb Peels. You're stoked for January, says Piano Ninja. Oh, yeah. January is kind of silly. I mean, I guess it's going to have to keep going because I haven't even gotten to Jet Set Radio Future or Bomb Rush, Hyperfunk, all that stuff. So I looked at the How Long to Beat for Neo, The World Ends With You. It does seem like it'll take quite a few streams. So it might be like year 5, I get to even more grind fiction stuff. And yeah, so we got games. We got games lined up. Okay. I thought that, oh, what's this? Was Brad pulling a sneaky one? That would be something that I would do, yeah. But I didn't want it to keep it. Oh yeah, I didn't want it to get too much cray going on here because this is just a humble little Breath of the Wild to play through. The only thing we're all trying to root for, right? Or like the big thing that we're doing right now is can I last 12 hours, 10 minutes and beyond?
Yes, he can.
Let's do it. Yeah. And then I immediately die right here. Yeah. Sorry. I tried to sneak a bite. And now I'm just talking with my mouth full, and that's very rude. How's Breath of the Wild been? Oh, yeah. Welcome back, Dumpio, by the way. Again. Hope dinner was great. Wow, a lot of stuff we're about to break, huh? That's good. Breath of the Wild, absolutely fantastic. I have not been let down by any hype. There's been hype for it, right? I would see the trailers that would say like 10 out of 10 rated by this and this and this. Absolutely wonderful. So I'm working on this is the last shrine before I have to go back to the old man who said, hey, do all these shrines. To you who sets foot in this shrine, I am Ken Namut. In the name of Goddess Hylia, I offer this trial. Cryonis trial. Cryonis? Like ice? Oh, I see. Oh, that's how you get that chest that I got, huh? Oh, I get it now. That's so funny. You know where we at now? There was a chest I got that was in the middle of a icy water place, and I used the power of physics with arrows to get it instead of I assume what would be a rune that would let me do a freezing, make solid ground. That's funny. Oh, never mind. Create a pillar. Oh. Builds ice pillars. Wow. Pokemon community game says ice. Here's a snow. Very auspicious. All right. I got you. Also, Dunpeel, I have not consumed any caffeinated beverages yet since I started the stream. So that's good. I feel like we're in good shape. Knock on wood. Okay. Whoa! Whoa! Aim underfoot? Whoa. Whoa!
Oh my god. Hell yeah, backloading the caffeine. Yeah, I'm seeing how long I can go before I need to... Oh, I can't quite get there. All right, let's do it. Okay, so now... What can I do? Oh, I break it? Shatter? Oh, I see. So then if I do this and aim underfoot... Can I do it? Okay. Ah, crap. These walls are too smooth for Link to climb. Whoa, you solved it! That sound. Okay, now what? Is there metal bars? Ice? Okay. Oh, cool! That was an accident. I forgot that you can, like, totally... Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, crap. Alright, hey. Ouch. Oh, I have my shield, though. That's cool. Ow. Oh, I lunged, though. There you go. Oh, God, run! Okay. A little baby, little guardian thing. Ah, okay. All right. Yeah, you gotta tip that up so you can get up there. Okay. Sounds good. So we get this out. Then we do this. Hello. Another unlock sound. Amazing. Who's out there with their keyboard, like, watching me do this? Is it Hylia? Has Hylia got the keys? And going like, oh yeah, that's my shit. Okay, there you go. I guess that was it. Very good. Ah, yeah, that's true. There's a lot of us with keyboards. That is true. Orb. Nighttime monsters. Stow. Yeah, Stalfos. I wonder if there's other Stalfos, Stow somethings. Ah! Oh! Hello, Santa. Keep saying, oh, ho, 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 right? With this, you have now acquired all of the spirit orbs from the shrines on this plateau. Oh, ho, 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 extraordinary. That means it is finally time. Link, it is finally time. Again, for me to tell you everything. But first, Stalfos and Stalfriends, damn. Imagine an X on your map with the 4 shrines at the endpoints. As the endpoints. Find the spot where those lines intersect. Oh, crap. What a twist. I shall wait for you there. making us use the mark the map feature. Do you understand? Where two lines connecting the shrines will cross there, I will be waiting. I had to rush to say that. He was already disappearing. All right, let's do it. Let's use our map feature. And then zoom out. And then there's 4 corners in the map. All right, so if I imagine an X somewhere around here, zoom in. Oh, okay. Let's see. So I go this way. So how about I do this? I might, yeah, that doesn't quite work. I need to trace straight lines and then just feel like where I'm intersecting is I place multiple stamps. So I'll do a star stamp there, right? And then I'll do this again where it feels like I'm kind of, yeah, I guess it's kind of around here. Could I do 2 stars? Maybe around here. That's where maybe the sword and the stone was. Can I draw a line? No. Okay. It's maybe around here too. All right. Well, let's go to the Temple of Time, basically. Best way to get to Temple of Time? What's the closest thing? We're there. We can get to here. RIP. I guess I could take this way, Shrine of Resurrection. Yeah. Let's go. Is there shiny stuff over there? Look, there's shiny stuff going on. Yeah, we gotta go in that Temple of Time, dudes. Let's go. Ooh, cooking. Gotta investigate shiny. Yep. Ain't that the truth? Is there more stuff to collect? Hi, Piccolo just let out a little. Hi, Pickle. How you doing? Oh, he could just be doing his natural little cry. Okay. Like maybe when trying to play with Panini. Okay. There. Oh yeah, she's definitely she's on top of the cat tree. He is midway up. Okay. You left him just for a second. Okay, so now let me try cooking stuff. I feel like I've I mean, I still got a lot, I guess. But let's see if I can cook now. Why not? Oh yeah.
There's some elixirs I got. Maybe it would be cool to use some elixirs in battle. Speed boost. We have a speed boost. What 2 elixirs we got? We got attack power with all weapons, movement speed with running, swimming, climbing. Okay, and now I guess that's it, really. Huh. Okay, no elixir stuff, but let's do maybe some apples, mushrooms. Speed, stamina. Okay, let's do stamina, apples, and mushrooms type of thing. More stamina? Okay. See if that works. Yummy. Energizing mushroom skewer. 5 hearts and lots of stamina. So now let's try. Oh no, don't eat. Oh, good. Hold. Let me try 4 of these and then 1 apple. And I'm gonna get super stamina. Hell yeah, and super hearts. Wow. Energizing fruit and mushroom mix. This dish contrasts the sweetness of fruit with the savoriness of mushrooms. Man, that's so cool. So I got a skewer and a mix. Well, this did a lot better. That's some good soup. Yeah, cool. All right, well, this should be enough. But you know what? Maybe I'm not going to settle. Let's do all apples. Oops, all apples. I haven't done that before. Simmered fruit. Oh, okay. It's just, sounds good. Also, I noticed your clothes belong now. Big come up. Oh, yeah. We got long clothes now, for sure. Okay. Hey, wait, I noticed the... Okay. I'm looking at the sound, the little purple wavy sound thingy. It's pretty quiet at resting. All right, what else can we do? I mean, we can use this, the rest of this then. Couple shrooms. There you go. Hasty mushroom skewer. Very cool. I think that's it for dishes. We'll settle with that. And then all this other stuff. It's for other things. Nidoran Mail is in the chat. Okay. I hope y'all don't wake up now. Oh. Hot cocoa. You who have conquered the shrines and claimed their spirit orbs, I can offer you great power. It appears you have claimed 4 spirit orbs. You have claimed that you will now be given the great power of a paraglider. In exchange for 4 spirit orbs, I will amplify your being. So tell me what it is that you desire. Oh. Oh, what? Stamina or heart? 2 paths. Wow, it's like the heart containers. What the? But now, like, or it's like the heart pieces, but now it's I get to choose which one. Whoa, stamina. What do I do? I feel like I want more heart. That's what I want. I feel like I can count on me getting hurt a lot. You wish for another heart container, yes? Yeah. I shall grant the power you seek. Wow. Heart container. Your life force has been strengthened, increasing your maximum number of hearts by 1. Nice. Go and bring peace to Hyrule. That's what. Ah! There it is, 4 hearts. Heart container emo right there. The blessing of the goddess has made you that much more resilient, I see. Also, I'm on ghost fire right now. Here I am. Get up here and quickly. Sounds good, man. I know where to go. There's a ladder over here. I did some scoping beforehand. Jump. 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 If I had stamina, I could have done another jump. That's the lesson I am learning now. What a fool I am. Can I go up there? Huh.
Well done there, young one.
Oh, wow. Voice acting.
Now then, the time has come to show you who I truly am. I was King Rome Bosphoramus Hyrule. I was the last leader of Hyrule.
The King of Hyrule.
A kingdom which no longer exists.
This is just like the talking boat from Wind Waker. Oh, shit. It's you, King Rome, the last king of Hyrule. Wow.
The great calamity was merciless. It devastated everything in its path. Lo, a century ago.
Lo.
It was then that my life was taken away from me.
But yeah, Bell
And
Gargoyles.
since that time, here I have remained in spirit form. I did not think it wise to overwhelm you while your memory was still fragile. So rather than that, I thought it best to assume a temporary form.
Nice. Yeah.
Forgive me.
Just like when you wake up people from
I think
being
you
frozen
are
in
now
ice.
ready,
Not that that ever
ready to hear
happens.
what happened
Happened to
100 years ago.
Captain America, I guess.
To know Calamity Ganon's true form, one must know the story from an age long past. The Demon King was born into this kingdom, but his transformation into malice created the horror you see now. Stories of Ganon were passed from generation to generation in the form of legends and fairy tales. But there was also a prophecy. The signs of a resurrection of Calamity Ganon are clear, and the power to oppose it lies dormant beneath the ground. We decided to heed the prophecy and began excavating large areas of land. It wasn't long before we discovered several ancient relics made by the hands of our distant ancestors. These relics, the divine beasts, were giant machines piloted by warriors. We also found the Guardians, an army of mechanical soldiers who fought autonomously.
Guardians.
This coincided with ancient legends, oft repeated throughout our land. We also learned of a princess with a sacred power, and her appointed knight, chosen by the sword that seals the darkness. It was they who sealed Ganon away using the power of these ancient relics. 100 years ago, there was a princess set to inherit a sacred power, and a skilled knight at her side. It was clear that we must follow our ancestors' path. We selected 4 skilled individuals from across Hyrule and tasked them with the duty of piloting the divine beasts. With the princess as their commander, we dubbed these pilots champions, a name that would solidify their unique bond. The princess, her appointed knight, and the rest of the champions were on the brink of sealing away Ganon. But nay. Ganon was cunning, and he responded with a plan beyond our imagining.
Oh no, that's how it happened. Oh crap.
He appeared
He hacked
from
the
deep
planet.
below Hyrule Castle, seized control of the Guardians and the divine beasts, turned them against us. The champions lost their lives, those residing in the castle as well. The appointed knight, gravely wounded, collapsed while defending the princess. And thus, the kingdom of Hyrule was devastated absolutely by Calamity Ganon.
Oh my god.
However, the princess survived to face Ganon alone.
Link, you are our final hope.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, your
The
only
fate
hope.
of Hyrule rests with you.
That princess was my own daughter, my dear Zelda. And the courageous knight who protected her right up to the very end. That knight was none other than you, Link. You fought valiantly when your fate took an unfortunate turn. And then, you were taken to the Shrine of Resurrection. Here you now stand, revitalized 100 years later. The words of guidance you have been hearing since your awakening are from Princess Zelda herself. Even now, as she works to restrain Ganon from within Hyrule Castle, she calls out for your help. However, my daughter's power will soon be exhausted. Once that happens, Ganon will freely regenerate himself, and nothing will stop him from consuming our land. Considering that I could not save my own kingdom, I have no right to ask this of you, Link. But I am powerless here. You must save her, my daughter, and do whatever it takes to annihilate Ganon. Somehow, Ganon has maintained control over all 4 divine beasts, as well as those guardians swarming around Hyrule Castle. I believe it would be quite reckless for you to head directly to the castle at this point. I suggest that you make your way east out to one of the villages in the wilderness. Follow the road out to Kakariko Village. There you will find the Elder Impa. She will tell you more about the path that lies ahead. Consult the map on your Sheikah slate for the precise location of Kakariko Village. Make your way past the twin summits of the dueling peaks. From there, follow the road as it proceeds north.
Wow. Go on. Here is the paraglider. Just as I promised. Speedrunners just go direct to the castle. Wow. Right? Yeah, Ganon the hacker. Hacked into the mainframes. All right. Managed to sneak in finishing my dinner. I had some hot honey. That was a lot of hot honey at once. I got it at the time because I was like, I was in the cold climate, and and I was like, spicy food makes you warm. I'm gonna be down, solidarity with Link. I'm gonna have some spicy food. There was a lot of hot honey at once. It's funny that the king has the power to gift a paraglide, like a physical object, right? How much physical objects can he give me? Because it would be cool if he could give me like a really sweet sword and shield and things like that. Maybe you still got it. I don't know. I don't know how the spirit realm works. Paraglider, an item that you received from the king on the Great Plateau. It allows you to sail through the sky. Press X while you're in the air to use it. The isolated plateau. Complete. Wow. With that, you should be able to safely fly off the cliffs surrounding this area. And I think that's it. I've told you everything I can. Link, you must save Hyrule. That's king behavior right there. Destroy Ganon. Oh, okay. Seek out Impa. Wow, look at that. Okay, anyway. I like how there's a very handy jumping off point. I knew it! This is for paragliding. So I have to go towards the dueling peaks? Okay. Sounds good. I love the combo you did there, Harris, of the hot and the honey. Very good. So how do I paraglide here? Press X while you're in the air to use it. Okay, here we go. Oh, now this is why stamina is good. This is nice. I gotta look out for that guardian over there, though. Their line of sight is unparalleled. And that one over there, too. Ooh. All right, it's coming down now. But I like me some of that hot chicken sandwiches, you know? Some of my favorites. Okay. Time to head over. What else am I missing here? What else can I do? I feel so powerful. I don't have to climb down stuff. I could just glide down. My God. I'm just wondering how much I'm going to skip if I just start gliding this way. Alright, well, here goes. My go-to pizza lately has been pepperoni hot honey. Hell yeah. There you go. So I have to head that way, right? But is there anything right here for me to say hey to? Oh God, I don't want to say hi to that guardian. Okay, bye. Hyrule Kingdom. Radicate in the chat. Look at that. Yeah, there's like a couple guardian thingies there. Who knows? Oh shit, what the fuck? Big rock thing. Whoa! Stone Talus. Whoa! Save. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Whoa! New catchphrase. Before it was, what is it? Oh boy, oh boy. Now it's, whoa! Okay, I guess they're slow.
Surprise. Well. All right. Oh God, you could throw. Oh man, I love it. What a great thing to fight. I mean, I'm probably gonna not should fight this right now, but all right, give me your best. Come on. Let's do it. Oh, I'm glad. Oh, this is so cool. I can like aim from here. Oh shit, it's nighttime. I don't need you, skeleton, right now. This is a bad time. Skeleton. Read the room. All right. Okay, fine. Here. Oh shit, that's a torch I'm fighting with. Get it together. All right, here we go. All right, good. Might as well pick up some stuff, right? Okay, bye. Sorry. Those. Oh, you have another one. Okay, all right. Well, that didn't hurt too bad. Ow. Oh, and now my other thing broke. That's great. Okay, good. I knew that. All right. I knew that one. Okay. Come on. Got it. Okay. So now the other one should be thrown. Come on, you gotta throw that one. Okay, I did no damage, as expected. All right, let's go. I mean, I could swing my sledgehammer, probably. Wait, can I freeze you in time? No. Okay, well, how about some bombs? You want to go bowling? All right. That's the wrong button. That's the right button. Which is the left button. You know what I mean. Okay, let's try again. If I get more physics going on here, maybe I could do it from this way. All right. Wrong way. All right, let's try that again. Bradley encounters this first. Oh, cool. Thanks. Thanks, Skyrim. And bomb chew bowling, go. Shit, wrong button. What? I thought R button detonates it. Let me see. Sorry, I did the wrong. Oh, no, that was the right play. I'm so strategic. Whoa! Oh! Don't regenerate though.
Yep.
Okay. I gotta break your leggies. That's what I gotta do. You gotta rush in there, break your legs, and then hit the thing on the back. Alright. Alright. Well. This thing? Here we go. Oh, shit. Oh. Uh-huh. Okay. Ow! Okay, maybe not. Well, that was fun. Now I'm going to leave it alone. Continue. Before we used all those items, because we saved before the boss fight. Actually, all the items I used was just... There was a lot of bombs that are just not used up, but anyway. Xenoblade Chronicles 2? The side quest? What the fuck? What? Xenoblade Chronicles 2? What the hell is this? Press A on an active quest. Collaboration with Xenoblade Chronicles 2? Thank you for explaining who was responsible. The southern sky from the middle of the largest bridge. The eastern sky from the skull's left eye. Southeastern sky from the peak of the tall pier, snowy mountain. Look to the night sky at these locations. Find the red shooting stars. Oh my god. This did not exist when you played? Did the stream crash at some point? Oh, did it? Huh. Oh. You mean, yes, at all during the day? Yes, it did. At the 2 hour, 30 minute mark, it did crash. So just imagine if you look at the uptime right now, it's almost 6. So add on 2 hours, 30 minutes to that. So 8 hours. 30 minutes almost is where we're at. At about 8 hours, 15 minutes in. Okay. Whoa. That's madness. We got barrel rolls back. Oh yeah. You get another chance at that. That's the upside of that. That's cool. Okay, well, I guess I respawned here. Uh-oh. Ah! Ooh, a lizard. Where are you at? Oh well, ran away. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of keys. That is a lot of keys. That is way too many keys. Holy shit. Hi. You're not gonna bother me, right? You would never do that, right? Ow. Those freaking punks. Oh, I have to make a jump, I think, then. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I can't make... Wait, I can make it. I just have to use the stamina stuff. Hearts are down a little bit, so yeah, let's see. What is this? This is pretty good right now. I still have to eat another one, I think. Oh! Did you send me all the way down? You punks! Alright, alright. Did I kill one? I did. Alright. Oh. I guess they all got scared. Never mind. Oh boy. Wait, is that a new red X because that's where I died before? RIP? That's funny. Wait. I don't want to run out. Give me a stamina. I don't care if I have to eat one of these. Okay, alright. Phew. You don't think I can climb that? Oh. Maybe if I cheat with stamina boosts, I can do it. Unless you mean the bats. Yeah, the bats definitely made it impossible, I think. Yeah, you're right. But then I guess the bats are gone. Sapphire, a precious blue gem mined from natural rock formations. Sapphires contain the very essence of ice. They've been known to fetch a high price since ancient times. Ah. Okay, so now we can paraglide. Whee! Oh man, epic bridge. Hell yeah. Oh man, that's so cool. All right. Well, I'm down for it. Whoa, look at those huge things. Maybe just one of them. Wow. Should we fight it? Why not? Thought you couldn't make it to the top because the top flares out. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, Link's like Spider-Man in this. Okay, I'm going to save because I'm probably going to get my butt kicked. Let's see. Do I want this one? Probably not. Let's just use... This one's almost dead. Guess I can throw it, huh? Hiya! Oh. Hi. You want to fight? Oh, cool. Next I will do... I guess the Claymore. Oh, okay. Let's take this, thank you. Oh no! Ugh, come on! Ugh. Yeah. Moblins! Oh, there are moblins! That's awesome! Moblin horn. This splendid horn once grew atop the head of a moblin. It once did. I just saw it. It can't be used in normal food recipes, but it does make some use as an ingredient in making elixirs. Moblin fang. A sharp fang obtained from a moblin. It's too hard to be reshaped into a tool, but it can be tossed into a stew with some critters to create elixirs. Boil 'em, mash 'em, put 'em in a stew. Oh, a fox! Oh, wow, precious fox. Oh my gosh. Hello, fox. I'm gonna put my weapon away. Do you want to talk and stuff? You want to have a little chat? Oh no, there's a moblin coming. Oh crap, I better get out of the way. Moblin, come this way. Alright, okay, here we go. Oh shit, oh fuck, oh god. You have a spear, okay. So maybe I should fight fire with fire. I got no more spears, that's okay. It's precious, yeah. Oh boy. How about I do this? No, I do this. Okay, and then, oops. Oh, wow, why did I slide it that way? Okay, oh. Whew, that's nice. Shatter my moblin to pieces. Moblin to pieces. Gudra in the chat. This wasn't my last resort. It was the first thing I tried. Okay, gosh. I only have so much space. So this is the Boko Bat, the Boko Club. And this is the Boko no Hero. Oh, I'm just kidding. Should I just drop this Claymore? I think I'm done with it now, huh? It's in pain right now. Let's drop it. So now I got the Boko Spear. Now I got all the stuff. Cool. All right, onward. Ooh, apples. Okay. Oh, another moblin. I guess I'm feeling lucky. I'm sorry that fox had to get scared and run away. War tears us all apart. Boko Bat, though. Is that 2? Yeah, it's 2. I probably got to do it 2 style. Because I don't think my shield can withstand that damage. Oh, shit. Why am I crouching? Oh, God, stop crouching. Alright, go get you in there. Yeah. Run! Oh, I can't pick that up yet? Now I can. What's up? Hey, what? Oh, man. That was sick. War. Who's that? Oh, it's a jelly. All right, jelly. You better watch yourself. Eh. Oh, a little deer. Okay, bye, deer. I'm sorry. Oh, super jellies. All right. Now, where were we? To the bridge. That was cool. Which leads to the warring cliffs. Ooh, Hyrule Herb. We shan't get distracted. Yes, we will, actually. I know there's too many things on the way. Something's 3 steps away. It's actually 30 steps away. Look at that. Vantage point. Amazing. Oh, another one of these things? Whoa. All right. Guess we're going to do that. A shrine.
Wow! Look at that! It's beautiful!
Telling me. I feel like there's enemies anywhere around the corner. Oh, look at that. There's these beautiful birds. Y'all want to hang out? I'm sorry I'm approaching you like I'm a predator. How do I tell you? How do I approach you? Chill style. And look at that. And look at that. Nature is beautiful. Oh, look at all these bugs. Y'all want to do bird stuff. Look at that. And they're all dragonflies and stuff. Got it. A warm darner. This dragonfly has a special organ that causes it to sweat profusely. Cook it with monster parts for an elixir that will raise your core temperature so you can resist cold. That's so cool. Gosh darner. Here we go, here we go. For the 100th time, hand grenade pins and everything. Okay. Alright, what's over here? What's up? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Can I climb to the top of this? Mario style. Oh my god, I can. can't believe it's actually cold up here. Look at that. Snow. Maybe. Or just pollen. Oh, Korok. Hell yeah. Oh, wait. Stamina. Ugh. See, that's why I should have got a stamina thing, huh? Instead of hearts. I can't make it without eating some more stamina stuff. Oh, man. Well, I guess I'll eat the thing I cooked. I did it. Don't fall. Hell yeah. Yeah, haha, you found me. Yeah, they look very much like the Wind Waker Koroks. And if we're talking 100 years ago, it feels very Wind Waker-y again. Then again, Wind Waker is like, after 100, I don't know. Amazing stuff, man. Okay, well, let's paraglide. Gosh, paragliding I'm so glad for. And... did I make it? Oh, okay. All right. This is delightful. I'm so happy. Oh, thank you for telling me. As I'm delighted that this is delightful. And now let's go and fire some fire arrows. Not ice arrows. Cool your jets. I mean, heat your jets. Or something. One fire arrow. All right. Got to make it count. Near the boss, right? Okay. Here we go. Oh, that didn't hurt anybody. Okay. Well. Bomb arrow. That'll do. That'll do. Holy crap. What the frick? Oh. Critical miss followed by critical, oh shit, I better switch arrows. I don't know how long that lasts. Critical hit. Holy moly. Easy murder. Well, now I got a bunch of teeth to collect and stuff. Oh my gosh. Vocal Club. Welcome to the Vocal Club. Oh, these remains. What is this? A throwing spear again. Another torch. Okay. What's this one? Oh, it's just bones. Okay. Alright. What do we got again? Just a spear. I like the throwing spear better than this one, so I'm gonna drop and then get this one, and then we can cook. That's good. Oh shit. Oh, fire arrow. Can I put it away? Does it become a fire arrow if I select this? Oh, it already is an arrow. Damn it. Oh, that's great. Well, let's do some cooking, huh? Wait, can I hit a fish from here? Can I hit it in the air? That would be intense if I could. That's way too difficult. Cause I can't even see it coming up, huh? Yeah, all right. Stand down. Craziest form of fishing. Yeah. Did you know you can light your normal arrow and if fire? Yeah. Yeah, I guess we found out just now. I mean, well, I did find out before. Yeah. But, yeah. That is something to keep in mind in the future. Next time I see open flames, I can fire arrows it up, you know? Okay, I think I need to cook my Hyrule herbs here, just in case I need more stamina later. So let's get that going. Oh wait, that's not a stamina thing. That's just a heart thing. I forgot. I have no stamina stuff. But I can make stuff spicy if I want. Hylian shroom. Okay. All right. I got some of this stuff. Oh, that's monster parts though. I forget if this is a concoction. Apples. Love that you blew up 10 dudes and immediately said, oh, now I gotta pick up all these teeth. Steamed mushrooms. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Let's just do the apple. Let's see. Apple and herb together only. I popped it that. I'm like, God damn. Hey, I'm Link. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. I'm like picking up teeth while I'm looking at the camera. It's kind of a crazy story. My life? Okay, no. Okay, we got 3 apples. Let's do it. 3 apples. Triple axle. Simmered fruit. Very good. Okay. I think I'll just leave cooking. I mean, I could elixir something. All right, let's do it. What if I have 2 fangs? What'll that do? Better not experiment with the firefly then. Hold on. Stop holding. How many have I feel like I got a lot of something else. No, I guess not. I thought I had like more frogs or something. Yeah, we know that frog plus this makes something. So let me try frog plus this and this. Oh my god. Hasty elixir again. Alright. Let's do it again. Dragonfly. And some fang. Some of that. What if I just do all of this? Is that going to ruin it? No, no, no. Don't do this. No, no. Hold on. Sorry, sorry. This does not mention elixir stuff. Yeah, only the ones that say elixir stuff that I'm good with then. Yeah, elixir. Elixir, elixir. All right, we'll hold this, hold that, hold this, and then throw in a dragonfly. There you go. Lots of monster parts, 1 dragonfly. Let's see what that makes. Nothing? Oh! A spicy elixir that lasts for 8 minutes, 30 seconds, heals your hearts as well. That's bananas. Okay, you know, I've never tried mixing without any live animals. Let me try that. Just these 2. These are the ones I have a lot of. I just want to see. Miss Magius in the chat. Yeah, that doesn't make anything. You gotta have live animals. And dubious food? I don't know. Let me test it. Actually, I should test it later. Alright, I'm good here. Let me move on. Oh, wow. Speaking of live animals, look at those fireflies. Warm Danger. I know Darner, but, you know. Got another one. I feel like I heard a bug in my ear. There's so many of them. I can make a lot of stuff. Maybe they do, maybe some of them don't really exist. Oh yeah, they're just like fading away. How dare they? They're just there for ambiance and maybe to have less rendered stuff on the field. Okay, I'm gonna try one more time this way and see if they all just run away. Oh, shit. probably scared him by now. Okay, well, I got 2 more. I'm going to make some more sick stuff again. Just 2 more of the, like, you know, forgot about the rush room, though. Excuse me, I have to go to the rush room. Let's do that real quick. Hasty fruit and mushroom mix. Okay, now let's get all diabolical here. Make some more of this stuff. Because this heals us some hearts just from that dragonfly. Oh, never mind. That's the wrong one that makes hearts. Okay. What made us hearts before? I forgot. Maybe just fangs? What if I do... what if I do 1 dragonfly and, like, hella fangs? What would that do? A 9-minute 50. Okay. Sounds good. Man, I'm going to be lasting a long time in the cold. Even though I already have a cold resistant thing. I'm glad I get multiple pages of food. All right. Let's finally get that chest. A soldier's bow. Sick. Okay, so there's the bridge we wanted to cross, so I'm going to go back and cross it. It's going to be dark soon, huh? Let's take advantage of this little feature we got. We could sit here, right? Is that a sit thing? Yeah, we could sit till morning. Oh my god! What the hell?
Link, be on your guard. Ganon's power grows. It rises to its peak under the hour of the blood moon. By its glow, the aimless spirits of monsters slain in the name of the light return to flesh.
Whoa. Lizalfos.
Please
Moblins.
be
Bokoblins. Link, stop chillaxing. First blood moon. What the crap? Oh yeah, I was supposed to pick up this throwing spear. Your phone died. Oh, but you're back now? I'm sorry to hear. Damn. Well, we did a bunch of cooking. That's what we did up to before till here. I was supposed to drop one of these things. Oh yeah. Wait, I have another. Okay, I picked up a throwing spear, but there's another one. So we have a lot of throwing spear options. We only need one. I'm gonna pick some of these stamina. See, now I gotta cook again. Look what you've done to me, Proxim Bridge. Look what you've done. So now I gotta go over here and see if there's more shrooms. Yep, there are more shrooms. And then now there's a chest over there. And now I gotta go and do some ice powers. What I've done. The Proxim Bridge is singing this. Man. But, oh wait, are you moving? Let me see. You are moving. Where are you gonna go? Alright, well. Oops. Well, I guess that's one way to do things. Nope, no, that won't do it either. That's what'll do it. Okay. Whoa. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that definitely is a way to handle things, Harris. Yeah. Because I wouldn't see any of the enemies come back. So. Oh my gosh. All right. Fish. All right, let's see. Can I? Oh. Lift up the fish. Yeah. Like that? Poor fish. Oh, never mind. Bye. Man, oh, they dodged it again. Uh-oh. I only have so many. I gotta be careful. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh, no. Ugh. Oh, this fish is gonna taunt me. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. All this for treasure. All right. Bashkala Shrine. Okay. Wait, can you get flint from that? Oh, this is... You magnetic? Oh no. But you're looking shiny. What's going on with you? You sure you're not magnetic? Okay, alright. Ow. Okay. What's going on? Do I push you? Do I explode you? I guess I can. Oh! Rock salt. Crystallized salt from the ancient sea, commonly used to season meals. Cannot be eaten in this form, dude. And hit. I guess I could just do this. Maybe use a little remote bomb of this caliber. Excalibur. Oh, flint. Very good. Okay. Now I guess I'll finally go into this shrine. What the heck? What's that sound? Wow. I love that. You love that mineral sliding on the ground noise? Ooh. Hit me with that mineral sliding on the ground ASMR. So I guess we're just about 9 hours in. To you who sets foot to this shrine, I am Bashkala, in the name of the goddess Hylia. I offer this trial. The wind guides you. Sick. So yeah, not bad. I'm still haven't done the caffeine yet. I think when it strikes midnight, we'll give it another easy 24-hour. Oh no. We'll give it another break. I guess the power of Breath of the Wild helps make that easier, huh? The wind guides me. Oh, you mean like the parasail? Let me try. Can I do this? Anything? No. Okay. Alright, sounds good. Whoa! So I have to sleep soon, and I want you to still be live when I wake up. There you go. The power of not having a full bottle of wine to the dome. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, last time we celebrated Streamiversary, it was my 1-year Streamiversary. Yeah, we had to skip last year's because of the hiatus. But yeah, I consumed a full bottle of wine over the course of the stream. Not recommended. You know, it started with Drunk Star Talk. Drunk Star Fox 64. And then it kept going from there. Yeah. Couldn't say Drunk Star Fox 64. There you go. I got it. First try. Okay, let's see. Man, they got the Sheikah symbols. That's cool. All right. I don't know. The way I jumped was kind of hokey before. I hope I get it this time. Okay. All right. I got it. Oh. Phew. We got that way. The Wind Waker. This is the way back. Okay. It was fun. It was a fun time. Yep. What awaits me here? Oh, I see. After getting a chest, I can come down here, then go back up the stairs. Okay. Here we go, one more time. Everybody's woo! Let go! Let go! Ah, man. All right. Okay. Phew. Am I still gonna get pushed that way? I might. So let me try to course correct here. Okay, no. Oh no! Did I die forever? Game over? Oh, good. They're a bit more forgiving here. Noctel in the chat. Gotta start all over, speedrun style. So, if I start up here, maybe I make it. No, that doesn't seem right. Maybe I gotta talk to the elder first, or the shrine first, and then the person, I mean. Poor guy. Let me try it. Oh, wait, but that'll just teleport out of here. No. Oh, well. I guess I missed out on something. The elder! Your resourcefulness in overcoming this trial speaks to the promise of a hero. Did you know that? In the name of God is high, bestow upon you this spirit orb. Thanks. I'm gonna call you Sonic because you have a lot of gold rings. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ish. I was trying to count how many rings and whether I could start singing that one Sonic song from the Sonic and the Seven Rings, and it goes something like 7 rings in hand, right? You can always re-enter shrines. Yeah, I figured. You can walk back into the shrine. Okay. All right. Settle down, everybody. Remember, what I don't know, I might figure out or miss on my own, and that's fine. It's okay. But some of the distress I display does not mean I have automatically written off possibilities in my head as well. You don't get extra orbs though. Yeah, that would be kind of broken if I got more orbs. This is interesting. I wonder if there's a different mechanic I can do. Like, oh, is it made of metal? Right. Don't know. Oh, okay. All right. We got it. Ultramelon never goes back into shrines. There you go. Easy life. No stress. Soldier's Claymore. Inventory full. Never mind. All right. Well, we got a soldier's broadsword. Okay, what are we dropping? We got a Boko Bat. Boko Club. I think we're going to do the Boko Bat because it's almost dead. Yeah, all right. I mean, that could be a reason to keep it, though, because it'll explode and do damage. So, yeah, maybe we'll get rid of this little guy. There you go. Yeah, so the thing I changed differently this time was do a running start and then jump. Maybe it was the timing, though. I don't know. Whatever I did. It was sick. Almost dead, unlike the bokoblin he got it from. All the way dead. Crossed over to the land of the dead. Watch out, moblins and bokoblins. Boblins. Goblins. Doppler radar. Tyranitar. Scar. Not to be seen until the blood moon rises. Okay, now we'll go to the bridge, right? Okay. Beam me up. Proxim Bridge. Okay, here we go. Last time I fought on the bridge, it was something. It was cool. Are you good or bad? Or are you neutral? Oh. You seem bad. I know you're a human, but let's just say you're a bad person. Brigo. I may be somewhat used to seeing bad omens by now. Hey, there you go, bad. But that... well, let's just say it's badder than most. It's badder. Who's bad? We're doomed! I mean, don't panic. Sorry, who are you? Have we met? Well, doesn't matter who you are, really. I was getting tired of talking to myself, so you've come at a good time. By the by, those strange things that popped out of the ground, did you see them? You mean the trees? I'm not talking about mushrooms. Oh, okay. I'm talking about those towers. They seem to have popped up all over the place. And that's not the only strange thing that's happened. Those long deserted shrines suddenly started glowing. You know what this means, don't you? The end is here! With all this craziness happening, I've been keeping an eye on that thing. Just to see if it suddenly starts moving, you know? What thing? Yeah, good idea. Goodbye. What thing? I'm talking about that Guardian, of course. Haven't you heard the old stories about Hyrule? See that thing over there? The one shaped like an overturned urn? That is what I'm talking about. Did you know some of them can move? One of them once chased me down and tried to kill me. This one here? No, it was a different one. That one was closer to the castle, but before the forest. When they spot you, they shoot blue beams of light at you. Man, I was so sure that was the end for me. I was prepared for the worst, but I somehow managed to escape into the nearby woods. I feel like this man has the right attitude. Yeah, this is a survivor right here. Survival instincts. You think it was my lightning-fast reflexes that saved me? No. I wish. Truth is, I just got lucky. Anyway, I hear guardians like that still wander around Hyrule Castle. Be careful. Okay, bye. Thank you. Okay, we got fire. We got a guardian, maybe. I'm saving. Feel it. Ugh. All right, here we go. Oh, nice. Okay. I want to fight those peeps. Should I go around? No, I should just glide down, but the wind is pushing this way. I don't feel anything. All right, let's go. Wait, is that another... Can I use my... Nope. Can I use this? What do I do? How do I enter... Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, a fish! Look at that! That's nice. Okay. Safety saves. Yep. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. No, I didn't mean to let go. Oh, God. What are you going to do about it? Oh, you have 2 archers. Okay. Oh, they went back to dancing. All right. Well, I guess I'll just swim then. A mighty carp. This freshwater fish lives alongside its less mighty carp ilk. A compound in its liver promotes muscle growth. Dishes cooked with it will temporarily increase your attack power. All right. Well, I guess I'll take your stuff. Opal. And then I'll take your lives. Anything about to explode? No. I'll use that one. All right. I know, right? That was intense. Will we ever need a... So violent, I know. Will we ever need a pot lid, though? Maybe. Okay, what do I have to cook with? We got some shroom here. We also have a fish. Increase attack power. Let's save on materials for now. Let's go. Yeah. I was like, this game really wants me to start hitting people to get stuff. So I was like, fine. I'll go the kill route. pinwheel. That's cool. Hello. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What? What's happening? Wow, I don't have very many. Whoa. Hold on. Oops. Can I interact with this first? No. Okay. All right. Bomb arrow. Damn it. How far away are you? Okay, I'm changing. Let's see. Are you close? Oh, you are. Okay. All right. All right. Ah, shit. Only have one arrow left. All right, here's for all the marbles. I got them all. Yay! Thank you. Yeah, ha, ha, you found me. Yeah. Bye-bye. DK. Donkey Kong. This Kong's got arrows, and now he does not. That's the end of my song. All right. It's getting nighttime again. What we can do is make it morning. Make it less scary. It's raining. Oh, and they put the fire out. Wow, that's so cool. I've never seen it rain here. That's amazing. Am I gonna catch a cold? Holy mollies. What am I gonna do? Okay, I'm supposed to remember. The mountain with the 2. Yeah, that's where I'm supposed to go. We have to get some high quill. High quill! That's good. Oh, yeah. Oh, some shrooms? Yeah. Right in here. Gotta get some grub. Oh, what was that? A little flower? Uh-oh. What does that mean? Someone's coming? Fuck. Did I just get Ghiblied or what? Look, another flower over there. Is that a Korok in disguise? You popping around at the speed of sound? Look at that, man. What's going on? I'm gonna get spirited away, yeah. Wow, yeah, look at that. It's magic. Someone's here, man. And they're a flower. Blue Nightshade, a plant that grows in quieter areas of Hyrule. At night, it gives off a soft glow. Cook with it to increase your stealth. Ooh. That's sick, man. So, can I... Huh. Interesting. Does it lead me somewhere? Are you like a siren? Am I gonna die? Are you tricking me? I gotta follow it now, huh? Hello. Hey, what's up, Korok? Yeah, you found me. All right. Bye-bye. Tweehee. Okay. That's cool. All right, where are we at again with the mountains? Oh, damn, we're already here. Okay. Well, now someone's here, man. It's a flower. There was someone here. But it was a malicious spirit. It was benevolent. Yep. Korok. Every time you see a Korok, say Korok. Or Korok emote. Oh, God. What are those? Oh, man. They look like they're wearing army camouflage, but the wrong kind. The blue kind doesn't really... Well, I guess you live in the water. Are you Octoroks? But like Floatoroks? I don't know. Proxim Bridge, Dueling Peak Stable. The stable? I want to go to the stable. Those things might be after me right now. You never know. Oh, dude, it's Acorn City, man. Well, I guess that was just 2 acorns then. What's in here? Oh, okay. Wait, are those still like acorn heads or are those leaves? They're sleeves, okay. But what if I push this in? Maybe I solve a puzzle when I do that. Oh my god. Flock to rocks. Yeah, you found me. Sings Fireflies by Acorn City. There you go. I cannot believe my eyes. Are those acorn fireflies? Is that an cock? Is that a squirrel? I scared it. Is that a Korok I meant? Trying to say Korok. Is that a Korok that flies? Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Silent shroom. A strange mushroom that glows softly in the forest at night. Cooking it into a dish unlocks the nutrients in its cap, resulting in a meal that will allow you to move stealthily. More stealth. I feel like, is this game trying to tell me? Oh, more squirrels. I scared them all. God damn. We are in Acorn City. Look, there's even more acorns. I have found the squirrel. Oh, is that a sword of the stone? No. Damn. Maybe. All right. Well, let's break this thing, huh? Shit. Wrong thing. Let's break this thing, eh? Oh, shit. No, it's rolling away. I'm sorry. Okay. They were like, we built a game that was so physics that we had to make square bombs. Ooh, cool. Hello? Uh-oh. It exploded too much. Okay, rock salt. What is this? Oh, there's a person there? It's a person. They're at the hangout. Wait, that's so true. I never thought about that. Oh, the square bombs? Yeah. Oh, God. I hope I have enough. Do I have stamina stuff? Cook it to release its stamina restoration. Oh, no. I need to cook it. I don't have anything that restores stamina. I'm not going to make... Wait. Am I going to make it? Boost your movement speed. Ah, okay. We have haste elixir. We can do that. All right, let's go, man. Can I go? Does that... Wait, I thought it did it while I was climbing. Oh, this is... Okay, these are the ones for climbing. Never mind. All right, hold on. I got to get back down. Okay, all right, sounds good. Let's try that again. Haste elixir, drink. Yeah. Doesn't feel too much faster. Oh, wait, do I just burn through my stamina faster? No. Dang it. I may be moving faster, but I need to make it. Oh. Okay, I gotta go camping. I gotta go cook stuff. So I think maybe now that might be a good reason to pick up stamina boosty things until I'm able to make these without eating. Oh, I can glide? Oh, nice. All right. All right. We'll come back to that. Hi. Oh, look, a cooking thing. All right. Who's there?
Hi.
Hi, you traveler. Grab a spot by the fire if you like. I'm a traveling merchant. Name's Giro. Nice to meet you. Crazy times we live in, eh? I go into the forest all on my own to get my wares. But there are far safer ways to get 'em, such as buying from travelers like you. So, do you happen to have anything rare you'd be interested in selling? I want to sell. Great. Let's see what you got. Do you want guts? Do I have it? Yes. You want some guts? How many you want to sell? 1, 2. No. We're gonna keep it, maybe. I'll buy just about it. Oh, I thought you only buy rare stuff. I'm gonna sell half of them. 93 rupees. I'm rich. Hell yeah. $200 rupees? God damn. So many. That's so awesome. I could even live with buying 10 more of these, I think. Everything is rare to him. There you go. That's a great explanation. Have you heard of this rare phenomenon? What is it? It's called friendship. Now it's my turn. Gonna need the giant's wallet with all this money. Yeah. Okay, got it. Thanks for spending some of your precious time on the road with me. Even the Arias need the civilization to have full of monsters these days. Just strolling through the woods can be dangerous. You be careful, you hear? A woodcutter's axe. Can't carry any more melee weapons, but I shall get rid of something like this. Yeah, I'll drop this now, finally. Hey there, where you go playing on my axe? Okay, you can have it. Sorry for hollering at you. It's just that we just live in... I know it's going to get mad if you pick up something that's just lying around because of these times. If something's important to someone, they wouldn't let it out of their sight. Wow, I feel like you're trying to teach me a lesson. All right. Well, might as well do the ceremonial choppy downs. There you are. Does anything happen if I cut all this down around you? No? Okay. Cool tent. I'm gonna chop this down. Oh, frogs. Damn. All right.
Yeah.
How do I use flint? Do I just say use? I don't want to talk. Just want to use flint. Eat or hold. Strike it with a metallic weapon to generate a spark. This portable fire starter breaks after one use, but it can... Okay, strike it with a metallic weapon. Oh, hold. Oh, I see. And then... Weapon? Damn. What the heck? Okay, I got it. All right. Ah. Oh, sorry, man. No, I'm sorry. Are you okay, man? Oh, it's you. You want to buy? Wow. I'm proud of my wares. All of them. Please take a look. What? Starting a fire with flint and sword would be swag as hell. Yeah, it would be. Let's see. Harris says, chop the log again. Oh, you mean the oh, yeah. No, that's all right. Thank you. Oh, wow. We could buy a bunch of stuff. Oh, saints preserve us. Look at all this stuff. We've been saved. This rare mushroom has a rich scent. Cook it before eating to temporarily increase your maximum hearts. What the frick? Look at all this. We're so rich. Oh my god. Swift carrots? Wow. Man. Oh, you only have 3 of them. Oh, okay. We're only as rich as this guy is rich. I'll take them all. Arrows. Yeah, we got arrows again. Oh. Oh my god. This guy controls the entire economy. Yeah. Oh man. Need anything else? I want to buy. Thanks to you, I'm out of things to sell. Can I take a look at the goods I'm scheduled to receive? Sure. Oh, okay. Need anything else? I want to sell. Goodbye. Okay, see you next time. All right, this guy has calmed down now. He sat back down. He's happy. I'm happy. Everyone's happy. Okay, before we start cooking and stuff like that, looks like it's just about to strike midnight. So I'm going to go and take my break again. So we're at, let's see, 7 plus the 2. So that'd be not. We're at 9 hours, 30 minutes stream time. Is that right? Okay, cool. Anyway, all right. You got to go to bed. Yeah, Ultramelon, thanks for stopping by. That was awesome. And have a good night. I'll see you next time for sure. In the meantime, for everyone else, I'll be right back. Stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, etc. Have a snack. Have a wonderful rest of the stream. Excited to see Mo tomorrow night. Can't wait to watch the VOD. Hell yeah, Punchliner. Okay, maybe at random times they'll be all like, "Hey, I see you, Punchliner. Hope you're having a good day." No. Okay, Poochie end of the chat. Whoa, hey. Hello, everybody. Back. All right. I cleaned up the dinner stuff here, refilled my water. Ooh, boy. And I also grabbed, I'm getting my first caffeinated beverage since starting up the stream. So, pop open, I decided to go for the Monster. My avatar Lego changed. Yeah, my Lego did. No, I'm just kidding. My logo changed. Yeah, you're right. That's because let me switch over to here. That thing right here. This is new avatar. Bobena made it. It's supposed to be like crime fiction inspired, thanks to Jet Set Radio and Unbeatable and World Ends with You. I'm just
Yeah,
really
everybody
into it.
loves Bradley. Good for him.
Good looking guy.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so we just 3-year mark. Let's have a little change. So we changed the avatar from the previous Bobena illustration to now this Bobena illustration. Oh yeah. What? Are you about to mention something?
Mock the cookie.
All right, we got a fortune cookie. Let's do it. Let's see what Dunpeel's fortune is. Okay, here we go. This time I fixed it up so you can see me and my hands at the same time. So we're going to draw you a fortune. All right. Here it is. It says, I don't know if you can read it from here, so I'll have to read it for you. I'll read it, then I'll move it up to the camera. You could prosper in the field of entertainment. Whoa, look at that. You got a future in entertainment you could do.
They should start streaming.
You should start streaming. What a great idea, Bobena. All right, so good fortune. There you go. Those fortune cookies are cooking, yep. Thanks for the redeem. Wow. Sorry, I forgot that they could be really loud for the mic. I'm going to put this one on the napkin over here. Good crunch, yeah. See, it's right there. Save it for later. All right. Wash down some of that cookie. Let's continue onwards. Let's cook, though. Speaking of, we need some more stamina stuff. So now we can climb that thing. Boy, it's a done deal. You should start streaming. All right. Wow, we have a lot of more ingredients now. Let's go over them again. We want to increase stamina, and then everything else should be not thing that boosts stuff. Maybe. Hearty truffles. Cook it before eating to temporarily increase your maximum heart. So I just cook one of them, right? A hearty mushroom skewer. Full recovery plus 1 temporary. Wow. Restores your health and temporarily increases your maximum heart. Simple mushroom packed skewer has its colorful presentation to thank for its appeal. You know what I'm going to say. So says the cookie. Yeah. What if we add one acorn for spice? Wow. Yeah. Full 5 hearts and a full stamina. That's really good. What happens if we do one and then, well, what makes a meal? You can make 2 can make a meal, right? I don't know. We have 2 and then an acorn. What do we get? Okay. Oh, no. Well, acorn is probably good too, right? Yeah. Oops. Hold on. Oh, I can add another one. I see. It seems to match the stamina. If you throw an acorn in, it just like adds it, changes it to both stamina and heart, which is really good. What if we have 2 acorns though? It only says add 1 though, so it might be bad. That might be bad. Oops. Stop holding. I meant to do that. There you go. Yeah, I'm not a fan of. I should have just make big bulk stamina increase stuff. Okay, all right. This carrot is cultivated extensively in Kakariko Village. It strengthens the legs and hips when cooked into a dish, which helps increase your movement speed. All right, so move stealthily. It's real tough what to decide what will clash, so I'm just gonna cook with the nightshade. I'll cook 2 carrots together with a acorn. I think that's the safest, and then I'll experiment with the last carrot. Hasty fried wild greens, nice. Okay, so we'll hold that. Now I'm going to get a little experimental. So we got fungus, flour, fish, and carrot. It's just fried wild greens. Okay, the fish got lost in the flavor. Dang it. All right. So cook to make elixir, speed boosting. Okay, so we do this, hold, and then we do like 4 horns. Okay, all right, I guess we're good now. Ooh. Nice. Oh yeah, let's go climb that thing. Silly Cobra in the chat. All right. Whoa! Silver rupee. 100 rupees. Its dazzling silver light reflects your beaming smile. It's a lot of rupees. Okay, should probably go to... Oh god, should I? They did mention something about the skull. Oh, is that another shrine over there too? Oh, then these peeps are dancing. Okay, there's a lot to do. Okay, so... Like, that's an orangey thing. There's tons of orangey things, though. Oh, that's beyond, though. Okay, alright. We're supposed to go through this pass. Alright. Damn. But we can take down maybe here, and then... Yeah, I'll leave it. Okay, so then we can go that way. Maybe this way as well. Okay. I guess I'll go start going down to the goblins. We got the right equipment for it. Soldier's Claymore, Soldier's Broadsword. I'm ready. You ready? Okay. Here we go. I don't even know Silly Cobra, but I couldn't pass up on one as the same as a snake Pokemon. You got it. I feel like Batman. Oh, what's this? I must end my descent. It's a mighty thistle. This medicinal plant is known for its sharp thorns and for the fruit it bears. The fruit contains a compound that it increases attack power when cooked into a dish. Okay. Oh, I guess I could... Oh, I don't have any explosive arrows, but... Yeah, let's get in there, huh? I imagine some of them might try to throw an explosive barrel at me. So... Let's save. I do have arrows, though. So that's good. Hold on. Let me make sure I got the best. That thing's got red eyes. Hey, what's up, man? You want to fight? That was fun. Soldier's Broadsword. Another one. That's so good. Clean. All right. Where am I gone? Yeah, right here. So let's drop a... I guess I have too many woodcutter axes, huh? I gotta start chopping down more trees. I'll drop the throwing spear. Oh, the spear might be nice for poking, though. Yeah, I guess I'll drop the axe. I could cut down a bunch more stuff right now real quick. Let me do that. Maybe get some ingredients. Oh, a bug. Oh no, missed my chance. Okay. Wow, did a crouching strike. Oh, a Korok. What are you doing here? Let's see what the Korok's got to say. Maybe the Korok will say some cool stuff. Tweehee! Oh, I already unlocked it. Okay, okay. Wait, don't stray too far though. Gotta get that broadsword. I hope it doesn't despawn. Still there? Okay, good. Alright, I'm just gonna chop down some cool stuff, okay? Wow, big mushroom. Iron shroom. That looks like a tortoise back there. The cap of this mushroom is very hard. Use it when cooking to prepare a dish to increase your defense. Yeah. Oh, I can't cut that one. Yeah. Let me check my shields. Oh, I could drop this one. Get another spiky one. I guess I could... Yeah, no, that's right. That one's evergreen. There you go. Oh, that's funny, because it stays alive. Oh, man. Oh, I could chop shrubberies, huh? That's cool. One more. Or never mind. Almost. One more. Can I chop the thing that they have? No. Probably not. There you go. Okay, alright. So now we'll go pick up the broadsword. Phew. Did not despawn for whatever weird reasons. That would be sad. A soldier's shield. A shield once used by the guards of Hyrule Castle. It's easy to handle, but its core is made of wood, so it can catch fire. Okay, so... I think I'll finally get rid of the pot lid. Cool. I have two soldiers' broadswords, so I should keep using one of them. All right, well, that's that one down. So then I was gonna check out that encampment over there, and then then go there. I see there's some bokoblin right there.
This baby can take temperatures up to 9,000 degrees.
What, 9,000? There's no way that can be right.
There's no way that can't be right. It's the Scully jump scare. What's up, Scully? How's it going? Hope your day went all right today. A sneaky river snail. This large glow-in-the-dark snail lives in the fresh water. When cooked into a dish, it heightens your senses so you can move about silently. A lot of stealth stuff around here. We have the Nightshade, that one, and then there's like some other ones around. Yeah. Oh wow, look at that. Oh, a fish. Okay. Wow, a lot of stuff on the way. Whoa, it's nighttime, Rick. You have a family-sized bag of Takis. Everybody celebrate. Hell yeah. That's what's up. I am glad to hear it, Scully. And then my condolences ahead of time when that bag is suddenly empty because you've been enjoying it very much, very fast. And before you know it, they're all gone. Grasshoppers. Restless cricket. A very energetic cricket. Cook it with monster parts to create a stamina recovery elixir. Oh, good. That is sick. I don't know why, but a family-sized bag of Takis is funny. I can't picture a whole family eating Takis. That's true. Wait, are you gonna fight me? Shit! Why did I press that button? Crap. What's this do? Okay, bye, goat. The sneaky river snail really lights up its and makes itself obvious. Lots of fishies. Like it. Love it. Gotta have it. Ooh. Is it Korok time? Oh man, you're gonna make me do this? Yeah, alright. Okay. Oh, come on. Good. Oh. I don't know if there's a timer on this. Oh shit. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Punk. Oh. Yay. You had like 5 whole crabs today? Wow, amazing. You found me. I did it. Now I also found trouble. Hi. Oh, wrong. Oh, get. There you go. There you go. Tweehee. There goes those ingredients. I am not going in the water for those. Okay, so, gosh. I didn't end up... And now I have to cross all the way just to get over there. I'd rather do this first. It was. We brought our own butter melters and seasonings and hots. Oh, wow. Okay, now we need to switch to bomb. You are. I think I've only eaten real crab in sushi, but never by itself. Oh. All right. A remoraid is in the chat. How about lobster? Same thing? Dueling Peaks Tower. It's fun if you like to feel like an animal since you gotta bust out nutcrackers and scissors and stuff. Ah. tear up the sinews and all that. Very graphic. One day I'm gonna buy a whole grab and cook it for myself. Nice. That's good, Scully. I mean, not to say that people should be doing it for those out there that would like to not do that, but if that sounds good to you, then that's cool to go for, you know? Glad you guys had a good time. Was there a special occasion? It's more the shell than the sinews. Oh, the shell. You gotta crack open the shells. Crabs in a whole shell. Oh, I meant to press B. Hold on, let's wait. They do a big crab feed once a year to support our local high school sports teams. There you go. Nice. Sheikah Tower activated. Bunch of freshmen serving crab to drunk adults. Oh my god. Scanning area. Whoa. We see more of map. Regional map extracted. I gotta take those stars off the map. Also, one of the few places I can go to where I am one of the youngest people there. Oh, that's funny. Minus the freshman, that is. Sheikah Slate updated. Add additional function. Blah, 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 blah. Additional functionality detected. The Sheikah sensor. Searching for shrines. The sensor reacts when you are close to shrines that you have not yet visited. If you head in the direction where the reaction is strongest, you should be able to find the shrine. Sheikah sensor acquired. Do I get a rumble? Then it'd be like the rumble pack in Ocarina of Time, which was called the something of Destiny, right? Stone of Destiny? I think so. Why do they have freshmen working the fuck? Come on, at least get the seniors. I'll be honest, I can't tell the difference, but they look young. Yeah, I hope it's not because, like, the freshmen should do it. It's a hazing ritual. You can enable or disable the Sheikah sensor with Y on the map screen. The Rumble Pack. Hell yeah. Sheikah sensor now operational. The Sheikah sensor. The sensor indicator has been placed near the minimap. Search for shrines by moving in the direction with the strongest signal. Shrine nearby. Is that the one I was looking at? Yes. Okay, so now I can just glide off. That's cool. I kind of just want to glide to that bokoblin over there and start messing up these peeps. Alright, can I do it? Let's see. Also, my Dreamcast cables are almost here. Hell yeah. Dreamcasting. What can you do now once you get your Dreamcast cables? Weren't you streaming off of your Dreamcast before? Or is it... Oh yeah, what's different now? Alright, buddy. Oh, you punk. Alright, you wanna fight? Here we go. Oh shit. You dodged. Here we go. Whoa, let's run. Whoa, come on, start. Woohoo. I gotta heal for 3 right now. Eat. Alright. Alright, I think. Yeah. Alright. Oh, nice. I got some hearts. Some guts, I mean. The first thing I did when I played this was find every tower. It was like an addiction. I couldn't stop. And when I finally got them all, I stopped playing because I didn't feel mood. Oh, wow. Okay, well, thanks for that cautionary tale. I'll not repeat what you've done. Traveler's Claymore. Look at that in the ground. Oh, yeah. I think I've seen it in that form before. Yeah, I'll learn from that. Thank you for sharing, Scully. I have another seared steak. How many seared steaks can I hold? We shall see. Wow, this guy's just in his own, in their own world, huh? I haven't ridden one of these yet. Oh, a treasure chest. Whoa, cool. That could be a reason to sail. Let's get treasure. And it looks like it might be made of metal, too. Maybe I could pull it from the side. And there's a little cricket there, too. Okay, all right, all right. Oh, wow, that was very fast. Did I scare the... Oh, it's a frog. Okay, okay, okay. Let me see if I could sneak up on the frog. Oh, there goes the frog. Okay, that's fine. Can I get it from here? Wow. Guess not. Wow. It just tells me where they are, huh? That's cool, man. Okay, no streaming. Just took a pic of it hooked up via RF. This is a SCART cable, so it can go into my setup and be streamed and played in high quality, like my other consoles. Oh, I see. Yeah, you want high quality for everything there. You didn't have that for Dreamcast, so I'm glad you got that. More bokoblins. Got more bokoblins going on. Oops, wrong button. Ow, where's my shield? Shit. Okay. All right. Whoops. 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 Yeah, this is good. Steam mushrooms. Did I unequip my shield? Some. Oh yeah, I guess I did. All right. Man, so sick. Good quality. Also have no way to capture RF. Oh, okay. So what did you stream it for? It was on a PlayStation, maybe? That was like it was like a game that's on Dreamcast, but you did it not on Dreamcast, right? Is that right? No. I don't know. I guess I'll get rid of the Traveler's Claymore. I've got a Soldier's Claymore now. Space Channel 5, it was on... Oh, yeah, okay, that's what it was. That's what it was, yeah. Things are clicking out for me. I was like, okay, yeah, you got an upgrade on something. All right, which way? Oh God, where was the? Where was the... Oh, man, I lost my way. Oh, yeah, I think it's on this side then. Yeah. The little ship. The little raft. There you go, raft. Wow. Oh, there's already a chest right here. Okay, let's do it. Oh, oh. Can I get up? All right. Let's see if we can, Yeah, okay. Now, I don't want to sink the raft with weight. I don't know if that could be a thing, so I'm going to just... Wait, is the raft moving from... Hold on a minute. Am I making it move? Oh my god, I am. Or maybe not. Weird. Okay. Can't quite get that yet. Maybe in can I do it in the water? No. Oh! That's one way to push it. That's great. Sorry, Harris. You're gonna have to deal. Alright, let's do it. We schmovin'. Nice. Damn it. Badu in the chat. This is so funny. Gosh dang. What a silly feeling game. Alright, course correction. Hi, Korok. Yeah, you found me. Bye-bye. Uh-oh. Go back. Oops. All right, here we go. Can't do that one yet. What's that over there? What is that? Shiny somethings. Oh, just like a shield? Hmm. Oh no, I heard it. Ouch. Magneto. That's the bow I dropped. Oh, thank you. Soldier's Spear. Wow, a long spear once used by the guards of Hyrule Castle. Easy to use, but difficult to master. The iron tip is very sturdy, and the shaft will not burn when exposed to flame. Wow. Well, I guess I have no need for this one, at least. Yeah, there they go. One more to go, huh? Oh, oops. There you go. Very good. Oh no. Where am I going? The wind is happening. Uh-oh. Better take one of these. Hurry. Oh! Stop the wind.
Okay, that's enough. Where are you now? There you are. Bit too far, huh? All right. Shit. Okay. Come on. Clickable? No. Not yet. Okay. Still not close enough. Can't see it. All right. Oh shit. Okay. Hold on. There you go. Wow. Yeah, this could really ruin my. Oh, another chest too. Okay, all right. Gonna be here for a bit. Okay. Still not there yet. Okay. Just gotta be super aggressive with this. All right. There you are. Wow, where's the other chest? Up ahead still? Am I right above it? Where's the edge? Over there. Might be right above it. Okay. Yep, I was right above it. Okay. Love the Pirate Saga. Yeah. I'm getting Wind Waker-y in here. Alright, well, I guess we reached the end of our adventure here. Oops. A goat, okay. And then we got that thing.
which I think I've already touched before. Looks like we got multiple encampments there. Yeah, I know, right? This neon snail is sneaky snail. Had to try. Ooh, eggs. Man, I am way off base from the that thing over there. I'm supposed to go through. All right. Let's go through them. Well, there's also this. Gotta do this, huh? There's always more to see. Like, you could just see just beyond that there's more to do. So it's enticing to just keep going and going and going. Okay. There you go. Okay, we got some stronger guys coming. Oh, nice. Poliwhirl in the chat. It's funny this guy was sleeping. Huh. Oops. do with this. Not sure. Set it down for now. Oh, chests. Cool. No! What the fuck? It's so funny. Oh, wow. That's okay. We saved kind of recently, so. One swing. Back in time. No, I died a few times. There's some tough enemies, for sure. But not insurmountable, but there are some ones that really punish you if you're not careful. Okay, alright. Which ones? Yeah, those are already dead. But we can fight those guys again. Where am I? There was chests over here, right? Are they gone now? They're just gone? Okay. Back to the start now. Yeah, you're back, J-Station. Good morning. Or good afternoon. Okay, yeah. Someone wants to throw a thing. Yeah, okay. Oh. Alright. Settle down there. Yeah, back to the start now. Oh my god. That would be devastating. Oh, what? Did my thing break? Maybe it did. Alright, another 4. There we go. Oh, this could do. Congrats again on magically fixing Gym 3D. Gotta head to bed. Calroon, have a good night. Thanks for sticking around. Wow, this is pretty long. I appreciate it. See you later. Okay. Yeah, I do have to connect again. Let's see. Oh yeah, Soldier Spear would be good. Oh. Oh, shit. Right in the back. Okay. I think that's enough, quite. I need one of these. Oh, it's only a quarter. I didn't forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, that should be enough. Okay. Okay, that's one down. Whoa! Whoa! Oh no, I'm crouching now too. Oh my god. That's so funny. Ooh. I gotta stop you from doing it. Alright, now I can pick that up. Whoa! Shield of the Mind's Eye. What the fuck? Oh man. You almost booted up stream again? You couldn't believe it. A small Sheikah-made shield. Its design is intended to decrease blind spots without sacrificing too much defense. That's cool. I gotta drop a shield. Might as well just drop 2 of these. Yeah. Okay. Alright. That was nice. That was awesome.
got for inventory here? The spiked one there. This was great. The long reach was great. From your last 8 hours. Oh, well, yeah. 8 hours plus the 2 hours and 30 minutes when the stream crashed. So I've been streaming for 10 hours, 30 minutes. What are my highlights? Let's see. Sword in the Stone in the beginning still. Gosh. I guess I got clipped. The absolute miss on a group of goblins, and then the absolute critical hit and killing everyone at once with an explosion that happened afterwards. That was funny. I love cooking. The cooking is great. Gosh, there's a lot to think about. I'll have to slow drip that info to you. What else do we got here? I thought the counter scene. Yeah. I did think about how, you know, peeps have an on-stream like actual counter on there, and then they could pause it and resume it. I didn't want to put too much effort like making this like a high production kind of stream for this one night. So just trying to keep it nice and focused on just gaming Breath of the Wild. So you know, I just mentally, like, I knew that whenever a stream crashes, I would just mark the time in my head, and it was at the 2 hour 30, about 2 hour 35, something like that mark. But yeah, I'll just round down to 2 hours 30 minutes. But had a full-on PowerPoint of cool shit. I mean, it was pretty quick to make. So I mean, it helps that I'm used to Photoshop. Maybe if it seemed like it was higher effort, and then, you know, the font was already made by someone else, and then the art, the background map was made by Nintendo, and then the art was made by Bobena. So, and then all the game covers were made by, you know. So I just put images in an arrangement. That's all. But thank you. Okay. But in the future, I might consider changing the nature of the counter, because there's two ways I can count it. Is longest stream with breaks included and longest stream without breaks included. If I do without breaks included, that's where I use the counter, and I have to pause it every time I go on break. That might become more valuable as this gets longer and longer. So if I go to stream, I mean, for future stream anniversaries. So if I go to stream number, if I go to 30 hours in the future, maybe I take a nap at some point. I don't know. Then I would stop the counter because that's a long break. Oh yeah, I was gonna go here, and then I finished, right? That's good. So I got a cool shield. So I should equip that. There you go. And then I guess I'm ready to go to main quest, right? Midstream nap time, hell yeah. But yeah, we'll see what I do for my future stream anniversaries. Yeah, man, there's so much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking this back ways of the mountain? Yep, I'm still going off of the road. Still doing it. Let's see what we're doing now. Oh man, what's in the water? What is that? Is that a friggin' sword? Now I can use this. What is that? Whoa, what is this thing? You look like a fake thing. What? That's amazing. 360 no scope. All right, let's see. Man, they really give you a lot of abilities right away, huh? All right, let's try. Let's see, what was I supposed to do? That. Okay. A lot of buttons I gotta memorize.
Not a lot of breath in this game, but they sure make up for it with all the wilds. Direct plot progress is a sin. I'm finding out. I'm finding out. Yeah, okay, that's an Octorok thing. Alright, that's what you are. Okay. Oh, shit. Freeze. Bunk. Oh, God, you broke it. Can I fight you in the water? No. Ow, I'm in trouble. Go, 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 go. Ow, I'm in trouble still. Ow, I'm still in trouble. Can I kill you? I guess I can. Look at that stuff. Wow, let's cook with this stuff, huh? Octo Balloon. This inflatable Octorok organ has a lot of lift. So attach it to items you want to see float. Hold it in your hands and then place it on an object to attach it. What? That's cray. Octorok Tentacle. This can only be obtained from an Octorok type enemy. It's too acidic for cooking, but it's highly valued as an ingredient for elixirs. Octorok Eyeball. This can only be obtained from an Octorok type enemy. You can sell it at a store or you can make elixirs with it, but it may have other uses as well. Alright. Time to make a telescope. Alright, can I climb up? Oh yeah, I totally can. Dun, 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 dun. Also, let's chew on something and mid-climb, climb. Wow, I'm running out of low health stuff. I guess this is spicy simmered. Okay. This is the resistant to cold. Do I need resistance to cold anymore? There's a baked apple. Direct heat has softened and sweetened it. Eat it to restore 3/4 of a heart. I don't know if I want to cook with it though. Do I bake then cook? I'll do seared meat. There you go. I see the value in having low health upgrade stuff. Low health restore stuff. Hello, everybody. I am on a mountain now. And there is a goat that might try to get me. Well, guess there's still more progress you can do up there. Anything down here? Goat over there. Yeah, they just booking it. Shelmet in the chat. Speaking of little blue guys. Hiding. Actually, is it pink? Shelmet is pink, huh? Those little jelly boys remind me of Wind Waker. Yes, yes, absolutely. And the Koroks, too. We're getting in the cell shading-ish style. That's all Wind Waker stuff, which is great. And we're using Paraglide. It's a little like, yo, remember Wind Waker? This is for all you Wind Wakies out there. Something like that. It's probably how it goes. That's probably what the devs were thinking. Miyamoto was like, where are my Wind Waker fans at? Okay, no, it was Eiji Aonuma, right? Eiji Aonuma was writing love letters. It's gone yeah. Oh man, can we make it over there? By using our paraglides? Oh man, there's definitely some slippery Oh, wow. They told me for a second that slippery on the ice. I wonder what happens when we try to... I want to get a little peek at the... Yeah, there you go. Yeah, okay. Good. I'm glad I'm practicing while it's safe to practice. Okay, well, we could try to start a fire and sit and wait, huh? That could be cool. Although we have to use our flint. Man, this would really set me back. Like all the way over there, huh? And then I go over there, then I finally go back over there. Sheesh. But, alright. It's just too rainy to go climbing. I guess I gotta switch. Maybe if I get the power of wild shape, I can approach these birds. Wow, another shrine over there, huh? My God. Whew. Okay, what are we gonna do next now, huh? Okay, well it seems like maybe I might start using ice powers to step away. So... Oops. Oh no, I broke it. I don't think I can make it like that, so let me get back. Let's try that again. Whoa. Don't do it again. Okay. All right. Is there a guy up there? Whoa, what happened here? Whoa. Maybe I gotta take it out with the metal. Oh yeah. Opal, alright. Anything else?
Got sunken treasure chests. How high can I take this? Let's see. Okay, so I can't just put it up on that platform up there. Whoa, someone riding a mount? Oh, multiple peeps riding a mount. Can I trip them with this? Can I just be like do this? Seems tough though. Wow. Oh shit, they see me. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Let me, okay, jump. Some village kid on the shore having their mind blown watching someone summon ice blocks and hop across the Yeah, they're like, Mom, Mom, Mom. It's like, not right now, dear. Mom! How could they have seen you? I can't believe it. Okay. What is this blanket? It adds character. Can I see them? Yes. Can I snipe them from here? No. But can I paraglide from here? Yes. I'm not going to bother with them right now. I think we're getting too... Although, wait, hold on. There is a wind blowing. I got to look out. But there's supposed to be a shrine over there. And I'm supposed to go back over there. I'm going to try shrining it up over there. But first I'm going to save. All right. Let's go. Let's switch to this, actually. And here we go. Whee! Yeah, I'm definitely going against the wind now. Hi, can I just drop in on you? Holy crap, that was sick. Uh-oh. Gosh, oh god. Why has it gotta be nighttime as well? Aye. Okay, alright. Do you see me? They saw me. They're riding. Here they go. Yep, yep, yep. Fine. Gotcha. Oh shit, another one? Okay. Can I ride you? Mount! Mount! Yes! Whoa! Whoa! Yeah. Whoa! Soothe. L. L. It's okay. Oh shit, don't run into it. Okay, don't run into the water. Alright, alright. Whoa! Wow. Okay, I need you to slow down. Can you slow? Okay, good. Oh god! Ugh. I'm sorry. Shit. Okay, alright. You okay, horse? Horse is freaked out. Okay, doesn't work. Okay, cool. I think I could still ride horse. Yes. Okay, good. But I want to get to shrine, so... Epona! I know! Wow! So cool. Wow. Trot. Whoa! Wow. You waited for me. How sweet. Okay, so now I can maybe do this. Can I also do this? Yeah, okay.
Wow. Not pleased with me, but still chill. Yeah. Yep. Very deserved. Oh no. Yeah. Man, these are fast keys. Oh boy. All right. Whoa. Okay. And jump off. And now we gotta fight these things. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Give Pona an apple. I have no apples. Okay, all right. Let's go that way. Where is your signature spin? I know. Where is it? The rusty claymore. Oh, okay. It's even worse. Can't carry anymore though. I guess the claymore works well for these keys. So I should use my soldier's claymore right now. Okay, you want to fight? I'm ready. Come and get me! This is episode 1 of the Pokemon anime. When Ash is talking to all those Spearows. Epona, get in the ball! Okay, alright. I guess that didn't do as much. Okay. Now you can finally jump the Gerudo Valley Bridge. Yeah, there you go. Oh, what's this one? A rusty shield. It's likely this rusty old shield once belonged to a knight. It still has some defensive capabilities, but its usefulness has been worn down by time. Alright. Well, Epona, I'm sorry, but there's this shrine I want to get to, but I'm going to have to leave you here. Okay, I understand. Go live your life, okay? Go live it. And maybe you'll be back. Maybe you'll still be here when I get back. No, probably not. Because I don't think you can cross here, right? It's going to be a swimming ordeal. I know. What if I can make it? What if I push this bridge over so I could put Epona on it? Victory bell in the chat. Look, aren't they lovely? I wanted to see how the shrine would look with flowers around it, and it's wonderful. Please, feel free to take a closer look. Just don't step on them. Okay, watch out for the flowers. Okay, all right. There's a chest here. Pick that up. All right, here we go. Operation Get Epona onto this thing. Wait, don't step on that. Okay, set it down for now. I need to get up on this. Okay, let's go. Oh shit, no. Okay, let's go. Come on. Let's push off. Getting too twisty. Course correct. Okay, that's good, Nice and easy. Turns out you can't lead a horse to water. Alright. Nice and easy. Eventually we'll make it. Okay, alright. Cancel. Can I even open it like that from here? Purple rupee, alright. Okay, now get Epona. You still there? Alright, you're still there. Amazing. Hey, no problem, Piano. We're all just here to come stop by whenever we can, like in Cheers. You know? Are you okay with stepping over a little bit of water? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry. Oh. Can you get up on there? Oh, no, he doesn't want to. Oh. Okay, all right, I tried. Well, do you want to just wait right here for me? Maybe you won't, because as soon as I enter the shrine, I might not be here, so I'm going to soothe you with L. There you go. It was good knowing you. And dismount. Wait, where'd the chest go here? Oh well. Anyway, wait, I need that chest. Well, I guess I don't if I just swim against the current here. Can always use ice powers as well. Bye-bye, horsey. Yeah. Am I gonna make it? One more dash here, huh? Epona stole the chest. Ah, oh, okay, wait. All right, gotta do the quest. Don't step, right? Don't step on him. This is cool. I love this little maze I have to do. All right. What if a monster appears and makes me run? Don't step on him. Oh, okay. Oh, I cut one. I cut one. No. Oh, I should have used the spear. Oh, good. I get to start over. All right. All right. Let's try this again. Yep, we gotta play nice, Squirtle style, to the flowers. All right, will be better now. There you go. Ooh, oh, see, like they know what's up. There's a, wait, what is that? A tool? Oh, you're trying to trick me to get that tool. Because I can't step on the flowers, man. Oh, jeez. Anything over there? No. Whoa, there's something right there. Alright. I did it. Can I step on your flowers now? Wait, what? Oh no, I stepped on a flower. Oh my god. Oh, okay. I have to jump. That's what I have to do. I gotta jump. That's how I can do it. Can I jump from here? No, probably not. They're making it so tempting to stray from the path. Yeah. Like, look at all this stuff. Oh, you know how I could get that? It's through the power of magnets. How do they work? Ah. Will they detect that I'm moving? Is that going to cause the flowers to... Ah, shoot. Hold on. Thick. Finally, yeah. The farmer's pitchfork. I already have the farmer's pitchfork right here, so that's okay. As for that thing right there, oh, the horse is still there. Oh man, loyal horse. I feel like maybe you can get to it. Oh yeah, there is a tiny path. Okay, hold on. Let's do the tiny path. We got time. All right, go for a nice stroll. Oh yeah. Oh shit! What the fuck? Holy! Oh my god. This is like look like a king slime from Dragon Quest. Man, giant Choo. Wow, man. The devs are they got a sense of humor. Big hearty radish. This hardy radish has grown much larger than the average radish. In fact, it's making you think of Super Mario Bros. 2. It's rich in analeptic compounds that, when cooked in a dish, temporarily increases your maximum hearts. That's sick. Okay, now I gotta go back. Press heart to fight. Is that what that means? Fight with love. Okay. All right, we gotta be careful here. That's where I screwed up. I thought I was home free, but there's this random little patch there. So I wonder, do I have enough room to fit, like, right in between, or should I make the jump? All right, I'm gonna try to fit in between. Oh, hello, Rao Shrine! Got some new ideas, Nintendo. Man, all the Zelda games are always banging on about analeptic compounds. Oh, nice stretch. Okay. Watch out for the flowers. Complete. Can I step on them now? No, I don't want to. Right? No. Okay. The ice choo-choos. I've seen those. We got choo-choos and ice choo-choos, so I'm waiting for some fire choo-choos or something. Or some rocket choo-choos. To you who sets foot in this shrine, I am Hilarao. In the name of the goddess Hylia, I offer this trial. Drifting! Family is important in here. Alright. Or, wait, initial D. Drifting, man. Oh, I see. I've done a bit of that. Okay, I got it. You gotta do some stuff. I'm convinced all of the shrine names are Rayman language Simish. There you go. Probably is. Alright, let's try. Can I just jump up on here? Yeah, alright. Wow, this is Frogger. Feel like it. Trying to cross, well, at least the water parts of Frogger, which would just be like after the street. You cross the street and then you get to the river part and you gotta cross the river. So I might have to use ice powers, huh? Maybe not. Okay, that looks a little dubious. Can I use ice powers? Which is a yes, but I gotta be careful. Oh, wow, yeah, okay. Hold on. Gotta break that. Okay. Oh, there's a chest down there? Oh. Hold on. Hold on. Wait. Oh, no, wrong one. Oh my god! Oh, wait, what the what? I guess that works. Let me get back. Oh my god, open it! What the frick? Oh my god. Ice. Okay, and press A and get the heck out of here. Oh my god. That was freaking crazy. Failed successfully. Wow. I like physics, Zelda. Don't let go, Jack. Yeah. Wow, look at that. Stairs. Oh, geez. Explosives? What are we doing? Oh, can I grab that? Is that just stone? Let me see. Yeah. Can I just press A on it? Like. Okay, that works. Okay, cool. I hope it's not too rapid for me. Alright. No. Got it. Ice arrows. Oh, cool. Make platforms. Never punish. You saw that, Donfield? Man, it's the way. It's the way. Okay. I need to do this. This. And then I'll do one step here. So I'm gonna jump over. Make another one here. Oh shit, that's right, there's explosives. I need to be careful. And then throw. Okay, I did it. Okay, and then let's eat. Let's eat. Okay, I do want to. Let's see. Which one? Simmered fruit, sure. This is a great Brad game because Brad always be trying wild shit in games, and this game is just like, oh yeah. Okay. Oh man, Breath of the Wild shit in games. Let's go. Okay, all right. I gotta hurry it up here, huh? Because I don't know if the next explosive barrel is coming. Yeah. Oh my god. Whew. That was amazing. All right. Okay, hold on, Monk. I'm just checking out stuff. Might be some sweet goods. Oh, what if I fell down there, man? Oh, I almost did. All right. Grimer in the chat. Your resourcefulness in overcoming this trial speaks to the promise of a hero. And that was some... Oh my god. In the name of Goddess Hylia, I bestow upon you this spirit orb. Thanks. May the goddess smile upon you. Man, we got that spear, we got that shield, we got that bow and arrow. They're all like populating our back. Look at that. I feel like a warrior. Okay, now that I've completed the quest, is it alright if I step on it? Oh no, I'm sorry. Damn it. So many times. No. Oh no. Lost count of how many times I've told you, just so many now. Oh God. How do you not understand? Why don't you get it? Shh. Ah, no! Oh, fuck. I worked day after day to plant those flowers, and you come and hurt them over and over. Oh, fuck. I'm so sorry. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I will make you understand. Do I have to fight you? The flowers rage! Oh, shit. Did it game over? Oh. Game's whole vibe is with puzzles of shrug. If you can get it to work, it works. Oh, God. Okay. I take damage. Whooped my ass. Yeah. Definitely, man. I'll get some spicy steamed fruit. One hit KO'd me, man. Hi, sorry.
Hi!
Look, do you see the shrine has changed to a pretty color? It must be pleased by my gorgeous flowers. Yeah. Alright, horse, you still there? Horse! I'm coming, horse! You really stuck it out, man. That's sick. New goal, lure Ganon into flower beds so she can one-shot him. Hell yeah. Ah, might be the hero of legends, true. This whole time I've been looking in the wrong place. Okay, this is the legend of, whatever her name was. Oh, wow, who is this person? Who's running? Can I see? Can I stop you in your tracks? Is that all right? Hold on. Sorry. Let's do a nice trot. Can I talk to you while... Yeah, I can. Oh, sorry. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. What? What's going on? Don't catch cold. Turns out her name was Link. Oh, wow. Do you want a horse? Oh, shit. I can't even talk to her while... Okay, it says talk, but it just says yeah on the horse. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get off the horse and then talk to her. Okay, wait, hold on. Gotta get ahead of her. I like watching the river flow by. Is that such a crime? Lika? Link just want to talk to horse. We've entered a Red Dead arc. Oh, there you go. Seeing the water stream so peacefully makes it hard to believe the great calamity really happened. Then monsters attack out of nowhere. And I think, oh, right, time to head back to the stables. Whatever. What? What? Okay. I don't get you. All right, well, let's go. Aw, I like that. What is that? Holy horse. Oh my god, is that a merry-go-round? The Wago Katsa Shrine. Oh my gosh. Well, time to do another shrine. Yeah. All right, let's see. Got to start doing the math on when we've officially crossed over on the new record. So 12 hours, 10 minutes minus 2 hours 30, so 10 and 30, so 9 hours 40. Is that when it is? So 9 hours 40 plus 2, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. So I guess we have less than an hour till we get to... less than an hour till we get to the new stream record. About 2 p.m. to 2 p.m. What are you doing? Ah, crap. I didn't see what kind of trial this is supposed to be. Oh, man. This looks... I don't know. Wait, can I hit rewind on my own stream? Damn. Maybe I can hit clip. I'm hitting clip. Go back in time. Yeah, okay, got it. I'm gonna reread it. Metal Connections, thank you. It says, to you who sets foot in this shrine, I am Wagokata for this trial. Metal Connections. All right, thank you. Sounds good. I actually need to... Brad casually trying to time travel. Yeah, it's a little cash. I need to use the restroom. Maybe the liquids are catching up to me. So I'll be right back, and then we'll explore these metal connections. Let me hit save just in case. Go piss, girl. Let's do it. Okay. All right. Be right back. Yeah, at least one or two. Yeah, I forget if it was 2 or 1. I've been to at least 2, maybe 3 of the Zelda Orchestra ones. Yeah, because maybe part of what's muddying our memory is that we went to the Final Fantasy one as well together. We did 2 Zelda, 1 Final Fantasy. That sounds very real. Yeah. Also, I opened up a UCC coffee, the classic, of course. This is to help me get over the finish line. Now, the Final Fantasy one was not the open wings or the wing, whatever it was. Destiny wings, I don't know. It was one that was, I forgot what the theme was. It was specifically something, however it was titled. But yeah. You did a Sonic, but I was in Seattle at that point. Oh, yeah, that's right. But Cup of Noobles might have been at the same one you were at. And I don't know. Harris, have you been to any of the orchestras? I'm not sure if that's in your like interests, or maybe you never got around to investing in an orchestra ticket or something. Yeah, that's really cool. Cup of Noobles and Dunfield, the same one. That's hella sick. All right, let's see here. So metal, huh? So let me turn on the metal look. Okay, we got some stuff going on. We got puzzles to do. Can I even get over there? All right. Oh, can I climb these? Let me see. Yep, okay. They're climbable. So I would want to be able to be close enough to get to there so that I can get the chest and then get over there. Seems simple. Okay. So I got to drag it over. All right. Oh, right. Oh, wait. We can't be too close. Oh, wait. If it's climbable, can't I just climb it now? Yeah, okay. Hold on. Hopefully the angle won't be too much. It shouldn't be. It's very generous, it seems. Final Fantasy 1 wasn't with Omatsu, but it still covered all the FF games. Also had Sakaguchi there to give a speech. Okay, creator of FF. Okay. Coolest thing with the Sonic Orchestra is they got the vocalist that did Sick Ruby. Hell yeah. Got a killer voice. Vocals for modern stuff. So did that person do the rolling around at the speed of sound? The Escape from the City song? Sounds super cool. Oh, wait, no. Did they have the actual band do that one? I forgot which band, the band name for that. Okay, let's climb down. Let go. And then... Can I just do this and it moves all of them? Well, okay, yeah. Alright. Stack them up. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, it's because I'm like, wait, okay, hold on. I need to use my don't move myself, but do kind of, I mean, it'll be all right. Okay. Go. Down. There you go. Now forward. Forward march. Maybe it's because, oh, is it against the lip a little bit? Alright, there you go. Orchestra did all the classic. Band came on, did the vocal. So yeah, speed of sound is in there. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Okay. Yeah. Got it. And then... So now... Oh boy. Wow, is this thing... Okay, alright. So I think we need to... Needs to go higher. Yeah. How far can I push it? Pretty dang far. Yeah. I suppose canceling it won't be advisable here. Yeah. Oh shit! No. God. Wow. All right. Be careful. Oh man. Okay. All right, let's do that again. Whoa. Just need to drop that there. Okay. All right. Oh, is this a clue? Should I go here? Yeah, seems all right. Okay, so we're going up. So now with this one, we want enough space to be able to... no, it doesn't matter. Okay, we get to the top. And then we're able to put this bridge... A ramp. We need to make a ramp, right? Yeah. Just barely hanging on, huh? All right. Sick. Your resourcefulness in overcoming this trial speaks to the promise of a hero. In the name of Goddess Hylia, I bestow upon you the spirit orb. What would OSHA say? Don't tell OSHA. I'm trying to get spirit orbs. Risk my life for spirit orbs. May the goddess smile upon you. Cutting grass. Wildlife taking shelter in grass will sometimes jump out when you cut down their hiding place. Hey, horse. Good to see you again. You're still hanging out, and it's amazing. Okay. Well, I guess I'm just going to walk for a second over here. Wow, look at this community. Riverside Stable. Oh, another woodcutter's axe. Okay. Oh, it's Lika. I feel less anxious with you around, thanks. I hear 100 years ago there weren't so many monsters. A lady could actually go for a walk alone if she wanted. I can't even picture it now. Oh my god. Just speaking too real, man. Monsters everywhere. Dazzy7 says, yo, this is my favorite game of all time. Hell yeah. Welcome on in. I've waited 9 years to play it. I bought it maybe 6 years ago. I don't know. Did I buy it 9 years ago? I forget. Yeah. It sounds weird that I waited so long. Hey. You got some Gaul waking up a sleeping stranger. Show a little respect. Oh wow! Hey, it's you. You look just like your relatives, or are you invincible? From Wind Waker, the Beetle shop. Hey, it's Beetle. What? Hey, I don't believe I made your acquaintance. My name's Beetle, but you could call me. Actually, let's just stick with Beetle. But even if you forget my face, you can remember me by my beetle-shaped backpack. I only officially finished the game after like 6 years of playing with 300 hours. Wow, congratulations. Holy moly, it's a lifestyle for you. Wow. Despite these dangerous times, you'll find me traveling all over Hyrule to finish your shopping needs. My shopping needs. I stock many special bugs and must-have items for travelers, and I always charge a fair price, or my name's not Beetle. Now, it could be, what if the, descendants are like, there's always like a Link, there's a Zelda, there's a Beetle as well, to carry on the legend, the legacy. I also buy all sorts of things if you're in need of rupees. Gemstones in particular fetch a high price. How can I help you today? What have you got? I'm sure I have something you'll find useful. Please, have a look. Yeah, there's too much to do, and I wanted to finish everything before the I still haven't finished 100% dex. Oh, wow. Still not. 300 hours, not enough. The Legend of Beetle. We have Thunderwing Butterfly. Electric Darner. Tireless Frog. Whoa. Increase your maximum stamina. Cook with monster parts for an electricity resistance elixir. This rare dragonfly only appears in the rain. Its wings direct electricity away from its body. This rare frog only ventures out in the rain. When cooked with monster parts, the elixir it produces... Okay. The organs in its body produce an insulating compound. When made into an elixir, offers electrical resistance. Altaria is in the chat. Arrows and more arrows? Oh, ×5. Nice. Well, I would like. Oh wow, Tireless Frog costs 100. Nice. Well, we've seen Darners before, but I guess I have none of these in the inventory. I could sell stuff too. What if I try to buy everything, huh? I'll start with all the frogs. Give me all the frogs. Yep. Wow! 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 It's so funny. Oh, I like it. Hey! Oh, whoops! I don't have enough rupees. That's embarrassing. It is embarrassing. Let me sell stuff. Look what I've got. Oh. Okay. All right, what do we got? We got these. $19. 29 will leave us with 10. That sounds good. Nice Altaria emote, Harris. What is that expression? Let's see. Oh, good job, Bobena. Oh, you had that too. Sea cat cozy. It's a cozy expression. Wow, that's a lot of rupees. Wow. Holy moly. Yeah, we're all right. I'm reading emotes again, yep. I just couldn't figure out what that expression was. Wait, I can sell dishes? Wow, cool. Want a spicy elixir? Cool. Yes, I would like to buy the rest of your stuff. That was a hoo-hoo like a Mario.
Wow!
Alright, cool. Sounds good. Thanks, Beetle. Thank you very much. You both had the same idea. Woohoo! Woohoo! That is great. Oh. Wow. All right, next up. Who are you?
Hi.
Customary traveling alone. This inn gets full marks for beauty, so I highly recommend taking a rest here. This river here makes for some lovely scenery, and if you head northeast from here, you'll find Millennial Sandbar. The scenery there is every bit as lovely as the scenery here. So, why would you go there? I'm something of a connoisseur of beauty, of a scientist myself, you see. I simply cannot resist a beautiful sight. I tried to exude this in all things, not least of all my own beautiful appearance. Speaking of, has anyone told you, you have the most beautiful features? I do have many fond memories of this beautiful land. If you have the time, would you indulge me? Yeah, listen, we got the time. We're trying to go for a record here. Oh, you would? Even more beautiful on the inside. Now, let's see. If you head north through Hyrule Field, you'll see the castle surrounded by that foul aura. It has long been a den of monsters, but in its glory days, it was surely a thing of wondrous beauty. It was in that very castle in those very days that my ancestor, my grandfather's grandfather, I believe. Anyway, he worked as the castle's appointed chef. I couldn't believe it myself. Oh, how I wonder what sorts of cuisine members of the royal court enjoyed in those good old days. As a child, I would often suffer meager meals, all while dreaming of the beautiful dishes that might have graced my plate. Oh, if only things had been different. Gourmet spiced meat, seafood curry, mushroom risotto, egg pudding. Oh my, I think I'm salivating. And it's my pursuit of those childhood dreams that explains the fabulous body you see here. These days, I enjoy my time working at these stables, sharing my tales of beauty with any traveler willing to listen. But I still wonder what could have been. Anyway, excuse me, I seem to have caught myself prattling on. But looking upon your perfectly symmetrical face and discussing meals of beauty has rekindled my desire. If you should happen to set foot inside Hyrule Castle, could you find it in you to keep an eye out for a cookbook? There must be one lying around somewhere in there. I'm simply dying to finally sample the food of the royal court. All right, a royal recipe. Side quest. Amazing. Oh, crap. How topical. Poor stuff. Hello. Whoa. Very intense.
Yeah.
Welcome. Will you be staying with us? A regular bed will cost you 20 rupees. A soft bed is 40. What's the soft bed? The soft bed is a special bed we're proud to offer here at the stable. It costs more than the regular bed, but you'll wake up more energized. Will you be staying with us? A regular bed, soft bed, which shall it be? Wait, what if the horse goes away if I sleep here? Never mind. Come see us again, then. Okay, all right. Let's keep checking things out, huh? How you liking things? Yeah? All right. Cooking. Let's do it. All right. Ooh, what's this? A pot lid. Very cool. Register your horse first. That's funny. Okay. Tireless frog. This rare frog only ventures out in the rain. But elixirs, right? Yeah, okay. So let's try mixing some stuff. We got some fang here. Wait, we have to light that thing up first. No, it's already lit up. Okay, that's good. Harris, let's leave that as a surprise for me, all right? Okay, let's see here. Now put a fang. Lots of fangs? Lots of fangs. I hope this works. Wait, hold on, let me put away. I'm gonna try just the one type of fang. 2 moblin fangs. Enduring elixir. Restore stamina and temporarily extends your stamina wheel. The additional stamina will disappear as it's used. That's sick. Okay. And then this is also stamina, right? Stamina recovery elixir. Oh. So what if we do 2 of these, huh? No! Oh, man. Alright. Let's not mix those. Let me try this hole here and then get a bunch of these ones. Let's try that. Restore stamina, which is used when performing physical actions. That's it? Okay. Whoa. That guy's a Myron. That's a pretty good one. What's this one? Speed boosting? Okay. Sneaky river snail. Okay, I think I'm okay with that. Is this the white choo-choo jelly? Ice, okay. It doesn't seem to restore too much. Kazul. Hey there, adventurer. You could probably get a good price. Pretty good price for any ore you sell. If you've got some spare lying around, it's probably worth your while to sell it off and pocket the rupees. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the tip. Hello, horses. Oh. Beetle. There you are. Wait. Eh? Percy? If you gone to the giant castle north of here, that's Hyrule Castle. said to have fallen to ruin over 100 years ago. I used to sneak in there to salvage ancient treasures, but it's too dangerous to go in there now. These days, it's surrounded by an eerie mist and savage machine-like creatures. Back when it was safer, I went in looking for this ultra-rare equipment that once belonged to the Royal Guard. It's legendary among collectors, but I was never able to find any. Okay. All right. Hi, Beetle.
Yeah!
Oh, it's you again. Was there something you forgot to buy? What are you looking for? Are you selling? Look what I've got.
Oh.
All right, so we've got ores, right? No, that's crafting. Valuable ore. Contains the power of water. Fetch a high price. Very essence of ice. I feel scared to sell them off in case I can craft with them. I'm holding on to them. I don't need money right now. Bye-bye. Wait, was that a cuckoo sound?
Hey!
Let me see.
Sa, sa!
It almost sounds like a cuckoo sound. Okay. That's so funny. All right, bye, Beetle. Man, that's so cool. You could just put that stuff up. That's awesome. All right. Oh, are you mingling? That's so cool. Hanging out. What y'all talking about? I'll leave you alone, sorry. What? A wooden mop? Just a mop to the untrained eye. It excels at tidying up the place. 5 minutes until the 12-hour mark? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 5 minutes till 12-hour mark. And then we'll have 10 minutes to go. So then it would be, we got 15 minutes till we cross over, just about 15, yeah. Cross over the, so more than 10 minutes to go. Yes, got the 15 minutes until we break our record. Just a mop to the untrained eye, it excels at tidying up the place, but it owes its sturdy construction to a true craftsman. So it actually has some combat merit. All right. We shall drop, not the soldier stuff, maybe the spiked club. Yeah. I'm still holding on to this pitchfork. I probably shouldn't, The second 12 hours are gonna be dope. You son of a gun. It'd be so funny if someone was like, "Do you got a pitchfork?" Well, look, I'm trading a pitchfork for a mop. That's funny. All right, all right. Let me drop this thing. Hell yeah. Hey, chickens. Oh, God. I hope I don't... Are you like cuckoos and stuff? Can I pet you and stuff? I could pick up just like in the old days. Wow. Uh-oh. Alright, I'm done. Oh, see? This is what we use our thing for. Aha! Nope, 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 nope. Don't want to attack you. No, no. I'm just doing this. It says I could do hit. What? They lied to me. Celio in the chat. Look at this description. Farming tool used to collect hay efficiently. I guess the hay is already collected. It's a bale of hay. You almost caused a cuckoo craze. That was so close, man. It would have been cuckoo for link puffs. Oh, no, no, no. What are you doing that for? I don't know what you're doing with that. Hey, a fox. Hi, fox. Okay, I see that thing over there. That's cool. I guess let's go get it. Oops. Right. And good job. swinging that pitchfork around like a madman. I don't know how to use pitchforks. And that way, that's how you know I've never been part of an unruly mob. I guess unruly mobs don't need to know how to use pitchforks either. They just need to. In fact, maybe it's best fit to be an unruly mob if you don't know how to use it. So there you go. I have unconvinced myself. Oh God. All right. Well, yeah, it's in there somewhere. Huh. Oh, there you are. Sweet. He almost called upon the wrath of the chicken. Very close. Whew, never punished. So lucky. Alright. And then there's the goat. The goat! We got the raft. I feel like I'm ready to leave this place. Yeah. Alright. Except I need to cook some more. I got more healing stuff. Yes, okay. Let's say got an egg. Big hearty radish is pretty good. Acorn. Got an omelet. Okay. Hearty radish and an acorn. Full recovery plus 5 temporary. Oh my gosh, man! Save this for a boss fight. Jeez, man, that's amazing. Oh, this is more elixir stuff I didn't even see. Wow, so many elixirs. I know. Plus 5 temp. Just over doubled my. Whoops. Over double my my hearts. Okay, they haven't left yet. That's good. Gosh, what am I thinking? Right, cooking. That's what I'm thinking. Grants a low level resistance to electricity. Okay. Not bad. That's good. Okay. That even heals some hearts. All right, gotta choose something to pair with the egg. Use when cooking to prepare a dish that increases your defense. So, hardy omelet, maybe? I could do several mushrooms and stuff, maybe. So we have an acorn. I'm gonna throw that in there. I hope it doesn't mess up if I throw all these in there, but I probably shouldn't. Stamina restoration is good. I'm gonna try, let's see, what's this one do? Silently, defense. Defense is cool. I like that. So I pair it, I'm gonna pair these two, and then throw in an acorn for taste. Okay. Cannot be eaten in this form. Yeah, I have to modify it. Okay, so now we'll take this and then match it with an acorn and see what we can do here. A tough mushroom skewer. Cool. Alright, we're out of... Oh no, we got this one. This, hold... Can I increase attack power as well with this? Let's see. Well, I guess I could do a bunch of the snails. Five snails. Wow. 5 hearts. Wait, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hearts? I don't know. But I also get sneaky for 10 minutes. Alright. I'm gonna pair these two together, see if that makes something. Steamed fish, okay. Yeah, because it's got like, there's 2 different like increase thingy. Oh, we could do double stealth, maybe super stealth. This also does stealth. All right, let's try that. Sneaky steamed fish. Huh. That's cool. All right, let's do some elixir stuff with this eyeball. It looks like it fits nicely into here to make like a little ice cream. Horse! Oh no. Guess not. Can I cook this? What? Wow. Super resistant to electricity. Mix with critters. It makes it seem like I could just mix with this to make something, but it doesn't seem like it's supposed to cook and be edible. It is. What the? Okay. I guess so. All right. How about some ice and non-ice? Can I just throw all these in? I'm just going way in. Wow, what the? Oh, I have so many electro elixirs. Okay. Got no more critters. I got 2 pages of nonsense. Can I sell to Beetle some of this stuff? Oh, man. All this dubious stuff has me scared as well. Let me sort it. Okay. Beetle, where you at? somewhere else. It's all right. Hey, you want to go? Let's go. Okay, let's take a look around here. Where to go next? The mountains, the 2 mountains. Oh, wow, look at that. Well, we got some peeps to rough up, I guess. Oops, made a sound. Hello. Ding, ding, ding. Speaking of which, we did it. I think we crossed, beat our record, right? To 9 hours, 40 on there, plus the 2 hours. So 9, 10, 11, and then 30 minutes, 12, 10. Woo! All right. Now let's see. So we just need to let this go another minute. And now, I mean, it's easier to track in minutes. So if we let this get to another minute, then we'll have done the longest one. Phew, man. I wasn't sure if we were able to do it, but I think if we start, oh shit. What's happening? Thank you for the rogue clap emotes. Are you okay, horse? Oh god, it's getting cray. It's like they're upset I did this. Oh no. Opal, nice. Retains the power of water. Okay, alright, back to the horse. This is scary. Okay, we have now crossed the minute. Okay, longest stream. Now, let's see how much further we can go. Oh my god, electricity, huh? Whoa, whoa. Alright, let me increase my resistance then. How long can I do it for? 750 is the longest. Alright, I'm drinking it. On best pace, gotta push the score. Gotta do it. Okay, is this gonna help me? What the fuck? No! I didn't save for a while, I think. Hopefully I have an autosave. That was pretty good. Was that a lightning mage? What the hell? I did resistance. Electricity. Look at that fire. Holy moly. Holy jeez. This is so violent. Oh, wait. Oh, hold on. Oh, I'm retracting lightning. I'm a lightning rod. Okay, this calls for the mop. Yeah, time to clean up this water. There we go. All right, I'm sorry, horse. Also, I'll still take the elixir. Okay. Boltund in the chat. I now understand. Okay, so we gotta go to the bridge. Gotta go to the bridge so we can cross over. Oh shit. Okay. Oh man. Hi. Okay. Bye. Maybe I don't want to fight you right now. We're just gonna... Boltund in the chat, how did you know? Holy crap. Look at that. I was gonna get him. That's amazing. Oh man. East Post ruins. Oh, they took cover. Nice. What's up there? I think I've already been through there, yeah. Okay. Hello, storks. Got the Korok there. Horse plus mop is a powerful combo, yeah. That was a long detour, but now we're getting more on track here. We wanted to visit right over here to this station. I'm gonna save now. Now that we're past the rain, the lightning, that was intense. Hello. Tasty meats? What? Don't give me that look. Well, maybe it's a bit of a wasteland here, but I find it peaceful being all alone out in the wilderness. If you got time to judge, you've got time to buy some meat from me. Maybe I can even cut you a deal. I carry only the finest meats. I guarantee these are top choice provisions, or your rupees back. Wow. You can't beat raw prime meat unless you've got raw bird thigh. Whoa, look at all this. I could buy everything. Rock salts. Wait, does that mean if I cannot eat in this form, if I cook the rock salt, do I chisel it? I don't know. All right. Sounds good. I guess I do need rupees now. So I got a bunch of these opals, right? Still want to hold on to the guts. Yeah. Anything else you need? Be ashamed to let all this meat go to waste. Wait, I thought I bought all your meat. Hey, okay. I don't have anything left to sell. Just kidding. Tell you what, though. You want a quick peek at what I'll be ordering next? Okay. All these? Sounds good. Anything else you need? Be ashamed to let... Hey, stop saying that. You don't have any. I'm good, thanks. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck out there. How to improve Breath of the Wild in the tiniest ways. Okay. Torch. Ooh, a chest. That's cool. And an axe, of course. Flint. Alright. How's my stuff looking? I got my axe. I got an axe. I have a sledgehammer. Got my torch. These are all like cool stuff, different unique abilities. My javelin, okay, my spear, I mean, for pokies, regular fighting. Wait, no, claymore is for the big swings. This is for the regular fights. And then I just have tools. So I guess I don't need that. Unless I keep chopping, and then I get that one. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Let me see. Can I soothe you? All right. Can I get up on there? Feels like I can, maybe. It's like a secret way to... Did you just say take care? What are you doing? How do you get your meats? You're not going to get my horse, are you? Alright, bye. I guess there's a way to drop down from there. Look at that. Yeah. It'll take a while, so... I guess I'll just worry about that later. Unless I jump from the horse. No. Wait, is that a huge mushroom? That is a huge mushroom. Is that the defense one, no? Iron shroom. Any more? Oh, is that how I could get up there? Okay, I got an idea, right? I push the crate over here, and then maybe I can... it's a little far-fetched, but... Yeah. I have to cut away... from the horse. Okay, good. Walk away. I'll be swinging this way. All right. Yeah. So a goal I've been thinking in my head about how much longer to stream for is, I guess that's Octoraki, huh? Is that, so when I got this record for the first time, it was when I did my 1-year stream anniversary. Ooh, there's some stuff here. And last year we couldn't do our year 2 stream anniversary, and I imagine I might have at least shot for 13 hours, which then I want to count it, I want to pretend that was true. I want to treat it like it existed last year. So that means I would have maybe tried to go for 14 hours this year. So I'm going to try to do the 14 hours, right? So if 940 was when we... Oh, right. So that would be 12:10. So add 50 on 940. Oh, that's just at the bottom of the half hour. Okay, so that would be at the 10, then 10:30. Okay, 10 hours, 30 minutes would be another hour, so that would be 13. And 11 hours, 30 minutes would be the 14 hour. Okay, so, yeah. Where do I move this? Whoa. Dang, what's that in there? Oh, are those chests? No, that's a creature. Oh, Lizalfos, huh? Whoa, nice. Fight. Oh, shit. Whoa. Oh, I have an axe on. Oh, God. That was intense. Lizalfo's horn. Hell yeah, that's a beefy stream. This winding horn once grew atop the head of a Lizalfos. It's too hard to use for cooking, but stores are willing to buy it from you, and it can also be used to make elixirs. Lizalfos talon. This talon once grew from the elbow of a Lizalfos. You can stew it with critters to make elixirs, but many have other uses. Okay. Oh shit! Don't hurt the horse, man. Okay. Oh. Gotta get you. Come on. I gotta get you. Get in there. Gotcha. Alright. Got a Lizalfos here. You wanna fight? Wanna get in there? Or you try to shoot water at me, huh? How about this? Almost. Oh shit, you got me. Well played. Okay. Gotta keep strafing. Whoa, horse. No. Okay. Woo! Wowee. Well, there goes all that stuff over there. Unless I swim for it. Should I? Sure. Yeah. Okay. Back. Back. Okay. Alright, alright. Phew. You alright? Okay, alright. Eat a little bit here. Steamed fish. Oh, right. There's a shrine. Sorry. Can I get up there? Oh, God. That seems really... Well, I guess it's doable. I can climb. That's right. I can climb. All right. So you stay here while I do shenanigans. Krabby in the chat. Very fitting. Considering where we are. We're watery. Traveler's bow. Wow, that went really far. Opal, amber. Redai shrine. Is there anything back here? Super secret stuff? Nope. Okay.
Prime time for shrine time. That's what they say in the biz. Okay, so 10. I just want to do the simple math now again. 10 hours plus the 2:30 would be 12:30. I need to do 1.5 hours more from now. Timing is critical. Okay, maybe once I press the button. 1.5 hours more from now will be 14, right? Because 10, 12, 30, 13. Yeah, 1.5 hours from now. So 4:30. Okay, good. Now I don't have to worry about stream time. 4:30 a.m. is the 14-hour mark. Okay. Wowee. Okay. Let's see. Oh. Oh, man. Okay. Oh, nice! I like that. We're doing some arcade style puzzles here. That's great. Like the old style carnival game stuff. That's cool. Oh what the fuck? What the? Oh my god, that was so funny. All right. Oh man, I was all like, easy, yeah, got it, and then they got me. Oh, it's so funny. Looney Tunes asphalt. I see I could pick that up. That could be crucial for something weird. Is this made of metal? No. Okay. It's made of weird stuff. Okay. Space alien type stuff. PSO type of stuff. Oh, what is... Oh, we gotta get the inertia going. Uh-oh. I think I've screwed it up already. Yeah, you gotta do it last minute. Oh! Okay, yeah. Last minute. Let's go. Give me another one. Thank you. Poop one out again. And... Yeah. Oh, shit. Okay, right. Oh. What's going on here? What's going on here? I see. Okay. Okay. So stepping on that means if I can lift it and hit something else. There's some explosives, I guess. Okay. Interesting. So this is moving, right? Because the thing is in place. Where does it go? It goes all the way up here. There. Okay. Because I want to be able to press down on that, which I may be able to if I throw it, right? Can I? Maybe do a barrel thing? There's some barrels going on there. I want to try to get that chest. That'd be sick. Okay. Look at that. Almost there. Almost dang there.
Inertia. I got equipment. Yeah, let me go back. And let me try placing a ball on top of that, or maybe if that... There's a barrels there for some reason. Because if I'm able to place something on top of this, that could be great for that. And then I can still take this over there. Yeah, okay, all right, let me see. Okay. And then I do this. Oh, it's not heavy enough. Can I... Is there an item I can leave behind in my inventory? Like a bomb? Can I leave a bomb? Oh, wait, these might be magnetic. Are you magnetic? Damn it. If I jump down there, I might just be in deadly territory, huh? Oh, well. Oh, gliding. That's good. Oh, and ladder. Oh, okay. Okay, what can we do with this? Wait. Are you metal? You are metal. Okay, all right. It's just... Okay, I don't know why I didn't register that as metal. Okay, yeah, we're good now. That's what we needed. Okay, so I'm just gonna push it over here. Alright. And then... Cancel. Okay, I'll do another one. Just in case. I don't know if I need this one, but let's see. Okay. Okay, so the ball rolled off. That's good. Wait, did you shake? You look like you're shaking. Why are you shaking, man? You got stuff in you? Alright. So now we gotta move that over there, but I may need to get on the platform. Oh, I guess not. Oh, shit. There we go. Oh, the other barrel rolled off, probably. Whoa, climber's bandana. My climb speed up. It may look like a regular bandana, but it's actually infused with ancient technology that enhances core strength to improve your climbing ability. So my core strength down here is enhanced by up here. Oh my god. That's cool. I gotta wear it. Can I equip it? Hell yeah. Now I'm real pirate. It's all about frame of mind. My mind definitely being framed right now. There we go. Gotta do the turnaround here. Fan cam. Okay, cool. All right, so now I gotta get back up, right? So I gotta just take that barrel off. I have to say, knock it off. Oh, that's why I gotta get the other one. Uh-oh. The other one maybe is needed to not... Well, okay, that's okay. I think I just need to ride the thing. But yeah, let's see. Because I can't reach that far. So that's why I gotta jump onto that. Shoot. I could do it. I could maybe even glide down there. Wait, I could even maybe glide down there, huh? Okay. Maybe not. I don't know. Let's see. Nope. Okay, bye. All right. We'll run it back. Oh, good. Oh, wait, what? This is worse. I thought I could just sneak over there. Oh, man. Okay, alright, here we go. Okay, good. Thank goodness. Whee! I am Magneto. Destroy! Cancel. Oh my! That's good. Okay. Let's heal up, I guess. You can run, but you can't yeah. Hold on. Let me just do this and see if I automatically heal when I leave. I forget. Your resourcefulness. Yep, that's me. In overcoming this trial speaks to the promise of a hero. I bestow upon you Spirit Orb. Yep, I dropped a barrel on my head and like, what a hero. Wow, there goes my hero. Have the Spirit Orb. Hell yeah. Yeah, I do get hearts back. Okay. Saved a dish. May the goddess smile upon you. Let's go. 4:30. Let's go. 4:30. We can make it. There's the horse. Hello, horse. Still there. That's great. All right, so maybe I can glide over. Nope. Okay, let's ice over, huh? Okay. Guess I don't need to do this much here, but yeah. Yeah. Hello. Oh shit, Octorok. Let's go. We're under siege. Wait, am I going the right way? Yeah, okay. I think this goes further in. A palm in the chat. Bokoblins. Shrine nearby, nice. Further away, huh? Alright. I guess we'll kind of slow down here. Sorry about that. Okay. Man, they're all having a ball. I guess I'm being the villain here. Who's that? Wow, is that a Burning Man type of thing? That's cool. Oh. They're like, what's going on? What is that? They're saying, hi. Some of them are throwing rocks. Okay, alright. I think I can go one-on-one now. So let's just jump in. Uh-oh. Watch out. Nice. Oh wait, just pick up that one. And let go. Hey, got it. Oh, wait. They picked it up. Oh, I see. A boom? What? A boomerang? This throwing weapon was originally used by the forest-dwelling Koroks. Its unique shape allows it to return after being thrown. The legendary boomerang. That's so cool. It would be one of these, huh? Okay, now I gotta discard. I like this and this. It's nice to cut down trees. Sledgehammer and that. Pokey. So it's one of the farm stuff. Boomerang. It's all coming back to me. Hey. I think I'll get rid of the pitchfork. We know where to get more. All right. So if I switch... So I have to, like, intentionally throw it, right? Yeah, there's a throwy attack button. So I have to do this. Nope. Okay, let's try it again. Ah, okay. I see. So that's how I could do the throwing spear. Cool. Well, let's switch back to sword. Cooking stuff. Do I want to cook stuff? Oh, I got lots of meats. It's nice. But do I need to cool it on the cooking? I think so. Wait, but can the meats go bad? That would be bad. I don't even know. I don't want to risk losing out on this, some of these super awesome, delicious stuff here. What can I mix it with, though? I got a lot of my... All my acorns are gone. So I guess that's another reason not to cook. I guess we can cook with this shroom. That's one. We can do maybe one of these by itself, one of those by itself. Or maybe a bunch in a row. Okay. What if I do... Yeah, I'll do... I'll hold that. Hold this. So now I got a super boosty thing. Like for a boss battle. Tough meat and mushroom skewer. 1 minute and 20 of defense boost and 4 hearts heal. That seems good. It's perfect. Okay. All right. So then now, assuming it gets, you can heal more when you cook it. If it boosts to like 2 or 1.5 when you cook it. So I only want to do 2 together. Maybe. Cook that. A meat skewer. Yeah, there you go. It's 4 hearts. Wait, what happens when I just... I have to use a item on this thing, right? Like some kind of hammer or something? Yeah, dubious food, yeah. Cannot be eaten in this form. Yeah, let me try experimenting with, like... Let me drop this. I'm gonna hold one of these. I'm gonna drop it. And then I'm gonna see if I can hammer time on it. Okay, how about... Ooh, I cut grass. How about a sword? There it goes. Alright, I guess I'll just wait till I can refine it later. Okay. The Dark Force's worries about the Triforce and Shiz should be worried about Link's cookie skill. Yep. What a fool I am. I have proven to be. Okay, I'm gonna... Did I just drop? I just dropped raw bird drumsticks on the ground, and now I'm gonna cook it. This should be a 4 one. Yeah, a 4. That's good. We like that. Okay, oh, I made a 3rd page. Cool, cool, cool. All right, so what if we try an experiment of combining these two together? Bird and meat? Yeah, let's see what happens. These are our least valuable meats here. It's just another meat skewer. Okay. All right. I guess I'll wait and I'll hold on to this. And maybe it'll prove to become rotten later or just stay forever like that. So we'll see. That is not serve safe verify. Yep. We're wilding out here for sure. Okay. All right. Look at all our dubious foods. Oh yeah, some of these are increasing temporary. That's good. Look at that extra hearts. Wow. Okay, I'm going to try a dubious food because it says eating it will hurt you probably. I want to eat this. Either I'll get hurt or go to full. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So our horse is across the way, so we're going to go back. Man, it's so close to... Wait, maybe I could just swim to that ice and just use that. Yeah, I think I could just do that. Yeah, there you go. Nice. Easy peasy. Let's switch back to our sword. Okay. Did we equip it? Yeah, I think so. Okay. All right. Wow, look at that. That's cool. Hey, we're back at the horses. Or, no, it's a different horse place, huh? Yeah. Well, anyway. Oh, yeah, there's a shrine here, too. Okie dokie. Oh, we should pick this up. Never know. Rusty broadsword. That's cool. Unfortunately, I don't have enough room for you. Wow, what can we do with this? Oh, we're just gonna push it and break it, maybe? There's a whole dang crate up here. What was going on up here? There's a broadsword up here. Can I push this off? Here we are. Oh, wait, the horse. Don't. Okay, that way. It broke. Very good. Oh, what's inside of it? Paraglide. Arrows, huh? All right. Hey, look, it's you. What's up? You looking for someone to talk to? Fine by me, as long as we're talking meat. Because that's all I really have that's worth talking about. What's in the Oh, arrows. Finest meat in the land, eh? Yep. You fixing to buy some? Only carry finest meats. I don't have anything left. I'm still not another day past. No, I'm good, thanks.
Ah.
Alright. Where'd the horse go? You're good. Oh, apples, what? Was there apples? Wait, did you feed the horse apples? Yay! Or was there apples inside the crate? I don't know. But you're happy and you somehow got the apples. What the hell? Alright. Well, let's keep going. Why is that all light? Oh, it's turning light now. That's good. Gotta collect some shrooms. Acorn. Don't Spider-Man it. Okay, don't stray too far from the horse. The meatless meat man. What a meeting with the meatless meat man. Okay, about time my woodcutter's axe starts giving out. I don't suppose this is cuttable. Wow. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna try. Oh my god. Really? Alright, hold on. Let me save. I don't know if it's gonna hit me in the face. It should go fall forward, right? So. Oh. Damn. I need another axe to... I thought it would fall in 2 hits. Well. Oh, claymore. Broadsword. Okay. Whoa. Frillish in the chat. Dueling Peak Stable.
Hoy!
You can give me directions, thank you.
Hey!
Welcome to Dueling Peak Stable. What do you think of the place? Pretty nice, eh? It might be hard to imagine now, but this place was nearly destroyed about 100 years ago. However, thanks to the blessings of the Dueling Peaks, everything is full of life again. Even the wild horses are back. There's a lot of energy in this place. So where are you headed? Both Kakariko Village and Hatedo Village are nearby. Wild horses? Huh? Did you not see any horses on your way here? Certainly not as many as in years past, but there are still quite a few around. Horses in the wild are, well, wild. No one has trained or cared for them. If you manage to catch one, let my brother Tassarin know. He'll register the horse for you. My boys are well springs of information about horses, so feel free to pick their brains. Leave it to Rensa to tell you about the roads around this area. I'm Rensa, by the way. Kakariko Village? Kakariko Village is the village where the Sheikah clan lives. It's said that some time ago they had advanced techniques that were more powerful than anything anyone had seen. But that power put them at odds with the king at the time, and they were scattered across the land. Anyway, if you leave here and follow the road straight to the north, you'll find a big bridge. Cross that and keep following the path, and you'll come to the Kakariko Village gate. Leave it to Rensa to tell you about the... Okay. Hateno Village? Hateno Village is a village on the edge of Hyrule. It was largely unaffected by the events of the Great Calamity, so the people there are pretty easygoing. I hear they even have a research center, but folks tend to avoid the weird scientist who lives there. It's Bill, the Pokemaniac. Anyway, head north from here until you reach a fork in the road, then go east and just follow the road. It's a little far if you walk it, but with the horse, you should get there in under a day. Wow. Leave it to Okay. Goodbye. Everything looks just as it always has, but the effects of the Great Calamity still linger. For example, a lot of monsters come out at night, so be careful when the sun sets. Is this another Rensa? What the?
Hi.
It's Tassarin. Okay, you're twins? Welcome to my stable. We deal in all things horse-related. We also double as an inn. Double, get it? I haven't seen your face before. Do you know about the stable system? I don't. Then allow me to explain. You can board your horse companions with us, and then summon them as you please from our network of stables. You may have come across wild horses during your travels. If you catch one and write it here to register it, it will become your horse companion. One person can board up to 5 horses, and you're able to swap horses in and out as you please. Wow, 5 horses? Do you know how to catch a wild horse? Catching horses? Okay, to catch a wild horse, all you have to do is approach it from behind, slowly so it doesn't notice you, and then hop on. But these are wild animals we're talking about, so if the horse you're riding starts to act up, try soothing it. It will eventually settle down, and when that happens, bring it to me. It may take a while for wild horses to get used to being ridden. They may change directions or slow down on their own until you earn their trust and respect. If your horse disobeys your direction, you'll want to gently redirect it and then calm it. And if you continue let's do that again. If you continue interacting that way, your horse will naturally begin to trust you and become more obedient. That's all I can tell you about the subject, stranger.
Hey.
I guess I've been doing all right so far. If you want to stay for a rest, please head to the counter inside. So, what'll it be? Bye. All right, we'll be here if you need us. Bye. Something you want to say? What? Horse? Oh, yeah. Look at these horsies. Ooh, apples. I'm taking the apples. Gotta feed the horse. Can I present to you? Hi, dog. Oh, wow, dog. Can I pet the dog? Drop. Apple for horse? Oh, missed. But, pet? Can I pet? No? I cannot pet the dog. Wait. Oh, what happened?
Nothing happened.
I guess it was just happy to see me. Oh. Oh. Okay.
It followed you.
Oh, hi. Oh, it's following me. Hello.
It loves you.
Okay. Oh, now I'm standing on this. Okay, hold on. Oh, no, I'm still here. I'm still here. Hey, it's all good. No. Ah. I don't know why I drew that. Ah, okay, that's how it works. Okay. Aw. That's great. Hey, another woodcutter's axe. Very good. Oh, the dog's still following me. All right. You wanna go see what I'm up to? Well, I'm talking to all the people around town. You wanna follow me? No? Okay, bye. Oh man, we got a new friend. I know, right? Tino. I know you're talking about the dog.
Oh, sorry. I didn't notice you. I was a bit lost in thought there. I've been doing rigorous research, day and night, to figure out the mystery of that blood moon. Blood moon? You don't know it? That's inexcusable. Listen up, and I'll tell you all about it. For 100 years now.
Wow, in a lot of 100 years. A lot of stuff happened since 100 years ago. I mean, that's like the time.
Every so often, when the clock strikes midnight, the sky turns red and a full moon rises. At that moment, monsters that had been previously defeated will come back to life. And that's what is known as the Blood Moon. Why do the monsters return to life? Why does it only happen when the sky turns red? No one really has the answers to those questions. It's a mysterious phenomenon. If you learn anything about the Blood Moon as you travel, be sure to come back and tell me.
All right, Hino. Toma, why the long face? I bet I could guess. You're in the mood for a new outfit, but you don't know where Kakariko Village is, am I right? All you need to do is head north. Their prices tend to be on the more expensive side, but the clothes are top-notch. All right, cool. Yeah, we got some rupees. Oh, the pet the dog emotes.
Oh. Check in here.
Hi.
Hi.
Welcome. Will you be staying with us? A regular bed? Soft bed?
Never mind.
Oh.
Come see us again.
Darton. One color horsey, two color horsies. One spotted horse, two spotted horses. Whoa, what's up, guys? I've got the scoop on Misko's treasure, and it's great. Listen up, Dak.
Preston, hang on.
Hey, we're twins, too.
Hey, buddy, what's your problem? You aren't being incredibly rude and listening to our conversation, are you?
We're treasure hunters on the trail of our latest score.
The treasure of the great bandit Misko. It's as good as ours.
I'm just gonna tell you what we were talking about, despite this, my friend here asking you whether you've been listening in.
Huh?
Preston, you're gonna give it all away. Oh, sorry, Dak. I got carried away.
Anyway, we're busy here, dude. If you need something up, hey, they said dude. Nice. If you need something, take it up with someone else. All right, Prisson and Domidak. Got that side eye. All right, Beetle, it's good to see you again.
Hey!
Oh, hi! We meet again. What are you looking for? Where are you selling? What have you got? I'm sure. Dude, I want... You got hot-footed frog, you got stuff, you got restless crickets. Give me all these.
Wow!
Wow.
Wow!
How many can I have? 49 arrows? Oh, I am in heaven.
Yay! Wow! Wow! Oh!
Oops. Meant to press B. Okay. Maybe sell stuff? Let's see. I guess I got more amber. Oh, some wood. Maybe 9 of them.
Yay! Wow!
Oh, yeah. I can sell dubious food, huh? 2? Okay. Wow. This one's worth 30. This one's worth 100. That's cool.
Yay!
That's a long time to have the anti-cold. Dang. This is good stuff here. I'm looking at all the prices of these to see what makes sense to give away. Okay, I think we're good. All right. How you doing? You're in the rain. Let's see if we can take you to register you.
Hey!
Oh, oh, oh.
Hey!
New horse. Strength, speed, stamina, temperament, gentle. Aw. Bond is maximum? Yeah. Of course. Not a problem. We charge a registration fee to help support our conservation efforts. The fee also gets you a locally made saddle and bridle for your horse. Fee's 20 rupees, okay? Okay.
Oh.
Thanks. Please enter a name for your horse. It's name time. What do we name our horse?
Get to name the horse.
Yeah. Whoa. Do we name it after a streamiversary thing, or name it after something about the channel, something that happened today? Wowee. Oh, never punish. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
I was gonna say that.
No way.
Mwah.
What shape am I thinking of?
Send it to me now.
Okay,
Ready? Triangle.
squigglies.
Damn it! I forgot those existed.
I was thinking, I'm like, I hope she remembers they
I
exist.
never remember squiggles exist.
All right, now I need to see how we can fit it with 9 characters. Nev pun? Never pun? E-punna. No. So 9 characters. N-E-V-E-R. Never. So that's 5. And then P-U-N-I. Never puny is as far as we can get. I like to buy in the chat.
NVR.
That's pretty good. Take out the vowels. Let's see. Let's go uppercase.
Uppercase that N.
Yeah, we'll do never.
PM.
Never punish. There you go. That's one you could do. Oh, because it's pun in there as well. But let me see how I can go. How far I can get. Yeah, that does seem weird to do like that, right? So pun. Is that enough?
Never punched.
Never punched. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe never punish. It does seem like... Yeah, okay. What do you think? You want to change it, right?
What do you think, Chad?
Hold on. Let me try this. Oops. What's that say now? Oh, whoops. What's this say now? Never punished?
Never penished.
Never penished. No. Yeah, it needs the eh. Never punish. Never punished. Never punist. Yeah, I don't. It will never pun it. Yeah, it's got to be never punish. That's how you got to do it. All right, this is never punish. Never punish. Be punished. Never punish. No punished. Not punished. No punished. Yeah.
Consequence free.
Unpunished. Oh, we can do unpunished. It doesn't quite. Yeah, I know maybe hits different than never punished. Unpunished. Never punish. Unpunished. Yeah, I'll just do it. Never punish. Yeah. Okay. Sure you want to name this horse Never Punish? Yeah. Your registration is complete. Would you like to take your new horse with you? I like to take the horse, yeah. Thank you. See you next time. Oh, by the way, if you get separated from your horse, you can whistle and it will come running. Call your horse or other companion to you. But your horse isn't magic, dude. You can't hear you. It can't hear you if you're too far away. So do keep that in mind. Oh, did you just nod at me? Alright, never punished. Let's go. Yeah. We're gonna go that way. And then probably your horse is not magic, it's horse. True. Alright. Oh, wait right here. I got some shrine stuff to do. Is this a dangerous bog? Uh-oh. Hadama. Oh shit, it's a dangerous, but that's okay. We had the power of this. Take that. Ow, fuck. All right then. All right. Take this. What the fuck? Ugh. Okay. The power of this. God damn it. All right. Fire. We'll fight you with fire somehow. I need to get fire. Hold on. Let me, Oh, but it's raining right now. Yeah, there's no... Okay, I was trying to get a campfire and then get my arrow dipped into the fire and then fire it that way. Because I don't think I got stuff going on here. Oh, I got ice. What you got? What you got? What you got? Take that. I didn't do anything. Okay. What if I got the power of ice still? And I just do this. Oh, it won't let me. Won't let me do it. Yep, it's too powerful. Maybe I gotta fly in from up there, huh? I could try that. Alright. I'll show you. Hope there's not a magical bear. Ooh. Swim! Catch! Oh, god damn it. Oh, waterfall, huh? Waterfall, we gotta go. Oh, hold on. Let's use ice. Oh, hi, frog. Whoa. Wait. Can I use... What? Can I? What? What? Oh, that's so cool. What the fuck? Oh my god. Well, let me go behind the waterfall at first. Oh, okay. Nothing here? Can I? No. Okay, nothing there. But I can go up the waterfall, and that's its own thing. What in the fuck? Alright. Alright. Well, we're going up the waterfall. Wow, look at that flower. Alright. Wow. Swift Violet. This vitality-rich flower blooms mainly on cliff sides. When cooked into a dish, the nourishing compounds increase your movement speed. Sweet. Okay. All right. Oh yeah. All right. Never mind. But you know, still good enough. Oh shit. All right. Let's try again. Ooh, flowers. Got 2 of them there. I suppose I shall get some more. Nice landing. Okay. Whee! Oh shit. Did I die? I died. I guess. Whoopsie. I forgot about having stamina and water is important. Oh, right. There we go. Wait, you still there? Never punished? Yeah, you're watching me be a fool. It's like, I didn't say anything. Just waiting for when the apples get here. Wowie zowie. I'm going up the waterfalls. Chillier up here, huh? Oh yeah, it is. There's like an ice thing. Okay, I'll skip on those flowers over there. Oh wait, I have anti-freeze clothing though. Okay, unless it gets super cold. Can it get super cold? Maybe. Oh no, the ice symbol is my... this is my current power. Okay, okay. That's funny. Oh, that one's a little dubious. Yep, okay, yep. Alright, okay, yep, alright. Damn it. Whoops. Let's try it again. Sometimes punished. That's the next horse. Wow. Okay. Like being very conservative with how like high up there and how close. No. I don't repeat my mistake. There you go. Haunter in the chat. Wow. Haunter. How's the view? Oh yeah. Whoa. Look at that. I can view behind the waterfall. Well, I would tell you if it weren't for the water getting in my way, but we could see our horses there somewhere. Okay. Yeesh. Okay. Whoa. Nice, nice, nice. No, 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 blah, blah, blah. Okay, alright, hold on, hold on. Phew. This scare me like that, no? Nice catches, Bobena and Dumpeel. Oh my god. It's getting all angular now.
Do a barrel roll.
It's getting some stretching. Okay, alright. Here we go. Barrel roll time. Thanks for the barrel roll. Stretched. Bonus stretch for you. Okay, I'll even drink some water too. Another barrel roll.
Do a
Here we
barrel
go.
roll.
Whoa, BRC. There we are. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Okay, let's see. Alright, here we go. Oh my gosh. That looks so cray to be like that angle. Alright, here we go. I know. Whoop. Still working. Wow. I feel like from here, we're able to get into the shrine, but first, there might be something over here. Like, I want to hang glide into the shrine. Although it might be hard to steer. Oh my god. Wait, can I just do a regular... No. What the hell? Oh wait, maybe I just get to the mountain and climb... Where do I land though? I don't have a landing point. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be tough, man. How do I square that, huh? Okay. Alright. What you got for me? What's this gonna do? Is this climbable? Oh, wow. How? Oh, okay, alright. So now I get to get something a little more stable. A little more stable. Let me just do it from here so it kind of falls in. Wow. Can I walk under that? I don't know if I could swim under that. But it's supposed to be safe, like right here, right? So can I crawl? Crouch? Okay, alright, it's not, that's not for that. Okay, so now I can climb. Let's see what we get. A lot of juicy rocks here. Oh. Fit for a Goron. Sweet. You want to be careful. Wait, if I switch away, all that ice goes away, huh? That's alright. Let me see. Oh, the ice is still there, okay. So... Oh, there you are. Oh, all the material just goes away? Oh, wait. Okay, some exploded up here. That was a sick waterfall climb. Thanks. Yeah, that was. I agree. That was awesome. Whew, that blew my mind. There you go, J Station. I'm sorry to call you by name out of a sudden, not to freak you out. That's another one of the highlights. Restless cricket. Damn, use Jade. Full go. Alright. What else can I do? There's something up there. Oh man. It feels like there's some paradise up there. Might be a little easier if I go that way, huh? So hold on. Oh wow. Parkour. Okay, alright. Trying to look for the lowest point of these ledges. Who's that? Someone's up there. Enhance. Something moved. Oh, I can't even. Okay, I can't scope that from this angle. Oh look, what's that? Or the rare. Oh, sapphire. Oh yeah. That's awesome. Okay, so now maybe I can peep that. Not quite. I can't quite angle my neck up there, huh? Okay, we in climbing mode now. Alright, this seems pretty good. Alright, cool. Whoa. And if we need to, I'll eat a stamina thing, but I think I could make it. Okay. Whoa, nice view. Shrine up there, okay.
Wow! Look at that! It's beautiful!
Yeah, there you go. Oh man, are those things can come alive and kill me? Is that what's up? Oh no, okay. I thought it was a guardian in the stuck in the ground. Whoa. It's raining fire. Makes me want to eat something before I die. Just an omelet? Okay. Well, let's try some dubious food, right? So, if I'm at 2.5... Last meals. Yeah, okay. Seems good. Oh. Man, look at that glowy... that glowy light in the sky. That's cool. Butterfly in the sky. Alright. Man, we're just going all around. I'm so far away from horse, from Never Punished. Whoa. Keys, okay. Should probably switch to a... because having a pointy thing can be good in certain situations. Alright. Okay. Looks like it's stable over there, so let's try. See if we can climb over there. Oh, okay. All right. Is there... Oh, there's stuff up there? All Blood Moon time, huh? Is that why it's raining fire? Yeesh, that was scary looking at the tree. I was like, does the tree have something weird in it? Oh god, it's getting scary and the music and stuff. I'm gonna hide in this tree. Don't do this to me. Whoa. Whoa. Damn. Holy shit.
The blood moon rises once again. Please be careful.
Yeah. They're back. Okay. Now what? Oh, okay. Bye. All right. Sounds good. It got a little less scary again. Wait, is this a... Oh, man. What if one of these boulders is a monster? Better save. Yep, okay, yep, yeah, that's you. Alright, bye-bye. See you later. My god. Can you imagine? Stone Talus Sr.? Oh my god, I think I fought your kid over there or something. Alright. Impidimp in the chat. Okay, alright. Amazing. Oh, jeez. Yep, you're throwing rocks. Okay. You got a thing up there I can shoot? Oh, I can throw rock. I can throw bombs. I see. I could try. So I just do this and then do that. Okay. Now you're mad. Oh, good. Oh god. Yep. Oh. Oh yeah. Here we go. Oh jeez. Maybe you move slower, huh? That'd be cool. Takes me a while to recharge. Maybe it's better to... Oh, fuck. Yeah, that wasn't so bad. Oh, I can pick up. Okay, that's good. Maybe it's good to, Maybe it's good to switch bombs when they take time to recharge. Because the other one wouldn't take time to recharge, right? Alright, come on, duck down. Do it. DuckTales. Oh, fuck. Okay, alright, bye-bye. Oh, my body. Oh, jeez. Okay, bye-bye. Well, we saved right before that, so that's good. Maybe we could do it. Maybe we could do it. I'm gonna give it a go. Give it a little more time. Am I winning yet? Hey, what's up, Sweetie? Whoa. Well, we hurt ourselves. You succeeded in that regard. So let's eat a little, something that gives us 3 hearts. Well, we got this sweet bandana. That's good. Oh, why did I switch to that view? I guess when I fight, I get all excited. Yeah, I crouched. Get all in. Oh God. Oh, I'm rolling around at some kind of speed, and I don't wanna. I got the high ground. Hit. Oh, Oh, okay. Just detonate it. Can I detonate it now? There you go. Hey. Woohoo! Run. Ooh, yeah. Man, that was prime time. Okay, alright. You got another one for me? Yep. Okay, I got this for you. Ooh, did that hurt you? Did that hurt you? Uh-oh. Now you got stuff. Did I just blow up one of their rocks? That's cool. That's good. Can I climb you? I wonder if I can. Cray. Can I climb you? Oh my god, I'm right under it. Run! I said hello to the devil. You to throw something at me. Come on. I'll eat a dubious dish. Alright, next one. Come on. Okay, so now I gotta go this way. Throw, and... Did I get it? No? Yes. Something. Ooh. Okay, that hurt me too, but I think I hurt you too, right? Okay, alright. So now let's just try something I'm curious about. Oh, no, not that. Well, might as well do that then. I'm curious about pressing this button instead, and then doing this. Did that hurt you? That did hurt you. Oh shit, run. Okay. Alright, and then I have a lot of these. Run. Okay, here we go. Ah, okay. That does still hurt it. That's good. I guess that's the point. Use arrows. Oh, my bow broke, right. I can use my best bow then. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Nice. That hurt? Gotcha. Oh, shit. That doesn't get you. Yeah, you gotta duck. Go forward. There you are. Yeah, fair enough. Fair? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Woo! Alright. Oh, really? I just touched. Oh, I touched this butt and then I died. Shit. We're learning here. You touch it, you die. Okay. Oh, look at that. Oh, well, here it goes. Oh, right. Switch to... Oh, fuck. Ooh, shroom. Nice. Alright, here goes. Oh, nice. Okay, duck down. Oh, shit. There we go. Oh. Okay, I got a little bit of it. Oh, man. Gotcha. Okay. Woo! Nice. Damage. Yep. Oh, shit. Come on. Okay. Too slow. Okay. And glad I have so many arrows. Oh boy. Alright, come on. While I'm here. Now that I've gotten this far, let's do eat the dubious food for 1 heart. Maybe, okay, I'm worried about running out of arrows, so maybe I should eat one that increases attack power. Oh, and then there's increased defense, which is nice. This is attack power up right here. Mighty Elixir. 7 minutes. Okay. I guess I could also increase my defense too for... I don't know, that's a short time. Okay, we're gonna try... Okay, I'm gonna drink it. Mighty Elixir. Oh, shit. No. Wow. No. Why am I beating up this old man? I am a bad man. Oh. Okay, hold on. We're going to do this right with the correct arrows. And I guess I won't worry about... Well, I get break this, but then... yeah, that's fine. Yeah, let's go ahead and break it while we're here. And then let's go ahead and increase already. Wait, does it get rid of our... What? Oh, no. Okay, good. Whew. I'll get attack power up right from the get-go. All right, let's do it. No, you know what? I'm not gonna mess around with breaking that right now. Let's just get there. Okay, cool. All right, here we go. Okay, all right, let's run. Okay, everyone throw your stuff. Yep. Okay, that's one. Throw your other one. Where is it? Oh shit. Got a little too close. Lost track. Okay. Alright. Sweet. Juicy, but not worth. Okay. Oh shit, no. Climbing mode. No. Fuck. Whoa, no. Okay. Run! It's too close. Nope. Okay. Let's get our food on again. Alright, something. Well, I guess some of this. Let's just do this one. This one is restores 2 and does defense up. Alright. Here we go. Let's not climb. Okay. Come on, throw this one at us, huh? Yeah. Oh, shit. Well, I'm glad I defensed up. Holy. Breloom in the chat. Okay, all right. Now we gotta... yep, gotta try to get around. Oh, we got both rocks out already? Oh. Yeah, gotcha. Wait, does that replace my attack up, my defense up? Because I don't see the attack up anymore. Oh, what the fuck? That sucks, man. Is that true? Makes me want to just fall over and die. Just jump off the cliff so I don't defense up. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, hit me. Let me die. No. Let me die. Come on, kill me. No way. We're gonna do this better. I want my attack up. Thank you. Okay. You're not ready for the rocks that he's got. Yeah. Rocking me like hurricanes. Okay, so now we got to do this again. Equip there, and then get elixir up. Mighty elixir drink. And looks like we're down one heart, one teeny little heart, so we'll do a dubious food. Okay, alright, here we go. And then we gotta switch immediately. Oh, right, wrong arrows. There you go. shit. Oh my god. Screwed that up. Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, wrong side. Woo! Whoa. What's going on there? Okay, alright. Okay, so prime time. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Alright. Oh yeah. Fall down. Have to get behind you. Bye. Hello. All right, gotta go this way. Oh wait, shit. Okay. Whoa. Wow. Yep. Okay, need a skewer. Yep. Another one, huh? Okay. That's kind of interesting. Okay, so now you have to sink down. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Always. Oh, really? Oh, man. Wow. Shit. Okay. Well, I know we're past the 14-hour mark, but I really want to defeat this guy, and I feel like it's better if I keep at it than try to return to it. So I think after I defeat the guy, maybe. Yeah, and I know maybe I'm not supposed to be defeating it at this level, but I feel like it's doable. Maybe it's like Dark Souls-like, you know? Okay, so got arrow changed, bow changed. I need to equip stamina, elixir. There you go. Oh yeah, like the temporary hearts. That would be good. Eat a dubious. you got to go the opposite way for this arm. Right? Okay. And then it'll fall this way. So then. Alright, ready for it. Oh shit, I wasn't ready for it. Okay. No, don't roll off. Don't roll off. Okay, now we gotta run this way. Oh wait, I was in shooty mode. Wow, I'm so lucky that they didn't kill me. Okay. I see. Yeah, I held down. Okay. Can't tell if you're about to throw. Okay. Good. Here we go. All right. Attack is still up. I'm just gonna get some food in me that doesn't erase my attack up. Hopefully this dubious food is okay. Okay. All right. Well, don't lose rhythm. Okay, what you got? Okay, run. Oh yeah, here we go. Almost there, almost there. Oh no, climb mode, that's bad. That's bad. Okay. Alright. Get another food in me. What you got? That's the wrong direction. Yeah. Oh shit! No. Okay. All right. Run this way. Run. Got it. Okay. And now. Okay. All right. Don't risk the death here. So just eat to be full, right? So that's only half a heart. Yeah, just eat one of these lower one omelet. Yeah, omelet. Okay. All right. Run. Gotcha. Come on, man. Too close. Just need some space, man. Okay. All right. This is a good one. Drop down. Oh, damn. Oh, they got both of them. Okay. Game on. Which way are you gonna go? This way? Okay, I have to run that way. Alright. You got the other one. Throw it. Good. Okay. Vantage point. Oh, you dead? You down? Woo! All right. Oh, I found a ruby. Psh, 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 psh. Found a ruby, precious red mine from the large ore deposits found throughout Hyrule. Rubies contain the power of fire and have fetched a high price since ancient times. Yeah, thank you. Flint, amber, opal, amber. So much ruby. Oh man, look at all these jewels, all these gemstones. Watch me accidentally fall off the cliff as I run around with glee. Oh, I could pick up an arrow. Okay. Very good. Got one arrow back. Rebate. Let's make sure to save that. Nice save. Okay. I see this goat wants to fight. Okay. All right. So this might be like where I could stop. Well, I'm compelled to keep trying to scale to this top here. Like I'm invincible or something. He had 1 day left till retirement. Oh no. Don't tell me that. I'm a monster. The true monsters were inside of us all along. Wow. Man, there's a lot more to do. Okay, alright, let's see. Okay, let's do it. So, I'm gonna save, and I'm going to stop streaming. It's funny that we reached the 14-hour, 11, now 12-minute mark. I'm compelled to keep on. Yeah, I could keep going. I could keep going, but I feel like my goals aren't to try to do impressive, like cool, yeah, big PB. I'm not trying to do cool achievements in streaming. Like, it feels like there's a difference between I'm streaming to get through my game backlog versus I'm playing games to be a part of my streaming, you know, if that makes sense. And I think it doesn't make any difference if I go further and further on to make a impressive long stream. Yeah, so we'll just call it there, and we're cool. We're cool with that. So the next year, we got to try to do, I guess, 15 hours or more, and that would be cool. But for now, yeah, wow, cool as fuck. Yeah, the goal was to get through some backlog stuff, and we did a lot of gaming here. So sick, so sick. Well, everybody, thanks so much for all the people. J Station, Dunpeel, Harris, Bobena, Lurkers, and then of course all the people that have stopped by throughout the day that have gone to bed. You know, Calroon and all y'all that I can't name. And also new chatters here. Thank you so much. New followers. Appreciate it. And the family members that tuned in. We'll just resume more Breath of the Wild.
Yes, yes, yes! I can win! I feel great! I can do this!
Damn, you hit the epic rare triple. It's been a bomb blast watching you play through this. Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing how it's been for you. Okay. Well, wait, double check. J Station 64. You're not streaming today because it's not Saturday. It's Sunday. But let me know if you could turn on your stream. If you're gonna stream right now, then I'll just raid into you, J Station. If you're not, is it ever on a Sunday? I wanted to make sure before I keep being insensitive and keep asking you on my Saturday night and your Sunday. Is it ever on Sundays? Because then it would be really silly for me to keep asking you every Saturday night. And you're like, it used to be every okay, so I'm not. Maybe I caught wind of that. Maybe I didn't. Okay. Anyway, all right. So let's go and pick. Now it's occasionally Sunday. Gotcha. Okay. All right. I'm not cray. Pick a peep to raid into. I want to just hightail it to bed soon, so I'm gonna raid into somebody familiar. But maybe another time we can raid into a fellow Breath of the Wild player. I'm sure there's tons of them out there, but if I raided into someone new, I'd want to like stick around and get to know him, chat him, and stuff like that. So, yeah, we're gonna go and raid into. Okay, dump. There you go. Dump Hill said it. There you go. Na, na, na. Na, 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 na. I have to type it all out. Let's see. I mean, should I? Let me see. I mean, I know there's one other person right now. I don't know. I kind of want to switch. No. I'm not doing that. Okay, I'm switching to an actual person. But at least we've already rated. We know BitWizard knows who we are, so we don't have to introduce ourselves and all that and stuff like that and make connections. So we're raiding into BitWizard. Yeah, it's the only human I have. Common Rider channel is live as well. So if you want to pop over to Common Rider and watch that, you can. You don't have to stick around with the raid. September played at our crab feed. What? It was a bop as always. That's auspicious. Okay, well, I'm definitely not streaming my Sunday, so you don't have to worry about that. I feel like maybe Monday I don't want to do that either. I want to just give a little breathing time. Breathing. Maybe Tuesday? I don't know. Sometime next week I'll be back. We'll see. Okay, well, what a stream anniversary. What a time. Here, actually, I could do this. Bam. Look at that. Okay, everyone. Thanks again for stream anniversary. I'll see you later. Big year 4. Let's see what we could do. And I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Happy 3-year big Merry Streamus. Yeah, thank you.